Radio Network. Coming up, stations, your countdown until airtime will be your 30-second mark when the network will go silent. Stand by for your final 30-second mark until airtime. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 30 seconds until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
The following is an exclusive presentation of the LSU Sports Radio Network. It's football time in Louisiana. Today, the Fighting Tigers travel to Lexington looking to upset the Kentucky Wildcats. Time to turn that bluegrass purple and gold.
It's game time, baby. Let's go, man.
This is LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Give me the sign! Give me the sign! Touchdown, Tigers!
Leading you up to kickoff for LSU Fighting Tiger football.
Caught at the 32, down the middle of the field. He'll take it to the house.
LSU Game Day is brought to you by the 8 partners that represent Team LSU. McDonald's, official sponsor of the LSU Tigers. Cox, the official communications provider of LSU Athletics. Planet Fitness, official gym partner of the LSU Tigers. People's Health, the official health plan of LSU Athletics. Hancock Whitney, the official bank of the LSU Tigers. Rouse's Markets, official supermarket of LSU Athletics. Our Lady of the Lake, official healthcare provider of LSU Athletics. And by Coca-Cola, official beverage partner of the LSU Tigers.
15-10, buckle up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Tigers!
Across the state and around the world, the roar of LSU Fighting Tiger football comes alive on the LSU Sports Radio Network. And culture, located at Perkins Row in Baton Rouge. Here are former Tigers Garrett Brumfield and Marlon Favorite, along with your host, Hunt Palmer.
Good afternoon. Happy game day, Tiger fans. This is Fighting Tiger Football, and you're listening to it on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Hey, everybody, I am Hunt Palmer, your host for LSU Game Day, presented by CST. Tonight in Lexington, Kentucky, it is your 3-2 Fighting Tigers of LSU against the unbeaten and 16th-ranked Kentucky Wildcats. We've got 90 minutes to get you ready for it right here from Cards and Culture in Perkins Row in the capital city. If you're in the area, come on by. We'll be hanging out here until just after 6 o'clock. We'll preview this game, get you the keys to LSU's victory tonight up in Lexington, get you some scores from around the SEC and in college football. A crazy morning slate. If you were out and about and weren't watching football, we've got a lot to react to on that front today. Chris Fisher from the Cat's Paws, the 247 Network, will come on and talk about Mark Stoops' undefeated Kentucky team. Mickey Joseph, LSU wide receivers coach and assistant head coach, is our assistant coach interview of the week. We'll get to that a little bit later in the show. Brian Haldane will have your weather report as well. Garrett Brumfield here with me at Cards and Culture. Marlon Favorite will join us coming up next via the phone lines. We are ready to get you ready for LSU and Kentucky tonight from Kroger Field. We'll take a timeout, come back and get things started. It's LSU Game Day presented by CST right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hey Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Corral, tight pocket, back pedal, steps at the 5, now launches, far side, deep ball, jump ball, and gonna be intercepted at the 41-yard line.
The official tailgate show of LSU Fighting Tiger football. This is LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hunt Palmer and Garrett Brumfield with you from Cards and Culture here in Perkins Road. If you're in the area, stop on by. Former Tiger Anthony Renato's shop here. Got tons of awesome memorabilia, some cool jerseys, excellent artwork. Got some TVs playing some football, and we're broadcasting LSU Game Day presented by CST here, getting you ready for LSU in Kentucky. Garrett Brumfield, how we doing on this gorgeous Saturday?
Doing well, can't complain. Excited to see the Tigers go out and play football again on a great Saturday.
It's time to do that. Obviously, coming off the second loss of the year. We talked about this on the post-game show last week. That second loss is always very difficult.
For sure.
It's different than the first. Now, this is just the first conference loss, but obviously LSU did not expect to be 3-2 at this point in the season. They are. How do you think the guys responded this week in practice?
I understand that Coach O preaches to the guys, block out the noise, don't listen to the media, don't read anything. But, of course, they know what's going on. They understand that a lot of eyes were on them after the UCLA loss. Of course, it happened again last week after Auburn. So everybody, is excited to see the Tigers come out. And I'm sure that those guys know that. They're ready to shoulder that burden, be fired up, and go out there and get another win for the state of Louisiana.
Speaking of fired up, this is a Kentucky team that's going to be fired up. They are going to have an unbelievable environment in Kroger Field tonight. Look, I'm just telling you, this is a Kentucky team that doesn't have a ton of success all the time. They are 5-0 for the fourth time in 70 years. They would be 6-0 tonight for the first time since 1950. last week was their first top 10 win in 11 years. Somebody who knows about being in that stadium when it's an electric atmosphere is Marlon Favorite, who joins us via the phone line. Fave, you guys went up there in 2007 as the #1 team in the country, and things didn't go so well that day. What do you remember about playing up there in the Bluegrass State?
It was insane, fellas. I remember being out there and me and Glenn looking at each other about 75 plays in like, man, what are we going to do? And we ended up losing it, as y'all guys remember, in a triple overtime. I remember that next Monday looking at the stat sheet, we had like 92, 93 plays total. So it wasn't hot, but we really exuded it, all of our energy out there.
Look, we'll talk a lot about Kentucky as we move forward here on the show, but I want to get to LSU first. The first thing we want to get to is availability. Tonight, we find out that Joseph Evans, LSU starting defensive tackle, is out. You pair him with Glenn Logan, who is out. You have Andre Anthony, who is also out. That's a deep room, Fabe, but they're starting to thin a little bit. Are you concerned with the absence of Joseph Evans tonight?
I'm a little concerned. He was someone that was relied upon to be a run stopper for us. Provided depth as well. One of the strongest groups Tiger team is the defensive line. So whenever you're down in numbers, you have to fill in with a new guy. So I think it's just an opportunity for someone to step up and make a play in a big game. But Evans is definitely going to be missed for sure. We
know Neil Farrell will be the starter at one point. Who do you have opposite him? The options are probably Jaquelin Roy or Mason Smith, very likely. Babe, you there? We may have lost Marlon Favorite right there, joining us on the phone, moving on in. So, Garrett, I'll ask you the same question. As Evans moves out, who do you expect to have in there next to Neil Farrell?
I definitely think that either of those guys would be a solid choice. I believe that Jaquelin Roy can be a little more active in the pass game. Conversely, you can see Mason Smith, clogging up things in the middle. So I think it's going to be interesting, definitely. I would assume that it would be a game-time decision or a game plan sort of decision as far as, who do we want in there to play to our strengths. But I'm definitely super excited to see Jaquelin Roy get back there, put some pressure on the quarterback, because we came up empty-handed last week in the sack department. And, the Tiger defense is known for being able to be disruptive, get in the backfield, cause problems for the other team's offense. So definitely I think Jaquelin Roy can do that in the pass game today.
Empty in the sack department. I don't know that the pass rush was a disaster. Bo Nix was just pulling a rabbit out of his hat consistently behind that offensive line as LSU just failed to get him on the ground. But we know Kentucky is built on a running game with Chris Rodriguez. They want to hammer the football. They brought in Liam Cohen to be a new passing game coordinator, but at this point they're still very, very heavy on the run game. Didn't even throw for 100 yards last week against Florida. So, Fave, when you look at Mason Smith, Jaquelin Roy, they're both going to play, but who do you think gets the bulk of the snaps against this Kentucky offense?
I think we'll see a lot of Jaquelin Roy. He's someone who played last year. He's good on the pass. He's good on the run. He understands. We were actually talking earlier this week, and he's talking about stepping up his game. So I think he's someone that could come up big, especially in the absence of Evans.
Garrett, as we look at this Kentucky unit, I see an offense that's really, really, really sputtering at this point. They're winning games and their record's shiny and fancy, but then you look at what it's worth, and last week they scored a grand total of 13 offensive points. They had to block a field goal to get in the end zone for the second touchdown that they scored. They threw it for 86 yards against South Carolina, who's not good at all. Kentucky managed just 16 points. Tennessee, Chattanooga, not a good team. Kentucky only had 28 points. It's not a team that's playing very well on offense, and I think, despite the loss last week, that LSU's defense is playing a little bit better. Where's your confidence level with that unit right now?
I definitely feel like our defense will be able to contain them, stop the run. They, of course, as you said, haven't been super successful on offense. Yes, they're 3-0 in the SEC right now, but if you look at those games, they've only taken them by a score or less. So I think definitely that they're going to be coming out looking to put up points. But, with LSU's defense, I think the front seven is more than well enough equipped to put up a heck of a fight and keep those yards low.
Fave, do you agree that LSU's defensive front played well last week? I mean, they lost the game, but it was just my opinion. I thought they were pretty good.
Yeah, for the most part, I thought that they were pretty good, too. I mean, despite missing those plays on Bo Nix, a couple guys. But for the most part, they were stout in their gaps. We pretty much, for the most part, played well on the run game. But only part, and Garrett and I talked about this earlier this week, the only part that got me, guys, was the 0 sacks. You know, I don't like that, especially in a game where they're throwing the ball around because you put your DBs in a bad position. So I just really thought outside of the pass rush, the Tigers were pretty good last week.
LSU in Kentucky tonight from Kroger Field up there in Lexington, Kentucky. I want to remind you the Whataburger Jr. Broadcaster Program gives Tiger fans between the ages of 6 and 12 the opportunity to join us live on air to be interviewed before each LSU home game. To enter your child, all you have to do is download the LSU Sports mobile app, click on the Whataburger Jr. Broadcaster ad, and hit the like button for your chance to win. Winners will also receive 4 tickets to the next home game against Florida next week. Make sure to visit the new Whataburger location near Burbank and Nicholson. It'll be opening very soon. Hunt Palmer and Garrett Brumfield here with you from Cards and Culture in Perkins Row. You're in the area, come on by, do some shopping, do some listening. Can even watch some TV as well. We'll be here until just after 6 o'clock our time here in the Central Time Zone. Marlon Favorite will join us as he arrives in. Fave, I got to ask you, did we get a win down there in New Orleans this week?
We got a win. It got a little tight at the end, 24-16. So I'm leaving out of New Orleans right now. So go Cavs. Got a big win.
Go Cavs is right. We'll take a timeout, come back with a little more talk here. It's LSU Game Day presented by CST right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply.
One thing about Louisiana, we always come together in a time of crisis. Louisiana's own Rouse's Markets is helping with food, water, ice, and donations to Ida's hardest hit communities. And they have truckloads of fresh meat, fresh fruit and vegetables, groceries, water, and ice rolling into their stores all over Louisiana every day, so you don't have to go without. Neighbors helping neighbors. Just one more reason that Rouse's Markets feels like home. Rouse's Markets, official supermarket of LSU Athletics.
Your team is on a 3-game winning streak, and you're convinced it's because you've worn your lucky football jersey and haven't taken it off. Not for work, a wedding, or even bathing. With Cox, you can actually wear it all season long because we give you game day coverage and content 24/7. So join us and dress accordingly.
Hey, Tiger fans, just say Fan Zone into your Contour voice remote and enhance your game day experience all week long. Play games, win prizes. Cox, we're LSU fans 24/7.
Hey everybody, let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun. Have a good time.
43 straight years. That's how long Ford F-Series has been the best-selling truck in America. How does Ford pull off that championship run? With rock-solid durability, up to the nanosecond technology, and jaw-dropping capability. Drive the Ford F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer today. Proud partner of the national champion LSU Tigers. Based on sales 1977 through 2019.
One thing about Louisiana, we always come together in a time of crisis. Louisiana's own Rouse's Markets is helping with food, water, ice, and donations to Ida's hardest hit communities. And they have truckloads of fresh meat, fresh fruit and vegetables, groceries, water, and ice rolling into their stores all over Louisiana every day, so you don't have to go without. Neighbors helping neighbors. Just one more reason that Rouse's Markets feels like home. Rouse's Markets, official supermarket of LSU Athletics.
This is LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network. 2 superstar athletes and one guy who talks about superstar athletes. Once again, here are former Tigers Garrett Brumfield, Marlon Favorite, and your host, Hunt Palmer.
Tiger fans, we're an hour and 50 minutes away from kickoff on this game day. Get the win with Waiter. Order Waiter and use the free delivery code Tigers21. That's Tigers, the number 21, all season long for chances to win with Waiter food credits, signed merch, tickets, and more. Hunt Palmer, Garrett Brumfield, Marlon Favorite talking Tigers and Wildcats from Lexington. Guys, let's flip sides of the ball to the offense. It starts with the same thing every single week. I might as well do it again. Garrett Brumfield. We heard from Ed Ogeron Orgeron earlier this week. They're going to try some different formations. They're going to try some new things in the running game. Kentucky's defensive front is very stout. Now, their defensive tackle, McCall, who weighs 380 pounds, is not playing this week. He's out of the game, which is a big win for LSU. But what do you expect to see from them in the run game?
So, what I would like to see is us mix it up a little bit more. Give us some draw game. Give us some screen game even. Give us some pin and pull, some misdirection on the zones. And most importantly, let's actually run a jet sweep instead of trying to get the defense to bite on a jet motion. We could even use the jet motion to pull guys away across the field so that we can draw, so we actually can run those inside zones in between the tackle, which is all we've been seeing. So today I really want to see us mix it up, not reinvent the wheel, but do more to loosen up the defense to give us opportunities in the run game.
Faye, you got any confidence in the run game tonight?
I'm going to be positive, Hunt. I'm going to be as positive as I possibly can.
You're a better man than me.
Yeah, I'm going to force some confidence in tonight. I want to see 100 yards, y'all. I don't care I don't care if it's a combined 3 running backs 100 yards. We have to add more yards into that category. I see Kayson Boutte racking them up in the passing yards. Max Johnson is doing a good job offensively. Overall, just getting the ball to our playmakers. We have to develop a run. And like G said, man, let's mix it up a little bit. Hey, last time I checked, a jet sweep is a run, right? Throw the teams off. It'll be a good time to do a little bit of combination blocks inside and just try to run the ball up the middle a little bit just to try to shake it up. Even on the outside game as well. Not saying go with the old traditional toss, but maybe some outside, pull that backside guard, baby, and let him lead the way. But we got to figure out.
I think we lost Faye there. We'll get him back here and at the end of the show. We appreciate him trying to join us there via cell phone. But for me, Garrett, I look at this, and I've heard Ed Orgeron. He's pretty candid with the media, and he generally tells you kind of how he feels. And he said they're going to make some changes in the run game. I'm standing firm on this, and I believe this to be the case. We as fans, I know, don't know as much as those who are playing, those who are coaching. They see more, they know more, they've got the information, and they understand how to use it. But the difference between Corey Kiner in the run game and everyone else in the run game is noticeable to anyone.
For sure.
Anyone.
For sure. And there's something that I did notice with Kiner. He definitely has created quite a few things for himself. But it seems to me that with the schemes that they are running, he is running them the way they're supposed to be. If you pay attention to him, he paces himself to the hole, to the aiming point, then he hits it hard. Even if he doesn't, he can bounce. That's something that I would like to see, honestly, between all of the backs. Help us build off of our mistakes that we've made in the past, not letting the defensive end run us down the backside. Who's the read key guy? That's the guy that we can pull it and run around. We can bounce it. If that guy is taking away our cutback lane, that is what our zone is built for. I do think that we see Corey Kiner play so well because he's understanding that. He's understanding how the zone develops. He's understanding where he can run, where he needs to run. And then we're seeing those large plays. So I'm hoping that the rest of the running back core is catching on to some of those things, feeling where we can run, and then making it happen.
Corey Kiner is going to lead LSU in carries tonight. I'm telling you, that is going to happen. That is not inside information. I haven't been to practice all week. I haven't talked to anybody about it. It's become obvious now. And what else is very obvious to everyone is how important this game is for LSU. LSU really has to win this game. And Kentucky is a huge game for them as well. If they want to swing at number 2 Georgia for East supremacy next week, they have to win this game. It's also huge for LSU. We understand what this town looks like when things start to go south, and they're headed that direction right now. That's not breaking news to anyone. You did not expect at this point in the season to be 3-2. You were 5-5 last year. Doesn't take a ton of math here. We're talking about 8-7 over the last 15 games since winning a national championship. Things will get testy around here if LSU doesn't win this game, and for that reason, it's not time to stick with it's time to put the players out there that are going to do it. Sure. Corey Kiner's one of the guys who's out there that's going to do it. He's the only one that gives him a chance, in my opinion, after watching 5 games of this. So that's what I think there. The passing game I still have confidence in. This is not a Kentucky secondary that's excellent. Not at all. Missouri was able to throw it around on him. Missouri threw for 294 yards and 4 touchdowns in the game. they lost, but they moved it via the air. I think LSU will have that opportunity. What they've got to do is be sure that they pose enough threat with some sort of run that Kentucky can't just pin their ears back and go. Like last week when Auburn looked at LSU, LSU ran 19 plays in the fourth quarter, and 2 of them were runs. At that point, the pass is coming, I'm just going to run up the field, and that makes things so much more difficult. If there's a semblance of a thought that LSU can run it at all, they will open up the passing game, and LSU will win on the outside.
And I think those two issues are kind of two hands washing each other. Of course, we want to get the run game going, but I also think in the pass game, sharing up some of those balls that are on the ground, increasing the volume of our short pass game. Sometimes I see that we can chip away at the defenses, even if it's a 4, 5, 6, 7 yard slant. I think those passes really add up. Even, hey, if it sounds crazy, swing with the back. Get the ball out to the perimeter in the back's hands. There are so many more tangible options that the Tigers have at their disposal. But I just want to see them go out there and use them tonight.
I know there are options, but the question is, can they execute any of them? I mean, and that's where my issue comes in.
And a big piece of the execution, I do have to jump back, because a lot of people say, Garrett, you go too easy on the offensive line. I say, hey, I know what it's like to be a fat guy. I know what it's like when there's things out of your control that of course, that you want to change, but you can't. But I will say this, in the pass game, if we are going to have our great run game be A, and our solution to do that is to secure up the pass game with B. I'm sorry, if we want our run game to be sure with C, and we want to secure that up with our pass game with B, then our protection has to be A. And that's something that I definitely have to put on the offensive line. For the Tigers to be able to have that loose running game, the Tigers are going to have to protect up front in the pass game so that all of those passes can be completed under composure.
I think Max is playing pretty well with the hand he's been dealt. There's some issues with communication getting the play in. The offensive line and the running game are obviously significant issues. You got a revolving door at wide receiver. I think he's been okay. What are your kind of thoughts as you look at the way that Max has played so far this year?
I actually have enjoyed Max's play. Initially, I thought that he made some decisions that I don't want to say dumb decisions, because people put that out there, and it is tough. But I think he made some hasty decisions early on in the season. He was still getting his wings wet, getting his feet wet, feeling it out, getting his rhythm, his flow. I think that he has gotten that. He's gained some of that poise and that confidence that I was preaching about in the beginning of the season, and he's only began to keep building on that. I do think at sometimes he's gotten a little antsy. Even in last week's game, it can't put the line in bad positions, but they have put him in bad positions, and that's what makes him want to be antsy. So I think that's part of that trust I was talking about in the post game last week. As far as Max being able to sit in there and really trust the line, I've noticed some plays that he did sit in there and he stepped up and was able to make the play. Sometimes he sat in there and he got hit. Sometimes he didn't sit in there and he moved. So I think that middle category of him sitting in there, getting hit, that is definitely going to help clean up and shore up things with the offensive line, keeping Max clean. They gave up 3 sacks last week, so we've got to get that down to 0.
Yeah, like I said, there's a lot on his plate between all the moving parts and what LSU's weaknesses are. They make him be the star. If he doesn't play exceptionally well, they're not going to move the football very much.
And there's something that I think that can definitely help so many players on the offense, whether it's Max, the offensive line, the backs, literally every position. And that is what I say is always number one, the pre-snap mechanics. We've even seen the coaching staff talk about how they've had to burn timeouts because the play couldn't get from upstairs to downstairs. I understand that there is a chain of communication that calls have to go through, but that is something that is done. It has to be practiced. That starts upstairs. So I think that philosophy has to be brought down. We have to get to the line. We have to see the defense. We have to be set, and then we can do our check with Mies. And then we can say, oh, the shade is here. We're going to go at the shade. Oh, we're going to go away from the numbers. Then we can actually begin to process and be successful and play good high-level football. But if our pre-snap mechanics are sloppy, we have no chance.
Tiger fans, all LSU Sports Radio Network mobile broadcasts are streamed free on LSUsports.net. To listen live on your phone, download the new LSU LSU Sports mobile app. The app is a free download in the iTunes Store or Google Play. Visit LSUsports.net/apps for details. And all season long, keep an eye out for members of the Bengal Brigade presented by Tabasco. The Bengal Brigade is loaded up and ready to give out LSU and Tabasco branded giveaway items to Tiger fans at most LSU athletic events. Tabasco, the official hot sauce of LSU Tigers. Time to get some scores from around the SEC. That's coming up next. But first, let's throw it back to last week's heartbreaker against Auburn.
This is Tiger Rewind. An audio archive of LSU Fighting Tiger football's last time out on the gridiron from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
A spectacle for the eyes to see, a thunderous roar for the ears to hear, and a sheer force of energy for the body to feel. Oh, how we have all missed these very special nights when an entire state zeroes in on one place, one time, and one team. Tonight, under a darkened sky, bright lights shine down on this magical place, for it is Saturday night in Death Valley. The 22nd ranked Auburn Tigers venture over from the plains to face your Fighting Tigers of LSU. Johnson, along with Ty Davis-Price in the offensive backfield. Johnson looking left, throwing towards the end zone. One-on-one, Keyshawn Butte has it. He's in. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Hey now, nearly double coverage. Somehow he finds the football first, and it gets right into his arms at the pylon left side. A 31-yard touchdown reception. Butte's 9th receiving touchdown of the year, and the Tigers strike first. 6-0 with 5:33 to go in the first quarter. Placement just around the near side hash, kicking right to left. 13:40 remaining, second quarter. York swings the leg, kick is up, kick is good. He remains perfect on the year. 5 for 5, and he lifts the Tigers up 10-0 with 13:35 remaining here in the first half. This one will be a 26-yard try. Hash mark far side. Again, York kicking right to left. The placement is down. Kick is on the way, and the kick is good. York now 6 for 6 on the year, and the Tigers do extend their lead 13-0 with 8:38 remaining here in the second quarter. So Cade York going to try to add to the lead. He'll put it up and through and true. 22-yard field goal is good. That'll make it 16-10. Hash mark far side. Kicking right to left towards the north end zone here at Tiger Stadium. Placement is down, late placing it down, and it's going to be blocked. Down on the field at the 38-yard line, the Tigers get through and block the kick. Jay Ward had the timing perfect. Hash mark near side, kicking towards the south end zone. 3:32 remaining third quarter. The swing of the leg by Cade York. Kick on the way, and the kick is good. Cade York.
Auburn 1 yard away from taking their first lead in this contest. They go back to the I formation. They go back to Hunter. Hunter at the goal line stood up, and they'll say he's in. A quick whistle and a quick sign. It was a touchdown as Jarquez Hunter with his third rushing touchdown of the year, and Auburn takes the lead 23-19 with 3:11 to play in this game. It sets up 4th and 6 with 1:20 to go. This is it. If you're LSU, down 24-19. Johnson in the shotgun. Ty Davis-Price back there to help block. Johnson with time, flushed out, back pedal throw, and intercepted at the 33-yard line. Auburn has it by Darius Knighton with the INT. He'll take a knee, and Auburn's going to break the 10-game losing streak here in Baton Rouge at Tiger Stadium with a victory in 2021. Nix again in the victory formation, takes a snap, takes a knee, and that's going to do it. Auburn comes flying off the far sideline, celebrating what is a huge signature win for Brian Harsin. It's big because Auburn moves to 4-1. It's big because the streak is over. LSU's success at home upended tonight as Auburn gets the win 24-19.
That was a Tiger Rewind. LSU Game Day, presented by CST, continues after this quick break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans,
Fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10, 5, touchdown, Tigers!
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Back with more LSU Game Day, presented by CST. Time now to go around the SEC. The latest scores and standings in the Southeastern Conference on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
In the SEC. We'll get you those scores, but first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
This is live coverage of Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hunt Palmer, Garrett Brumfield with you. It's LSU Game Day presented by CST. Let's take a look at the Southeastern Conference. Today, a busy morning, and Oxford was on fire. It was number 13 Arkansas, number 17 Ole Miss. It was an absolute shootout, and it came down to a two-point conversion at the end. Arkansas had the football. Down one with a two-point conversion chance. They rolled K.J. Jefferson out to the right. He couldn't find anybody to throw it to. And the Ole Miss defense held. The final score from Vaught-Hemingway Stadium, 52-51. Ole Miss moves to 4-1 on the season. Arkansas falls to 4-2 after a hot 4-0 start. I think what that game may tell us is they went up and down the field on each other and looked pretty competent on offense. Is just how good Alabama and Georgia are. More on that here shortly. Final from Gainesville, 42-0. Vanderbilt falls to Florida. Dan Mullen was absolutely disgusted at the halftime interview. He gave a total of 3 words, and his team won by 42 points. I don't want to tell you about where Vanderbilt's team is. Emory Jones throws for 4 touchdowns on the day, and Florida moves to 4-2 overall. Vanderbilt 2-4, 0-2 in the SEC. Tennessee is cooking on offense for the second week in a row. They score at least 28 points in the first quarter. This time they won 45-20 over South Carolina. South Carolina falls to 0-3 in the league, 3-3 overall. Tennessee is 4-2, and all of a sudden looks like they've got that offense under Josh Heupel moving at the tempo that they want it. They're not good, but they can play some offense against some of these lesser teams. The Vols win it again, 40-25. The 2:30 game, oldest rivalry in the South, and Auburn has just scored a touchdown to cut the Georgia lead to 24-10. It was 24-3 after a big play through the air from the Georgia Bulldogs. But Auburn's not going anywhere. They score a touchdown, so there are 4 minutes to play in the third quarter of that game. Number 2, Georgia leads Auburn 24-10. on the Plains. The other game in progress right now, Missouri leads North Texas 31-7. There are 12 minutes to go in the third quarter of that game. And then tonight, the nightcap on CBS from Kyle Field in College Station. Number 1 Alabama heads to Texas A&M. Aggies 3-2 and have lost 2 straight in the SEC, or 0-2 in the league. You give Texas A&M any chance in that game, or to even keep it close, Garrett Brumfield?
I'm going to give them 0.
That's exactly where I am as well. But that makes me laugh, and it gives me a great Sunday to go to the Texas A&M message boards and watch them melt down at the fact that they thought that their program was on the precipice of winning the SEC, and they're just being absolutely demoralized the last 3 weeks, and Alabama ought to go in there and run it up. Bryce Young, maybe the Heisman front runner, although there was some action in Dallas today, and Bijan Robinson may have something to say about that at Texas. They couldn't come through. We'll get you a national scoreboard update a little bit later in the show from Brian Haldane. I want to remind you that Acadian Ambulance would like to remind everyone to drive safely. Always wear your seatbelt. Never text and drive. I am Hunt Palmer. That's Garrett Brumfield. We're broadcasting live from Cards and Culture in Perkins Row. Former Tiger Anthony Renato's spot. Got some awesome video games, unbelievable memorabilia, cards, NBA jerseys, some great artwork, action figures. If you're in the area and need something to do to kill time before the game starts, come on by here and hang out with us. We're watching some football, broadcasting live, and we'd love to see you. We'll come back, start talking a little bit more LSU and Kentucky. That's next on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Welcome back to Acme Oyster House action. Looks like a fried crawfish tail story of oyster shooter champion, Steve.
Yeah, I'd say char-grilled in an herb butter sauce, Bob.
Truer words never spoken, setting the soft-shelled crab platter for all of us.
Well said. A game of onion rings, craw puppies versus hush puppies.
Indeed. This team never misses on the food. Jill?
Oh, can't argue with crab cakes and gumbo down here, Bob. One team, one stomach.
Thanks, Jill. Back after this tasty commercial message.
Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
Hargrove is a proud supporter of the Tigers with over 2,000 teammates and 500 in the Baton Rouge area. More than just an engineering, automation, and project execution firm, what Hargrove builds best are relationships. Hargrove knows that what matters most is making a difference in our communities. Through the Hargrove Foundation, they contribute to hundreds of causes across the country, including many here in the Baton Rouge area. Experience the difference of working alongside a 100% employee-owned team. To learn more, visit hargrove-epc.com. One winning team. That's Hargrove. Go Tigers!
Our Lady of the Lake, just like LSU, is anchored by deep roots put down almost a century ago. We share a singular vision to advance health, education, and research to serve the incredible people of Louisiana. Our partnership with LSU is inspired by our passions for knowledge and our commitments to our community and healthy Louisiana families. Together, there's nowhere we can't go. Our Lady of the Lake is proud to be the healthcare provider of LSU Athletics.
With Early Paycheck, you can get your direct deposit up to 2 days earlier. That's another reason banking with Capital One is the easiest decision ever. Even easier than deciding to open the biggest birthday gift first.
Happy birthday to you.
Which one are you going to open first?
The pony.
Yep, even easier than that. Plus, with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is banking with Capital One even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. No fees or minimums on new consumer accounts. Capital One and a member FDIC.
Hollingsworth Richards Ford is a proud sponsor of the LSU Tigers. For over 30 years, we've been a member of LSU's transportation team. And when you buy your new Ford at Hollingsworth Richards Ford, you'll get peace of mind with our nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty. That's right, a nationwide powertrain warranty with every new Ford purchase. Only at Hollingsworth Richards Ford, located at 7787 Florida Boulevard. Or online 24/7 at HollingsworthRichardsFord.com. Go Tigers! See dealer for details.
Previewing today's LSU matchup, updating scores,
and giving out opinions like beads at Mardi Gras.
This is LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Our keys to the victory coming up a little bit later. We'll hear from Chris Fisher from the Cat's Paws. He covers Kentucky for the 247 Network. Mickey Joseph, LSU wide receiver coach and assistant head coach, is our assistant coach interview of the week. Brian Haldane's got your scores from around the nation. I'll get you a weather report from up there in Lexington. I think it is a beautiful one up there. Running the ponies. A lot of people give me reports. I don't think much of it went well gambling-wise from the people that I heard from, which is disappointing. But an enjoyable road trip to Lexington for those that have made it. Y'all travel safe safe home. We're painting the picture here, presented by Capital One, the official banking credit card of the NCAA. Hunt Palmer, Garrett Brumfield with you. Garrett, last week LSU is holding a 10-0 lead. They're inside the 5-yard line. They have to settle for a field goal. They had to settle for 2 field goals inside the 10 last week, and the red zone offense just wasn't as efficient as LSU needed it to be. Why?
And I don't mean to go back to the same reason every time.
Generally speaking, it heads that direction this year.
But I think that we maybe don't have a plan in times like that, or I see us sometimes I think our situational football isn't very smooth, whether that be 2-minute, getting to the sideline, whether that be red zone, getting the ball to the perimeter, taking advantage of what is put in front of you. So I think that should be a point of emphasis to get the ball moving in the end zone. You have to play to your strengths. The defense is piling the box. Yeah, get the ball to the perimeter. If they're lining everybody up on the line of scrimmage, run around them. I saw a stall at times, and I couldn't answer your question. I was seeing us get stopped, and I couldn't figure out why. What is actually breaking down? So I think that we need to kind of change the entire way that we approach the red zone. I don't know if we approach the red zone with the tenacity to score. I'm not sure, and I would love to believe that our offense as a whole and those who create the philosophy of the offense want to score, but that's not always the pieces that I'm seeing being put together. I'm not seeing plays being built. It seems as if we're thumbing through the binder to find the home run, and then we can't get it in. We can't figure out which way to go. We can't figure out how to get the job done. So I think it's going to come with having the right call, the right direction against the right defense, being in position so that we can execute the plays.
I've got a theory on the red zone, and then I've got a potential solution. You tell me if I'm on the right track or not.
ahead.
First of all, LSU's had no problem spreading the field out and creating big plays on offense. That has not been an issue for LSU. Kayshawn has been electric. Obviously, against Mississippi State, LSU had 4 touchdowns of sizable length. You go back to Deion Smith making the jump ball catch, Jack Besh's one-handed catch a couple of weeks ago that was exceptional. Last week, you start the game off, you hit Kayshawn on the long play. LSU's passing game, in terms of creating huge plays, has been just fine. When the field's spread, LSU's got a lot of weapons. It's tough to deal with them. When you get down into the red zone, things shrink down. You can't stretch the field as much. You've got to be able to execute. If you could run the football, that'd be great. They can't. So it's tougher to maneuver and to operate. So that's where I think some of the red zone problems come in. Here's my solution. You've got a guy on your team who's got a knack for finding open places and sitting down in them. It's Jack Besh. He was great. He's been great the last 3 games at getting into the middle of the field and finding a soft spot. He's also pretty good in the slot at creating open space and getting open on little option routes. I would look for him more in the red zone. LSU hasn't really found him in the red zone. He scored, on the long pass that he caught with one hand, but I'd like to use him a little bit more in the red zone. I think conventional wisdom would be use your height, your size, throw jump balls. That's easier to do in the red zone. But LSU doesn't really have wide receivers that terrify you with their size. I mean, look, Brian Thomas is a pretty big guy. You could go there, and Deion Smith's a great athlete. Sure, Kayshawn can go catch a jump ball, but I think Besh's ability to work the middle of the field is something LSU needs to utilize in the red zone. I'll look for that tonight.
For sure. I mean, just seeing Besh get in and out of his breaks, seeing him be able to create separation, just being a tight end, and be able to make plays that you wouldn't think that he could. I've seen him be able to break in between the linebackers, second and third level, and make huge amounts of separation in the middle to possibly make those plays. So I definitely think that we have to play to those strengths. It seems as if the middle of the offense with the ball in the air isn't a huge emphasis, because I was seeing I was seeing Price on checkdowns wide open. I was seeing a lot of our routes that seem to go to the middle of the field aren't always hitting the way we would like them to. So I think that that's a piece of the puzzle that definitely has been seen, worked on, and can come together so that they can be successful down there in the red zone.
It's nice to have the best kicker in the country, and he's good. As an aside, anytime LSU's inside of a 60-yard field goal, kick it.
For sure.
Kick the field goal. But we're talking about the red zone right now. LSU needs to do a better job in the red zone of scoring touchdowns because that's going to get them beat, and it did last week. You had a chance to create separation against a team that's not really built to come from behind, and you didn't create enough separation, and you let them score late and win the game, which was really disappointing. So they got to find somehow, some way to get it going in the red zone. Are you looking for a place to live near campus? As the official sponsor of the Tiger Stadium student section, there's a Scion community for every lifestyle. Whether it's close to campus, luxury, or a little more space, Allied, Ion, Red Point, and Lark Baton Rouge will have what you need. Visit live-batonrouge.com for more details. We're here at Cards and Colfer. Hunt Palmer, Garrett Brumfield talking LSU in Kentucky. We'll be here until about 10 minutes after 6 o'clock. This is LSU Game Day, presented by CST, and you're listening to it on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hey Fighting podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
She's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10, 5, touchdown, Tigers!
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
At the tailgate, at home, in the car, or on the water, your LSU Fighting Tiger football companion. This is LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Back here from Cards and Culture, Georgia was knocking on the door of another touchdown, but Auburn holds on third down. Georgia will be forced to try a field goal. Time now for our keys to LSU's victory tonight. I will toss you the keys. Garrett Brumfield, what is your key to LSU's win tonight?
Said it one time, said it 1,000 times, I said it 1,000,000 times. It's pre-snap mechanics. Pre-snap mechanics is the first part of football. It's putting on your socks before you put on your shoes. We can't waste time, like I said, thumbing through the binder, trying to find the home run play. We have to have a plan, apply it, and then put that plan in motion so that the players can execute it. We can't burn 2 timeouts trying to change the play, getting the call in to make it perfect. We have to make a decision and go with it. The pre-snap mechanics will get the Tigers a victory.
You're new to radio. I'll tell you that, generally speaking, bringing different points of view, contrasting opinions, even a little bit of disagreement generally makes for the most entertaining type of radio.
For sure.
That's not coming here in this segment. This has been my thought all week long on this. Max Johnson said post-game in an interview last week, we've got to get the play in faster. It's got to come in. We noticed it at UCLA. We thought they had it cleaned up a little bit in the 2 non-conference games that followed. But it turns out that's not the case. As you mentioned, they were burning timeouts, taking a delay of game. Even on first plays of drives out of television timeouts, they didn't know exactly what they were doing. I'm just telling you, and I know that LSU fans listening to this will roll their eyes a little bit, and that's understandable, but I'm just telling you. Commonwealth Stadium, well, it's Kroger Field now, it was Commonwealth Stadium, is going to be a factor tonight. I realize it's 61,000. It's Kentucky, and they're a basketball school, and we're LSU, and we play in front of 92,000 in Auburn, and 100,000 Tiger Stadium, 100,000, in Tuscaloosa. We go to Kyle Field. There's 100,000 there. Our guys are used to it. This is a different environment for Kentucky tonight. They have not been in this position. I laid it out at the beginning. They have been in this position 4 times in 70 years. They've been 6-0 once in 70 years. They don't get this type of opportunity. It's a gorgeous weekend. The horse track's open. It's a primetime game. LSU's coming to town. They're coming off their first top 10 win in 11 years. They're going to set an attendance record tonight at Commonwealth at Kroger Field. It's going to be loud, and they're going to be intense from the start. If LSU puts Max Johnson behind the 8 ball and can't get the play in on time, and he can't hear, and he's trying to get the guys to play, and then they want to audible and check, and then he's got to set the protection, and then he's got to back up, and that crowd starts going, even though it's 61,000, they will get annihilated at the point of attack. Absolutely. The play has to be called quickly, decisively, and early in the play clock so that Max can get to the line of scrimmage, tell everybody LSU needs to run it. They don't need to sit back and wait and then have Max at the last second and then look up, and then you've let the pass rushers go and you've got a weak offensive line. It'll be a disaster. LSU's offense is good enough to move the football in Kentucky like Missouri did, like Florida did at times. But they've got to get the play in earlier. So you're talking about pre-snap mechanics, and that's a lot more in-depth than what I'm going to. They got to get the one play into Max and let him go.
Yeah.
What do you see when you're looking at him?
Oh, man, I see him unsure, and I don't think that it's always his fault. I do think that it's because of that, the chain of communication, trying to get it from the OC to the OC and whatever parties that he has up there as extra eyes. Those guys getting it down to the offense, to who's ever holding the headset. I believe Coach Joseph was taking the offensive call when I was still there. Then getting it out onto the field to the quarterback. The quarterback then getting it out to everybody. Then trying to make sure he has all his keys, his reads, his checks, and everything. So I'm sure that there is a lot that is overwhelming Max, and all of this has to be done in 4, 5, 6 seconds. The defense is lining up. Okay, we see everything. Get ready. Here, ready, set, go. So I definitely think that he's been rushed at times. The play's coming down with 15 seconds left on the clock. So even if we are doing a jet motion and we're trying to get the defense to bite, okay, now they didn't bite on it. Now we have to reset and go again, and we're doing that with 8 seconds left. So, of course, we're going to run out of time, and Max is only going to be comfortable and be able to trust those who are around him if they are giving him the proper tools that he needs to be successful.
Tempo is something that we've talked about the last few weeks, and LSU implemented that against Central Michigan and kind of got it moving a little bit, and things were better. And I didn't think they handled a reasonable crowd at Davis-Wade Stadium very poorly, and obviously you were at home last week. But this is going to be a different animal. This will be the loudest environment that they've played in all year. They've got to get things in and get things moving. And look, we work for the network. That's obvious. We're not going to be casting dispersions and just throwing out claims and throwing our hands up like most of the fan base will, and sometimes for good reason. But the fact of the matter is, I'm listening to the quarterback say he's frustrated with the time that the play is coming in, and I'm watching LSU burn timeouts while the play clock runs down. That's happening week after week. That's not some kind of opinion. Like, we're watching it. It's got to be better. As we're giving our keys to the game, Big Fave from I-10 has texted his key to the game. Do you want to guess what it is, Garrett Brumfield?
Oh, we got to get sacks.
Got to get sacks. Fave said we got to get back there and get some sacks. Will Levis is not Bo Nix in terms of mobility. He's a pretty good athlete, but he is not going to run all over the place like Dorian Thompson-Robinson could at UCLA, or like obviously Bo Nix did last week. He's closer to what you saw with Will Rogers up at Mississippi State. LSU should have some opportunity to get up the field and try to create some pressure, but they'll have to stop the run game first. That'll be first and foremost when you're playing a Kentucky team. Let's take a timeout, come back with more. This is LSU Game Day presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey LSU fans, did you know that Planet Fitness is the official gym of LSU Athletics? That's right, and as an LSU Athletic fan, you can get a special offer of just $1 down at any of the 6 Baton Rouge area locations with offer code PFLSU. You'll get free fitness training, tons of cardio and strength equipment, and a totally friendly staff. Planet Fitness is a comfortable place to go at your own pace. You can find out more at planetfitness.club/LSU. And go Tigers! Keene Miller, serving the legal needs of business and industry across Louisiana and Texas. They are dedicated to providing quality, efficient, and cost-effective legal services from offices in Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Lafayette, Shreveport, Lake Charles, Houston, and the Woodlands. Learn more now at KeenMiller.com. That's KEANMILLER.com. Linda Perez Clark, managing partner. Announcer is a non-lawyer spokesperson.
Paragon Casino Resort is your place for pregame fun and postgame celebrations. Hit it big on Louisiana's favorite gaming floor. Swing by our award-winning golf course. Then step inside a sports lover's dream at the Draft Room. With over 80 beers, next-level dining, and wall-to-wall live sports. It's your new Game Day HQ. When it's all done, relax at our full-service spa, then rest up in the comfort of your hotel room or RV. This is how we play at Paragon Casino Resort, located in Marksville, Louisiana.
Ah, summer is here. Now's the perfect time to enjoy your amazing backyard. Unless you have a mosquito problem, contact the experts at J&J Exterminating. Whether you need a one-time treatment or a monthly control program, call us or go online for a free estimate from a fully certified technician. And take advantage of $50 off initial service. Make this summer the best ever with J&J Exterminating.
J&J Exterminating. Yeah. Your team is on a 3-game winning streak, and you're convinced it's because you've worn your lucky football jersey and haven't taken it off. Not for work, a wedding, or even bathing. With Cox, you can actually wear it all season long because we give you game day coverage and content 24/7. So join us and dress accordingly.
Hey, Tiger fans, just say Fan Zone into your Contour voice remote and enhance your game day experience all week long. Play games, win prizes. Cox, we're LSU fans 24/7.
Boot meets ball, and we've got football in Louisiana on a Saturday night in Death Valley.
Leading you up to LSU Fighting Tiger football. This is LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Tailgating is back. Revelry and LSU Athletics bring you the 2-minute turnkey tailgate. Choose your game, choose your add-ons, show up on game day, and tailgate like a champion. Reserve yours today at RevelryTeam.com. Hunt Palmer, Garrett Brumfield with you here from Cards and Culture in Perkins Row. All right, Garrett, UCLA pushed LSU around in the second half, really wore LSU out and took control of that game. Mississippi State staged a furious comeback after LSU was up 18 points late in that game. And then obviously last week, Auburn drives down and finishes the game off with a win. Do you see an issue with the way LSU has played in fourth quarters? Is it lack of adjustments, fatigue, or just getting beat by teams that are better than you?
I think that it's a combination of a few of those different reasons. I do think our fatigue and our conditioning has played a factor. We've seen a few different players speak about this at different times throughout the year. Not sure exactly why. When I was there, we were 16 110s and shuttles and everything else under Coach Moffitt. So conditioning wasn't really an issue that we had, but I did see that. The mechanics, even then, late in the game, I've seen us kind of falter. We seem to get tired, and we're antsy, and there's all these emotions going, and so now the play is coming down, and even when the play is coming down late, like I said, we're emotional from the play before. We're trying to make a comeback. We're trying to seal the game. There's so many things that are going on late in the game that I think are jumbling up in everybody's heads and stopping us from being able to be clear-headed across all fronts to then be able to put our good foot forward to make the next play.
See, for me, I thought UCLA out-schemed LSU. I thought they were better prepared and had some things that LSU wasn't ready for in the second half. I thought Mississippi State, LSU's defense was on the field for 88 plays. They were kind of in a prevent situation, not trying to let Mississippi State go too quick, and you just kind of got beat for that reason. And last week, I don't have a great explanation. LSU just was not able to hold up against an Auburn team that called a great play on that run to Hunter to get him free for a 44-yarder down the left sideline. But I thought, I don't have a great answer for why that is. But the fact of the matter is that 3 of the games and the games that you played against reasonable competition have gotten after you in the fourth quarter.
And I do think a key piece to that is the scheme coming down late. I'm sorry, not coming down late. The scheme not being put in smoothly, or there's something that there's a wrench in the gears. I see that the guys are taking the line. Like I said, they're looking over. They're trying to figure it out. There's too much rigmarole going on at the line of scrimmage that I think that it's muddling up everything, and it's stopping us from being able to be clean in those late game situations. Now, I do think a piece of that comes in earlier in the game. There's a piece to that you hit on, and that is our mid-game adjustments. I don't think that we've made great mid-game adjustments, both defensively and offensively. Like I said, I was seeing last week, I kept looking down there, and I would notice that the defensive end is chasing us down. But we never did anything about it. We just kept letting him chase us down. Same thing with Bo Nix. He ran everywhere he wanted to run, and then we still let him run wherever he wanted to run. So I think that at halftime we definitely have to figure out what hasn't been working, figure out what will work, and try those things out.
Update from the PGA Tour. LSU Tigers Sam Burns 4 under now in his round as he just made a birdie. He's got a 2-shot lead at TPC Summerlin up there in Vegas in the Shriners Hospital for Children Open. Sam won last week, is in the top 20 in the world, and is now having a 2-shot lead a week later. He is playing some of the best golf in the world, so we'll keep that updated as we look forward to tomorrow. When we come back after this timeout, Chris Fisher from the Cat's Paws, Kentucky's 247 website, will join us. This is LSU Game Day presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hay Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15, 10, 5, touchdown! Tigers!
Getting you ready for LSU Fighting Tiger football. Time now for Tiger Roundtable with a scouting report on the Tigers' opponent. This is LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Let's go up to Lexington. Chris Fisher covers the Cats for the Cat's Paws 247 Network. Chris, we appreciate some time. How are you this evening?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thrilled to. It's not uncommon that when the weather turns and and the leaves start to change color up there in mid-October that you just start hearing basketballs bouncing in Lexington. I would imagine not the case at this point as the Cats come in 5-0.
No, absolutely not. We're less than a week away from Big Blue Madness, the unofficial tip-off of the basketball season, and there's barely been a peep. All eyes are focused on this Kentucky football team, who has made a lot of history to this point, and will look to make a little bit more history tonight. Haven't started 6-0 since Bear Bryant was roaming the sideline way back in 1950, and so monumental task for Kentucky last week with Florida. They were able to come away with a win. I think one of the big questions going in tonight's game is how much emotionally did that take out of Kentucky's tank, and we'll see.
We were thinking earlier this week, as I was talking on my daily show, that this could be an attendance record night for Kentucky based on the primetime game and what you mentioned there. Is that a possibility tonight?
I think so. Your second straight sellout for Kentucky had a huge effect on the Florida game last week. 8 false start penalties on Florida's offense really affected the game in a very positive way, and Mark Stoops gave a lot of credit to the fans afterward and in providing what I think was one of the best home atmospheres that Kentucky football has seen in a long time and maybe has ever seen.
How has Mark Stoops built this program? He obviously, from a wins and loss perspective, early on it wasn't great, but the administration trusted him, and now they've got a consistent product.
Yeah, I think he's built it in his image. It's a very much a blue-collar culture that he's built, accountability. I appreciate the consistency year in and year out. You mentioned there was a steep climb early on in his tenure. I think a lot of people felt as though he really inherited a MAC-level roster full of talent, and so it took him some time to climb out of that hole. He's gone 42-24 since the 2016 season. And like I said, you know what you're going to get from this Kentucky team. They're going to run the ball really well. They're going to play really, really sound defense, and then the rest kind of just depends on the personnel. But you look at the offensive changes he made in the offseason. You bring in Liam Cohen from the Los Angeles Rams. You add Wan'Dale Robinson, the transfer from Nebraska, who's become the leading receiver in the SEC. You have Chris Rodriguez, obviously, in the backfield, the SEC's leading rusher. And so you look at the changes he made in the offseason, and it looks as though those have paid dividends immediately and are poised to maybe even take this Kentucky program to the next level.
He's Chris Fisher from the Cat's Paws, part of the 247 Network, joining us here to talk Wildcats and Tigers. We'll take a timeout, come back, and chat about X's and O's with Chris. That's next on LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Louisiana knows how to take care of its own. We carry one another when it's needed. And we need carrying now, when our families and communities are suffering and our healthcare workers are tired. Let's put on a mask, protect our families, friends, neighbors, the way we do in any crisis. The good times are coming. We'll get another shot at a familiar life soon. But for now, let's wear a mask and carry on. Carry one another to the finish line.
Finding the places in life that give you joy is what Toyota is all about. Like a RAV4 to take you to mountain biking trails if that's your place. Or a sporty Camry to take you to your favorite weekend spots.
Yes, to the theater.
Just don't fall asleep.
What, me?
So no matter where you find your joy, Toyota can take you there. Visit your local Toyota dealer for a great deal on the 2021 Toyota Highlander. It's perfect for Tiger fans and their go routes. Toyota, proud partner of LSU Athletics.
Hey, Tiger fans, when shopping for your game day essentials at your local grocery store, don't forget to pick up your favorite variety of Lay's potato chips, Doritos, and Tostitos tortilla chips. Tostitos, Doritos, and Lay's are an essential part of the game day tradition. Whether you're at the stadium or hosting Tiger fans at home, make sure Lay's and Tostitos are part of your game day ritual. Lay's, Doritos, and Tostitos are proud supporters of LSU Athletics. Go Tigers!
Oh, man, I'm glad you're here. Sit down and visit with me, Mom. I'm making it all ready for supper with my family tonight. I can't wait to hug my grandbabies and pass a good time over some good food. Ooh, I better start my rice. You know, it seems like all the best meals start by cooking some rice. Cajun country rice, of course. It's what you gotta have when you're cooking with love. I pick it up down the street at the grocery store, and I can even buy it online at CajunCountryRice.com. Y'all stay and eat. There's plenty, yeah.
Fans, if you were born to grill, then check out Barbecue Guys for all your grilling and outdoor living needs. With the largest selection of top-rated grills and outdoor products, best-in-class customer service, and expert product reviews, tips, and how-to videos, Barbecue Guys makes it easier than ever to shop online for backyard necessities. They're there to help you master grilling and outdoor entertaining. So visit barbecueguys.com. That's bbqguys.com to learn more. Barbecue Guys, for those who were born to grill.
We continue with more Tiger Roundtable on LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Chatting with Chris Fisher from the Cat's Paws, part of the 247 network. He covers Kentucky up there. Chris, we talked a little bit about it in the last segment. Let's talk about this Kentucky offense. You mentioned Leland Cohen come in, Will Levis at quarterback, a big statistical performance in the opener against ULM. Last 2 weeks, statistically speaking, the pass game has taken a few steps back. The running game's been there. They've won the football games. What do you make of this Kentucky offense right now?
Yeah, I think this is a big game for Will Levis to try to get back on track. You mentioned the huge game that he had in the opener. Really hasn't matched that in the games since then. Obviously, Kentucky relies heavily on that run game and then uses the play action off of that. But the knock on Will Levis transferring in from Penn State was that he had a humongous arm. One of the Penn State beat writers I talked to said the biggest arm he's ever seen on a Penn State quarterback. The big knock on him was the accuracy at times, and has a tendency to overthrow receivers at times, get sloppy with his footwork, miss on some throws, and we've certainly seen that in the last couple games. But huge opportunity for him to get back on track. But Kentucky's going to rely on that run game. Chris Rodriguez, the SEC's leading rusher, as I mentioned, and they want to pound the ball and work off of that with the play action. I think I would expect to see them force feed Wan'Dale Robinson. He's really electric with the ball in his hands. One of the leading receivers in the country, leads the SEC in receiving yards, and those are the two main weapons for Kentucky offensively. Another wide receiver, Josh Ali, will be out tonight after suffering an injury against Florida, and we'll see if Kentucky can get that passing attack back on track tonight.
What makes Kentucky's defense so good?
You know, I think it's the performance at all three levels. The defensive line, they've been really, really good. The linebackers, they brought in Jacquez Jones from Ole Miss, who has been unbelievable for this team as an off-season addition. Had a touchdown-saving pass breakup against Chattanooga. Had a game-changing interception to start the second half in the win over Missouri, and then the game-clinching pass deflection against Florida last week. DeAndre Square, linebacker in the middle as well, and then you have Yusef Corker, the All-SEC safety on the back end. But they play as a unit. They're extremely efficient as far as defense goes, and have been at or near the top of the SEC rankings statistically in all of defensive coordinator Brad White's seasons in Lexington. So like I mentioned earlier, you know what you're going to get from these guys. They're going to be really stout against the run and the pass, and at or near the top of the SEC statistically in total defense year in and year out.
Chris, we really appreciate your time. Enjoy the ball game tonight.
All right, you bet. Thanks.
He's Chris Fisher from the Cat's Paws, part of the 247 network. Time now to hand over the baton to Brian Haldane. We'll have the Mind of the Tigers. We'll get you a game day forecast. We'll get you some scores as well, and you'll hear my conversation earlier this week with Mickey Joseph. That's all next on LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hey Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown! Tigers!
As we continue on LSU Game Day, time now for your Game Day forecast.
Now here's the weather.
From inside the Capital One studio, here is Brian Haldane on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Your Game Day weather forecast brought to you by Southern Air, official partner of LSU Athletics. Today's high in Lexington got up to about 80 degrees. They are setting up for perfect football weather tonight. Might have to change the name of the town to Flexington with this forecast. Humidity just under 50%. There's about a 5-mile-per-hour breeze coming out of the south-southeast. They should be at about 76 degrees by kickoff, approaching that quickly right now, in fact. Then dipping into the 60s, probably about 68 by the time this game is over with. Back here on the Homestead, shaping up to be a great night for a watch party in and around Baton Rouge. Temperatures around 80 degrees. Heat index, where it feels like, of 83. We should be down to 73 by the time this game is over. Got a 50% humidity around here and a 2-mile-per-hour breeze. Checking your current temperature back at Kroger Field in Lexington, 77 right now, and that is your Game Day forecast presented by Southern Air, official partner of LSU Athletics. Coming up, we've got Hunt sitting down with Mickey Joseph. I'll run down your top 25 scores, and we'll get the final word from the guys. But first, let's get you inside the mind of the Tigers. Right here, yes, mind of the Tigers, coming your way on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Time to go inside the mind of the Tigers. Presented by Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Visit planetfitness.com to find a location near you.
Offensive lineman Liam Shanahan.
I think we're a better offensive line, a better offense than some of the stuff that we put on tape. So, I'm looking forward to getting back to it this week. We still got a lot of time left this season to improve and grow into the team that we all believe that we can be.
Defensive end Ali Gay.
As a defense, we're hungry. It don't matter. Win or lose. Like, our job is to go out there and stop the offense, whoever we play, no matter who. From game to game, we learn what we got to do better because we're never going to be perfect. Every game is a learning experience. You're going to take what you did last game and moving on to the next game. So it's a nonstop thing. The train keeps going. You got to keep moving with it. Even though we lost to Auburn, there was still some good things. It wasn't all bad, but we got to learn from that and moving on to the next one.
The Mind of the Tigers. Presented by Planet Fitness. The guys will be back with more right after this quick break on LSU Game Day. Presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Tiger fans, save your Saturdays for football, not chores. At Sunshine, our John Deere tractor packages come in a variety of horsepower and attachment configurations to tackle any job. With packages starting as low as $199 a month. Our deals are undefeated. For more information, visit us in store or online at sunequip.com. Some restrictions apply. See Sunshine for details. Offer ends October 31st, 2021.
Hey, everybody, let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun. Have a good time.
43 straight years. That's how long Ford F-Series has been the best-selling truck in America. How does Ford pull off that championship run? With rock-solid durability, up to the nanosecond technology, and jaw-dropping capability. Drive the Ford F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer today. Proud partner of the national champion LSU Tigers. Based on sales 1977 through 2019.
Do you have Medicare and make less than $1,615 per month? Or do you have Medicare and Medicaid? You may be eligible for extra benefits you're not getting now, and you may be able to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan from People's Health. Don't wait. If you enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan from People's Health today, your benefits may begin the first day of next month. Call 1-855-410-7761. That's 1-855-410-7761. People's Health, your Medicare health team.
When it comes to investing in your home's comfort, it's never just one thing. You want to make sure you get an air-conditioned system that's reliable, affordable, energy efficient, backed by a strong warranty, and is installed by a dealer you can trust. That's why people who insist on the best choose Trane. Plus, right now, Trane is offering special financing. So what's not to love? Visit Trane.com to find a local Trane dealer today. It's hard to stop a Trane. Subject to credit approval. Ask for details. Looking to up your grocery game? Skip the lines, not the service, with Super One Foods Curbside. Shop SuperOneFoods.com for the lowest prices on all of your favorite brands. Select your pickup time. Our expert shoppers will do the shopping for you and load your groceries right into your car. They even offer same-day pickup when you order before 6 p.m. Score super savings and enjoy the convenience of curbside service at Super One Foods. Super low prices.
Back with more LSU Game Day, getting you ready for LSU Fighting Tiger football. But first, let's check the latest around the college football world. From the Capital One studio, here is Brian Haldane with a scoreboard update on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Running down your scores and starting off with the top 25. Number 1, Alabama kicking off at 7 at Texas A&M tonight. Number 2, Georgia has been in the driver's seat all day. They are about to go final. Georgia is a 34-10 leader right now over the Auburn Tigers. But like I said, there's about to be a 34-10 final score very shortly. Numbers 3 and 4 are doing battle in the Big Ten. Penn State is at Iowa right now. They're at the end of the third quarter. The number 4 ranked Penn State Nittany Lions have a 20-13 lead over the third-ranked Iowa Hawkeyes. Like I said, they're starting the fourth quarter off shortly there. Number 5, Cincinnati was a 52-3 winner over Temple last night. Talk about a shootout. 103 points scored, 1,178 yards of offense. Number 6, Oklahoma pulls out a 55-48 win over number 21, Texas in Dallas. Number 7, Ohio State had no problem with Maryland, 66-17 Buckeyes, your final there. Ninth ranked Michigan is at Nebraska. They will kick off at the same time we do. Boise is at number 10 BYU, and we might be on a upset alert here. The 2 and 3 Boise State Broncos have a 23-17 lead over the 10th ranked BYU Cougars. There is just 3.5 minutes to go in that game. Boise State does have both the lead and the football right now. Number 11 Michigan State. Look at the Spartans at 6-0. Put Rutgers to bed, 31-13 your final. How about another game with 103 points scored? This time, 1,287 yards of total offense. The 17th-ranked Ole Miss Rebels pull off a 52-51 win over the 13th-ranked Arkansas Razorbacks. Number 14, Notre Dame is at Virginia Tech. They're also kicking off at the same time as us. Number 15, Coastal Carolina was a 52-20 winner over Arkansas State. Number 19, Wake Forest is at Syracuse. Right now, Wake has a 34-27 lead over Syracuse. Syracuse does have the ball, but there's only 40 seconds to go in that game. Number 20, Florida blanked Vanderbilt 42-0. The 22nd-ranked Sun Devils of Arizona State were 28-10 winners over Stanford last night. In state, here's what we got. Tulane falls 40-22 to Houston. That game was actually on Thursday. Georgia State is at UL Monroe at 7 o'clock tonight. Southeastern was a 58-48 winner at Nichols. That's 106 points in one game. Northwestern State's getting underway right now at Houston Baptist, or in about 10 minutes at Houston Baptist. Grambling fell to Alcorn 24-20, and Texas Southern is at Southern. They are about 3 minutes into the third quarter, and Texas Southern has a 21-16 lead over the Southern Jaguars. Right across the street at the Maravich Assembly Center, LSU trails Florida in volleyball. Florida has a 2-1 lead. However, LSU is looking to put it back on and even things out in the fourth set. And that is your scoreboard update. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have Hunt Palmer's Sit Down with Mickey Joseph next, right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hay Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
At the tailgate, at home, in the car, or on the water, your LSU Fighting Tiger football companion. This is LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Joined now by LSU wide receiver coach and assistant head coach Mickey Joseph. Coach, obviously a tough loss on your home field last week. How was the effort and the energy level of practice leading up to the Kentucky game?
Yesterday and today, the energy level was really high. You know, I think the kids understand, the coaches understand, and that we all got to do a better job as a whole, and we got to play better in the fourth quarter. You know, we had multiple chances of winning the game Saturday. But like Coach O said, you know, we have a 24-hour rule, you know, and, it's fortunate we dropped it. But now we can't let Auburn beat us twice. That's how we preach it to the kids. Can't let Auburn beat us twice. So what we're going to do is continue just to work up into game time and come back and try to get the victory.
You've coached some really, really good ones, and you can turn the TVs on Sunday and see them around here. What does Kayshon Boutte look like compared to some of those guys?
Well, I think Kayshon's going to be a first-day guy. You know, I think, if he continues to progress the way he's going right now, I think he's going to be a first-day guy. I think he's doing everything that we asked. We're moving him around a little bit more. Then we moved those other three guys around that left. So I think that, he's really focusing on what he needs to do to help us win. And he's really been unselfish because he knew we had to get Deion, we had to get Brian, had to get him on the field. And, to get him on the field, he had to move inside. And that's the high football IQ position, is the F. And he's attacked that, and I'm proud of him. And so just a guy that's a team guy. Just to have a guy like that in the room, it really helps the room.
You've obviously got a really deep room. Are you seeing when Kayshon's out there, teams pay more attention to him defensively?
Yeah, and that's one reason we try to move him around, try to move him in the slot, then move him outside, sometimes by series. But, they're going to pay attention to him, like they should. They should pay attention to him. But like you say, we always preach that we have more than one. So if you take Kayshon away, then we have these other guys that you got to deal with also.
It's great to have a deep room. You recruit them, you bring them in, you got a ton of really talented guys. How do you keep them all happy when they're that deep?
Well, I don't promise them that they're going to start. I promise that I'm going to give you the opportunity to play and then you determine how long you stay out there. I think I'm fair with it. I've always been fair with it. And I think it speaks about the character kids that we recruited here, that Coach O agrees with me, and I agree with him that we bring high character kids in this room, and that's what we do have in this room. And at the end of the day, they understand that they play at LSU, and they might not get the same reps as a kid play at another school, but they play at LSU and they play at a high level, so their future's always on the line. Future's always, that they can still go to the league if they play 25 snaps a game. So it's really an unselfish room and, really good guys in that room.
Mark Stoops' Kentucky team have won some close games. They've won some low-scoring games. When you look at their defense, what kind of challenges do they present?
They're one of the top defenses in the country, probably the best defense we've seen this year. Stoops doing a great job at Kentucky. I mean, when people, say Kentucky, you already think basketball, but he's done a really good job with that football program. You take your hats off to him. They're playing at a high level right now. They're playing lights out defense. They're doing what they have to do on special teams. They're doing what they have to do on offense, and they're a well-coached football team. So we know they're going to be ready. The crowd's going to be wild. So we know they're going to be ready, and that's the only thing we can do is come in there and we're going to battle.
Coach, we appreciate some time. Y'all go get us a win.
Thank you.
That's LSU wide receivers coach, assistant head coach Mickey Joseph. One more segment from Cards and Culture. This is LSU Game Day presented by CST right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Are you one of many homeowners who just dreads the winter due to inconsistent home heating? Perhaps you're an HVAC contractor who just wants to offer more reliable, higher efficiency home heating. Luxair helps keep homes warm while saving money and offers great business building programs for contractors too. Contact your Luxair dealer to find out more. Or if you're a contractor, visit SolarSupplyLuxair.com to learn about working with Luxair.
It takes true grit to wake up every morning dedicated to a higher standard of work. At H&E Equipment Services, we're leveraging our national fleet of equipment with a local approach, working closely with customers to understand their needs and provide them reliability, fair prices, and the support of a first-class service team. We're an equipment company, run by equipment people. Where others stop, we continue. H&E Equipment Services, the higher standard in equipment rentals, sales, parts, and service.
If it's a tale worth telling, it happens at LaBerge. With thousands of games to explore, hot streaks that never end, handcrafted flavors eager to please, and a vibe you'll never forget. It's a story in the making. This one, however, is to be continued. LaBerge Baton Rouge. What's your story? Must be 21 years of age or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Our Lady of the Lake, just like LSU, is anchored by deep roots put down almost a century ago. We share a singular vision to advance health, education, and research to serve the incredible people of Louisiana. Our partnership with LSU is inspired by our passions for knowledge and our commitments to our community and healthy Louisiana families. Together, there's nowhere we can't go. Our Lady of the Lake is proud to be the healthcare provider of LSU Athletics.
Kickoff for the LSU Fighting Tigers is coming up.
Welcome in, Tiger fans. We're about a minute away from kickoff.
Here's the last word from the guys on LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Wrapping things up from Cards and Culture. Before we do, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
This is live coverage of Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hunt Palmer, Garrett Brumfield with you for a couple more minutes as we get ready for LSU and Kentucky from Commonwealth Stadium. The Cats 5-0, ranked 16th in the country. Tigers coming in 3-2. Both teams need a win desperately. Garrett, how do you think things go tonight?
Tigers by 2 scores, always.
Okay, always? You got to give me some kind of analysis on that. The teams we beat by 2 scores are the scrub non-conference teams.
So here's the thing. Many people have been nailed to a cross for their opinions, and then they not being true. I will say that I I am somewhat shaky, as many people are, but still stepping forward, I am optimistic that the Tigers will come out with a victory. Like I said, offensively, of course, we've got to mix things up. We've got to loosen things up so that we can have a run game. Defensively, we got to have those front seven guys attacking at the point of attack to secure those runs from Kentucky. But I don't see that there will be any reason that the Tigers cannot take the game by at least 2 scores.
We got Big Fave with us for his final thoughts. Fave, how do you think it goes tonight?
I think the Tigers are victorious tonight. I think last week really set in for them. We were supposed to win that game. That was supposed to be a dub for us at home. I think just even listening to Coach Mickey Joseph just now, the fact that they let that Auburn game go ahead and get behind them after the 24-hour rules, I think the leadership on the team took that to heart as well. And we go out there and we make a big win out off of a team that's on a high right now. They just beat Florida for the first time. Hello, somebody. They're excited about that now. So let's catch them slipping, baby.
Babe, we'll see you after the game for the post-game show.
Let's get it, baby.
See you soon. It's time now to look at tonight's Built Ford Tough Series history, brought to you by your local Southern Quality Ford dealers. Let the good times roll. LSU has dominated this series historically. When you look back at all-time, LSU's won 40, lost 16. There has been one tie. Of course, the last time LSU went up to Lexington, Kentucky, they were number 1 in the country, and the Cats took them out in 2007. But the end of that story was pretty good. Tigers went on to win the national championship. LSU tonight should be able to hold their own on the defensive side of the football. Kentucky's been putrid throwing the ball for the last 2 games. LSU's defensive backfield should be able to make some plays against a turnover-prone Will Levis. We'll see if that's the case. The issue is whether or not LSU can tackle Wan'Dale Robinson on the outside and tackle Chris Rodriguez in the running game. He leads the Southeastern Conference in rushing. If they do, Kentucky will put up something like 13 like they did last week or 16 like they did against South Carolina. And LSU's offense should be able to spread the field enough to do enough to score those points against this Kentucky team. But the Cats are better on the line of scrimmage, and they've been better in close games. They're at home in a hostile environment. I think it's going to be a close game. I like the fact that we've got a good field goal kicker. We'll just have to see. Either way, we'll be with you 30 minutes after this thing goes final on the post-game report talking about it. If you got questions or comments, you can send them to @LSU Radio or @HuntPalmer88. Hopefully, we're celebrating a Tiger victory. That's all for us here at Cards and Culture. We appreciate them for being our home every single road game for the pregame show here, LSU Game Day, presented by CST. They're in Perkins Road. If you want to stop on by tomorrow, stop on by sometime this week. They would love to have you. That's all we can do. We're going to throw things up north now to Lexington, Kentucky. That's where the broadcast team is. Of course, that is Gordy Rush, Doug Morrow, and the voice of the Tigers, Chris Blair. See y'all after this thing goes final. It's number 16 Kentucky. It's number nothing. 3-2 LSU. Here come the Tigers.
This has been LSU Game Day.
This is our time. This is our game.
The time for talk is over. Coming up, it's LSU Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown! Tigers!
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
This is LSU Fighting Tiger Football.
15-10, buckle up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Tigers.
Born in Kentucky. It's going to be a tremendous challenge for us. Go on the road, taking on a 5-0 team.
LSU Fighting Tiger Football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Right at the 23, near sideline 10-5. Touchdown, Tigers!
For the first time since 2007, the Fighting Tigers invade the Bluegrass, looking to bring the Cats back down to earth. After their 5-0 start, it's the Wildcats and the Fighting Tigers. With kickoff just around the corner.
Best time in football. Tigers going to war. 1, 2, 3.
Here come the Tigers. Now, from Lexington, KY, looking down on Kroger Field with the call of the game, here is the voice of your Fighting Tigers, Chris Blair.
A beautiful fall evening here in the Bluegrass and an electric atmosphere radiating through the air as the 16th-ranked 5-0 Kentucky Wildcats play host to your Fighting Tigers of LSU. Hello, everybody. This is Chris Blair alongside former Tigers Doug Morrow and Gordy Rush, our spotter Jim Nickel, Patrick Wright with stats, on-site engineer Joe Jackson, and our straw stirring the drink back in the Capital One studios, Mr. Brian Haldane, welcoming you to Kroger Field on the campus of the University of Kentucky here in downtown Lexington as we get set to bring you tonight's play-by-play story. It's the 58th meeting all-time between LSU and Kentucky, two teams that faced off every year between 1974 and 2002, but they've only met 7 times since the year 2000, with LSU winning 6 of the last 7. The Tigers have experienced both ends of the spectrum in their last 2 visits here to horse and bourbon country. Last time in 2007, on way to a national title, Kentucky knocked off then number 1 LSU 43-37 in triple overtime. And of course, no one will forget the Bluegrass Miracle here in Lexington back in 2002. This year, the Wildcats are the favorite. Last time that was the case was back in 1999. But the Wildcats deserve some of their praise. Off to a 5-0 start for just the 4th time since 1984. 3-0 in SEC play for just the 5th time in history. And Kentucky football has not gotten off to a 6-0 start in over 70 years. So the Fighting Tigers plan to keep it that way tonight. LSU suffered its 2nd loss, first in the SEC to Auburn last week at home, 24-19, in a game that saw the Tigers lead for all but 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Now 3-2 overall, 1-1 in league play. We've heard what a Tiger can do when backed up in a corner. Coach Ogeron hopes that tonight his squad puts together their best performance on the year in front of a confident and loud Kentucky fan base. So find your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage. It's Saturday night SEC football in the Commonwealth. It's Kentucky, it's LSU, and it's coming up next on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply.
The difference is putting in the extra work to get better.
The difference is spending the extra hours to get it right.
The difference is fighting for the extra yard to get the win.
At Dudley DeBosier, we're proud of all the student athletes who give that extra something that makes them Tigers.
If you've been injured, we're ready to go the extra yard for you.
That's the Dudley DeBosier difference. Demand Dudley DeBosier, official partner of LSU Athletics.
444-4444.
Baton Rouge, responsible attorney Chad Dudley.
Hi, I'm Herschel, an employee at BASF in Louisiana. BASF has been creating chemistry in Louisiana for 60 years. We're committed to manufacturing products that are essential to our community, economy, and quality of life. If you're looking to advance your career with a dynamic company, we're looking for you. Engineers, operators, chemists, and more. Visit basf.us/LA to join our winning team. BASF, we create chemistry.
Tiger fans, save your Saturdays for football, not chores. At Sunshine, our John Deere tractor packages come in a variety of horsepower and attachment configurations to tackle any job, with packages starting as low as $199 a month. Our deals are undefeated. For more information, visit us in store or online at sunequip.com. Some restrictions apply. See Sunshine for details. Offer ends October 31st, 2021.
Welcome in to the countdown to kickoff for Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Time now to visit with LSU head coach Ed Orgeron. Standing by with coach is former Tiger Gordy Rush.
Downfield with Coach O. Coach O, beautiful night here in Lexington, Kentucky. Absolutely beautiful setting for college football.
You know, a tremendous challenge for our football team. We up to it. We've had some tremendous days of practice, some great meetings. Our team is all fired up.
One of the things you talked about throughout this week, and I know in your meeting, prepping the television folks, you talked about a commitment to running the football. Let's talk about that.
Different formations, different blocking schemes up front. We are going to be 50-50 tonight as much as we can be, and we will stick to the commitment of running the ball.
Great matchup. You face probably one of the best defense that you've seen this year. Kentucky, top 10 in a lot of statistical categories.
You know, a stout 3-4 defense. They don't blitz much. They play great technique.
Let's talk on the other side. Your defense really has played well enough to win. Played well enough to win last week. What's some of the things you talked about after looking at that Auburn film?
You know, really tackling the quarterback, keeping in our lanes, not jumping when we're not supposed to jump. But tonight it's going to be about getting off the football and destroying their blocking schemes. They're very good at front and zone blocking.
Let's talk a little bit there. They're excellent running back as well. He's going to run north and south. Should be a fun physical matchup.
You know, he tries to stay on track. We have to eliminate the cutback. We have to take it away to the front side and tackle and gang members.
All right, Coach, let's talk about this first time you're going to play on artificial turf, or whatever you want to call this. It's not grass. Yeah. It's as close to grass as possible. How'd you prepare this week for this game?
Greg Stringfellow does a great job having the proper shoes. We practice some on turf all throughout camp. We practice some on turf this week. We should be ready.
All right, Coach, last thing, injuries. Let's start back in the secondary. What are we going to see a little bit different? And then at left tackle tonight.
You know, you can see some Jordan Toles tonight. You can see some Todd Harris. Those guys have to do a tremendous job. And left tackle, Anthony Bradford's been playing a lot better, along with Cam Ward. They're both healthy, ready to go.
All right, let's get after it. Good luck tonight here in Lexington.
Go Tigers.
All right, we'll take a timeout. We'll be back with more on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey LSU fans, did you know that Planet Fitness is the official gym of LSU Athletics? That's right, and as an LSU Athletic fan, you can get a special offer of just $1 down at any of the 6 Baton Rouge area locations with offer code PFLSU. You'll get free fitness training, tons of cardio and strength equipment, and a totally friendly staff. Planet Fitness is a comfortable place to go at your own pace. You can find out more at planetfitness.club/LSU. And go Tigers!
Hollingsworth Richards Ford is a proud sponsor of the LSU Tigers. For over 30 years, we've been a member of LSU's transportation team. And when you buy your new Ford at Hollingsworth Richards Ford, you'll get peace of mind with our nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty. That's right, a nationwide powertrain warranty with every new Ford purchase. Only at Hollingsworth Richards Ford, located at 7787 Florida Boulevard. Or online 24/7 at HollingsworthRichardsFord.com. Go Tigers! See dealer for details.
With Early Paycheck, you can get your direct deposit up to 2 days earlier. That's another reason banking with Capital One is the easiest decision ever. Even easier than deciding to open the biggest birthday gift first.
Happy birthday to you.
Which one are you going to open first?
The pony!
Yep, even easier than that. Plus, with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is banking with Capital One even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. No fees or minimums on new consumer accounts. Capital One and a member FDIC.
Hey y'all, I'm Amanda Shaw. We all know Louisiana is as fun as all get out. So get out, take a road trip, and explore our state. Fill her up, then try a new restaurant that's as fun-loving as it is food-loving. Grab the family and take off for monumental adventures at our 21 state parks. Or take a magical minivan tour along our 19 scenic trails and byways. Louisiana's a trip. Take one today.
This is Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Plan your road trip at LouisianaIsATrip.com.
The action of LSU Fighting Tiger football is coming up. This is the countdown to kickoff. As we continue, time now to take a look at the starting lineups on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Welcome back, Lexington, Kentucky. It is Kroger Stadium. Used to be called Commonwealth Stadium. It is Kroger. They brought the naming rights several years back, and a lot of renovations to the stadium. It is a very nice stadium, not quite as big as Tiger Stadium, 65,000 or so in that ballpark, but it is a stadium that lets the fans be close to the field. The Kentucky band out on the field entertaining the crowds prior to the kickoff in this game. And they're playing, I think, the alma mater, the Kentucky alma mater, or Old Kentucky, my old Kentucky home, as Patrick Wright begins to sing. Not very loud, but he begins to sing. And so when we get to the national anthem, we'll go down to the field for that. Meanwhile, let me start out by giving you the lineups for tonight's game. At left tackle for Kentucky, number 51, Dare Rosenthal, 6'7", 327. He's a junior, and he's a transfer. And guess where he transferred from? He transferred from LSU, and he is a left tackle. That is a position LSU needs a lot of help with. They could use Dare Rosenthal, but he's playing for the guys in blue and white tonight. At left guard, number 68, Kenneth Horsey, 6'3", 302. He's a junior. The center, Luke Fortner, number 79, 6'6", 297, a senior. The right guard, Eli Cox, number 75, 6'4", 301, a sophomore. The right tackle, Darian Kennard, 6'5", 338. He's a senior. He's number 70. At the tight end, number 83, Justin Rigg, 6'6", 261, a senior. The wide receivers, number 6, Josh Ali, 6 feet 190, a senior. Number 1, Wandale Robinson, and he is a star. Number 1, 5'10", 183. He's a junior. And Isaiah Epps, number 81, 6'2", 188. He is a senior. At quarterback, Will Levis, number 7, 6'3", 232. He's a junior. And the running back, number 24, Chris Rodriguez, 5'11", 224. He is a junior. Let's go down to the field for the national anthem. And there you hear a very unique rendition. It began as an a cappella with one singer, and it bloomed into the entire stadium crowd joining in. Great rendition of the national anthem. Any rendition of it is great, and we're happy to bring it to you. Let's go to LSU's starting offense. The wide receivers, number 1, Keyshawn Boutte, 6 feet, 190, a sophomore. Trey Palmer, number 33, 6'1", 187. He is a junior. And Jaray Jenkins, number 10, 6'3", 198. He is a junior. At left tackle, 61, Cameron Wire, 6'6", 307, a junior. The left guard, Ed Ingram, number 70, 6'4", 320. He's a senior. The center, Liam Shanahan, number 56, 6'5", 300. He's a senior. The right guard, Chasen Hines, number 57, 6'3", 350, a senior. The right tackle, Austin Deculus, number 76, 6'7", 325. He is a grad student. At tight end, Jack Besh, number 80, 6'2", 207, a freshman. The running back, Ty Davis Price, number 3, 6'1", 223, a junior. At quarterback, Max Johnson, number 14, 6'5", 218, a sophomore. For Kentucky, on the defensive side, the linebackers, at Jack linebacker, number 15, Jordan Wright, 6'5", 225, a senior. The defensive end on that side, number 4, Joshua Pascal, 6'3", 275, a senior. The nose guard, number 99, Josiah Hayes, 6'3", 305, a sophomore. The defensive tackle on the opposite side, number 8, Octavius Oxendine, number 6'1", 302, a sophomore. The middle linebacker, number 10, Jaquez Jones, 6 feet, 235, a senior. The weak side linebacker, number 5, DeAndre Square, 6'1", 221, a senior. The nickel Sam linebacker, number 9, Devontae Robinson, 6'2", 210. He's a senior. The cornerbacks, number 3, Cedric Dort, 5'11", 188, a senior. And number 14, Carrington Valentine, 6 feet, 188, a sophomore. The strong safety, number 23, Tyrell Allen, 6 feet, 190. He is a senior. The free safety, Yusuf Corker, 6 feet, 204. He is a senior. For the LSU Tigers defensively, they'll start at one defensive end, number 11, Ollie Gay, 6'6", 250, a senior. Joseph Evans is normally the starter at the defensive tackle. He will not be playing tonight. Jaquelin Roy will move from one defensive tackle to the defensive tackle, normally played by Joseph Evans. At the other defensive tackle, number 92, Neil Farrell, 6'4", 325. He is a grad student. At the defensive end on that side, number 8, B.J. Ojulari, 6'3", 244, a sophomore. The linebackers, Damone Clark, number 18, 6'3", 240. He is a senior. And Micah Baskerville, 6'2", 223. He is number 23. He's a senior. The nickelback, Cordell Flott, number 25, 6'2", 170, a junior. The cornerback, Dwight McLaughlin, 6'2", 186, a sophomore. And Eli Ricks, number 1, 6'2", 195. He is a sophomore. The free safety, Jay Ward, number 5, 6'1", 180, a junior. And the strong safety, Major Burns, number 28, 6'3", 178. He is a freshman. So there you have the starting lineups. I will be back with the formula for success brought to you by BASF after this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
It takes true grit to wake up every morning dedicated to a higher standard of work. At H&E Equipment Services, we're leveraging our national fleet of equipment with a local approach, working closely with customers to understand their needs and provide them reliability, fair prices, and the support of a first-class service team. We're an equipment company, run by equipment people. Where others stop, we continue. H&E Equipment Services, the higher standard in equipment rentals, sales, parts, and service.
Your team is on a 3-game winning streak, and you're convinced it's because you've worn your lucky football jersey and haven't taken it off. Not for work, a wedding, or even bathing. With Cox, you can actually wear it all season long because we give you game day coverage and content 24/7. So join us and dress accordingly.
Hey, Tiger fans, just say Fan Zone into your Contour voice remote and enhance your game day experience all week long. Play games, win prizes. Cox, we're LSU fans 24/7. Hey, Tiger fans, when shopping for your game day essentials at your local grocery store, don't forget to pick up your favorite variety of Lay's potato chips, Doritos, and Tostitos tortilla chips. Tostitos, Doritos, and Lay's are an essential part of the game day tradition. Whether you're at the stadium or hosting Tiger fans at home, make sure Lay's and Tostitos are part of your game day ritual. Lay's, Doritos, and Tostitos are proud supporters of LSU athletics. Go Tigers!
Louisianians know life here is filled with joy, and sometimes a little uncertainty. No matter your stage in life, know that you can rely on the strength of the cross and protection of the shield. Your card opens the door to a large network of top doctors to care for you. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Louisiana has been helping Louisianians get care for generations. With the right card and the right care, you can get back to what you love best.
We are moments away from the excitement of LSU Fighting Tiger football.
Game time, baby. It's game time, baby. Let's go, man.
Time to get the BASF formula for success here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Welcome back to Kroger Stadium in Lexington, Kentucky. LSU's captains, they're out on the field at the 50-yard line on the far side. Kentucky's captains not yet out on the field. Let me give you the BASF formula for success brought to you by BASF. It's going to be pretty easy to decide which it's going to be with LSU and the running game, because the running game has been non-existent all season long for LSU. It's just a matter of whether or not Kentucky is going to play a 3-man front or are they going to play a 2-man front. But whatever the front has been with whatever team, LSU has been unable to run the ball at all, and that is a killer because it puts so much pressure on the passing game. Max Johnson is running for his life. Although he's played well, he's had a high percentage of completions. He also has to scramble away from the rush, even when there are 2 or 3 people rushing. Sometimes the opposition is going to shoot some linebackers, they'll get to him, and they'll sack him. So it's going to be a tough game, and LSU's got to find a way to run the football. That's the way it's going to be. For Kentucky, they're very good on offense. They've got a dynamic receiver, they've got a dynamic quarterback, and they've got a dynamic running back. But most important, both their offensive and defensive lines are physically superior to LSU, or have been so far this year. We'll have to see how it plays out as the game goes along, and that's LSU's challenge. They've got to be able to control the football. As Coach O said, they're all kind of different ways they're trying to run it, and they'll try to find another one for tonight. Kentucky's captains down on the near side, LSU on the far side. Captains for this game, number 56, Liam Shanahan, number 88, Evan Francione, number 18, Damone Clark, number 55, Joel Cherry, number 36, Cade York. And the officials are bringing the captains out to midfield. As you hear in the background, the Kentucky team coming out on the field amidst a big roar from the crowd. Nice crowd here, and it's almost all blue and white, as you would expect here in Kentucky. Those are the team colors. Although Kentucky's not wearing blue and white, they're wearing kind of blue with gray trim and silver helmets. It's a non-Kentucky color scheme, but it's one that they wear when they play football. It is not their traditional basketball Kentucky blue and white. LSU's captain's going out to midfield. Our Gordy Rush is down there. You know, he sneaks in on that flip of the coin. He always is able to call it, and usually to the benefit of LSU. So, Gordy, tell us about it.
Don't jinx me. A beautiful night down here in Lexington as the players are exchanging handshakes right now, and let's listen to our referee. LSU, you're the visiting team. You'll make the ball. Before I toss it, we're going to let it hit the ground. That's heads, that's tail. What's your call?
Tails.
He calls tail. It's heads. You won the toss. What would you like to do? First, second half. Which way do you want to kick it? All right, so there you go. Kentucky has won the toss. They have elected to defer, Doug, so the LSU is going to start on offense. They'll be receiving to your left, going to your right on your radio dial. Couple pointers, Doug. First off, Jim Nickel, our spotter, informed me that it was a bluegrass field. It's not. It's not even a grass field. It's a turf field. And I had a chance to talk to Greg Stringfellow, the equipment manager. They feel like it plays a lot like the indoor field back in Baton Rouge. So not a big change. The players are pretty much wear the same shoes that they wear on grass field back in Baton Rouge in Tigers Stadium. And then in the defensive secondary, it's going to be safety by committee. Major Burns is out tonight. Look for Todd Harris to start back there. You'll see Jordan Tolles. And then number 15, Sage Ryan, the outstanding freshman from Lafayette Christian, is worked in at the nickel strong safety position. You'll see a lot of different faces back there at safety. Doug?
Well, let's hope that those shoes that Greg Stringfellow dialed up for the game tonight helps that offensive line block a little bit better, particularly when they have like 3rd down and 2 to go, rather than pick up a foot. They'd like to be able to pick up 3 or 4 yards. That's the key to it, Gordy. And I tell you, you're down there right on the field, and you know how important that is for both the offensive and defensive lines to control that line of scrimmage. Because if they don't do that, it'll be a long night for LSU.
There's no question. Kentucky is number 9 defensively. This is a very good football team. And the run, you got to be able to run the football, because you can't pass the ball when teams are dropping 8, and if they don't respect your run game, they're going to drop 8. And defensively, this team has been on the field too much in the second half against Mississippi State and against Auburn, because offensively LSU could not maintain possession. Doug?
Okay, thanks very much, Gordy. And Kentucky ready to kick it off. Here to give you all the play-by-play, the voice of the Tigers, Chris Blair.
Thank you, Doug. Welcome in, Tiger fans, here in Lexington, Kentucky. First half kickoff is always brought to you by H&E Equipment Services, the official construction equipment partner of LSU Athletics. Chance Poore out of Anderson, South Carolina, going to tee it up at the 35-yard line. Again, the Tigers get the football to get things started. Kentucky won the toss, defer into the second half. Trey Palmer back deep for your Fighting Tigers. Boot meets ball, and we've got football here in the Commonwealth as the kick by Poore out of the back of the end zone. It will be a touchback, and LSU will start 1st down and 10 at their own 25-yard line. As Doug mentioned tonight, LSU in their traditional white jerseys, gold and purple on the shoulder, gold pants, striped down the side, traditional gold helmets. For Kentucky, wearing anthracite here tonight, the color name of the jersey and pant with Kentucky blue accents. Anthracite, of course, a hard coal. State of Kentucky known for its coal mining. 1st down and 10 at the 25. Max Johnson and company on the field. Motion a receiver. That's Boutte. Left to right. Here's the snap. Set the screen to Boutte near side. Got one block, then tripped up at the 25 and falls forward to about the 27. Only a gain of 2 on the quick hitter to Kayshon Boutte. Boutte, the leading receiver for this Tiger team. 9 touchdowns coming into the game. That's his 31st reception of the season. Lining up, 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Handoff, Ty Davis Price going to be hit at the line. He'll fall forward, get maybe a yard to the 28. Not much doing there. DeAndre Square, one of the headhunters for the Wildcat defense, a senior out of Detroit, Michigan, makes the stop. And LSU now looking at 3rd down and 7 from their own 28 in the opening drive of the game.
Well, LSU picked up 2 yards on the first play, 1 yard on that play. This is the first big play of the game. 3rd down and 7, and they need a 1st down.
3 receivers left, 1 to the right. Boutte, the lone receiver. Johnson looks to the far sideline, now steps up to the line of scrimmage. 8 on the play clock. He'll step back into the gun with Ty Davis Price on the wing to his right. Down to 4 on the play clock. He'll get the snap. 3-man rush for Kentucky. Johnson throws near side, caught at the 35, up around the 37-yard line by Malik Neighbors. Gains 9. It's a 1st down and 10 for LSU.
Well, it took a long time for Johnson to find the open receiver, Neighbors, because he was in the right flat. He scanned the entire field left to right, finally came across Neighbors at the tail end of the throw, made the connection for the first down at the 38-yard line.
First down and 10 out of a pistol formation. Corey Kiner in at running back. Tries to go to the left side, but runs into his own man. Eventually, Kentucky brings him down. Devontae Robinson, the senior out of right here in Lexington. And a loss of a yard for LSU.
Guys, that was new. That was a pistol. And they said that they were going to put that in with Kiner. I think you're going to see a lot of 21 tonight. Kiner, the running back, went from being all set behind to the side, of Johnson, right behind him in the pistol.
Working from the far side hash. Second down and 11. Tigers get behind the chains early after converting a third down in the opening drive of the game. Johnson again has time in the pocket, slides to his left, unloads to Besh. Near side, he skirts up the sideline across the 40 to the 42-yard line as Besh with his first catch of the night, 20th on the season. 5-yard gain sets up 3rd and 6. LSU came in 38% on third down this season. Again, converted just a moment ago to keep the drive moving. Just underway here, Kroger Field in downtown Lexington. Battle of number 16 Kentucky and your Fighting Tigers. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right, and a timeout taken by Kentucky. So they'll burn the first time out of the ball game. Brought to you in part by Paragon Casino Resort, your home for big action down in the Bayou. Stop by anytime. Let's get the party started. This is how we play. So timeout taken. LSU looking at 3rd down and 6. Kentucky, Gordy Rush having to call for the timeout. Didn't like the way they had it set up.
No, and I was surprised to see Kentucky's been really, really aggressive, guys, up at the front. They're a 3-4 team, and they've shown a lot of different looks, and that's not uncommon, but they've brought a lot of people. Mississippi State, both Mississippi State and Auburn did a good job of limiting the LSU passing attack by dropping people. So I'm surprised they've been aggressive thus far on that 3rd down conversion. Great job by the LSU offensive line of picking up the blitz and giving Johnson a chance to make that play to Neighbors.
And that alignment, they had only 2 down linemen, and then they had a defensive end standing up. So they had 3 in the front, but only 2 were down in their stance.
3rd down and 6 after the timeout. LSU sends out 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right side. And Deion Smith, the freshman wideout. Again, Kiner in at running back. Snap on 3rd down. Johnson throws, and Butte coming back for it. Makes the grab at the LSU 49. Gets a gain of 7. Got 1 yard more than they needed, and it's a first down for LSU. As Butte did a great job just getting his hands on that football. A little thrown behind him from Johnson. Had to go down, but made sure he brought it in and picks up the first down. 1st and 10 now, just shy of midfield. LSU with the opening drive on the march. 12-12 remaining, first quarter of action. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right side. Johnson again in that backfield in the shotgun. Kiner, the running back, on his left hip. Smith, the lone receiver, to the right. Butte in the slot to the left. Brian Thomas out wide to the left side. Play clock down to 3. Johnson will get the snap. Handed off Kiner. Running downhill to his right. Bounces off his own man. Tries to keep churning. Gets to Kentucky's 47-yard line. A gain of 4. Sets up 2nd down and 6. And again, Coach Joe telling Gordy before the game, talked about it all week in preparation. Expect LSU to run the football, and they can run just enough. Not bad. Maybe 3 or 4 yards on first down. Sets up 2nd down and a short 7 here for LSU. Playing at the Kentucky 47-yard line, attacking left to right on your dial. Trip receivers left, 1 to the right side. Again, Smith, the lone receiver. Johnson looking to his left. Backside pressure comes, and the ball is loose at the 45-yard line of the Tigers. And Kentucky says they have it, and they do. Johnson never felt the pressure. DeAndre Square came up to make the hit. Josiah Hayes, the sophomore nose tackle, picks up the football, and after LSU was moving, the turnover gives it back to Kentucky. LSU with their first fumble loss of the year.
Well, Johnson's a left-handed quarterback, and the pressure came from behind him. He did not see it coming at all. He was trying to wind up and find an open receiver, and he just got clocked. The ball came separated from his body. Kentucky recovers it just inside of the 45-yard line of LSU, almost right at the 44. So a big play for Kentucky. Bad deal for LSU, and they've got to stop this drive and get the ball back.
Will Levis quarterback, transfer in from Penn State. Motions a receiver out of the slot. Little jet toss coming near side with some room. Got some blocks. Tripped up at the 40. Falls down to about the 35-yard line. It's Wan'Dale Robinson, the junior out of Frankfort, Kentucky, who has 29 catches on the season. Also used in the running attack. And that time picks up 9 yards. 2nd and 1 now at the LSU 35. Levis, the junior out of Madison, Connecticut, brings some stability at quarterback here for Coach Mark Stoops. His numbers won't knock you out, but he's managed the game well. Handoff Rodriguez, the leading rusher in the SEC. Going to be pulled down after he reaches the 34-yard line, but he picks up the first down as Micah Baskerville, the middle linebacker, making the tackle for LSU. 10:30 to go. First quarter, no score. LSU turnover. First time they've lost a fumble on the year. By the way, Kentucky came into this game -9 in the turnover margin. They have a tendency to put the ball on the ground. And Levis on the season has 8 passing touchdowns to 6 interceptions. 2 receivers right. Cavassier Smoke in at running back. They got a 1-2 punch in that offensive backfield. Smoke going to get the carry, I believe. And just outside the near side hash. Picks up maybe a yard. Not much there.
You know,
Neil Farrell with the tackle.
That idea about Kentucky having lost the ball so much, but being undefeated is the real key to it, because they've overcome losing the ball a lot. And they're still winning football games, particularly the one against Florida last week.
2nd down and 9 at the LSU 32-yard line. Kentucky with their first possession after forcing the turnover. Handoff on the ground and up the middle is going to be Rodriguez. Trying to cut back to his left. He picks up only 2 yards. Mason Smith, the big guy for LSU, able to make the tackle. Coming into the game, 11 tackles on the season. Nice textbook tackle that time for the freshman. Sets up 3rd down and 7 at the LSU 30. Kentucky on the year. 47% on 3rd down conversions. They'll bunch 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left side. Working from the near side hash. Levis now rises up. Wants to change a little of the formation, so they'll bring Rodriguez, who was lined up out wide. He'll rejoin Levis in the offensive backfield. 3rd down and 7 at the 30-yard line of the Fighting Tigers. Levis with a tight pocket, delivers. Catch going to be made at about the 17. And coming across the field to the near side hash is Isaiah Epps, the senior out of Jinx, Ohio, or rather Oklahoma. Picks up 20 yards, give them the first down, and they're inside the red zone.
Epps found that big opening, which is always there between the hash marks. The middle of the field is the place that, particularly on a down and distance like that, is going to be available if you can just fit the ball in there. And he fit it in there perfectly right at the 10-yard line. First down, and I guess you would call goal to go, if not almost that.
So looking at first down and goal to goal. The chains are now laying down. Here's Levis. Quick fire in a tight window. Catch made at the 3. Ball came out near the goal line. There's a flag down at the goal line as well. Isaiah Cummings looked like he had the catch. Converged 2 LSU defenders, and on his way down the ball came out. But again, there are 2 flags down in the end zone. LSU looks a little excited coming out of the fray, so we'll see what the ruling is. That was a very difficult pass for Levis with a covered receiver. Now the officials talking it over. Our crew chief David Smith.
Ruling on the field because the pass is incomplete. Personal foul, targeting number 5 on the defense. The previous play is under further review.
That is going to be costly if that is upheld. Jay Ward whistled for targeting. So again, they're going to go take a look at whether or not it was an incomplete catch after the ball came out. And then secondly, and maybe more importantly at this point, with a lot of football left to be played, Jay Ward flagged for targeting. Trying to see if he lowered the head.
No, sir.
His eyes are straight up looking at the ball carrier. I don't think that's targeting.
No, sir. Let me tell you, he was squatting right there. It was a slant in, and he was a safety, and he held his position, and here's why. And what happened, the slant was coming right to him. McLaughlin was over the top, but he kept his head up and actually turned his right shoulder in, and his shoulder made contact. I think that's a bad call.
I agree with you. That is what you want the player to do. Keep your eyes up on the intended target. And he also squatted down and took the brunt of the collision.
Yeah, and actually that's exactly what happened. It was the receiver who made the contact with the crown of his helmet on the defender as opposed to the defender doing it. And hopefully when they review this, they will come to that conclusion.
Isaiah Cummins made the catch, it appeared. They ruled it incomplete, that he did not finish the football play. But more importantly right now, it's whether or not Jay Ward is going to be ejected from this game due to targeting. And again, watching the replay over and over, I don't think they need a special angle. It's pretty clear Jay Ward did exactly what they are telling players to do.
Here's the other question. What did he do? He is right there. He can't get out of the way because it's a bang-bang play. He's playing his position, holding his ground. He even turned his shoulder.
So we shall see as they talk it over down around the 19-yard line of Kentucky and with the replay officials in Birmingham. So here we go. Whoops. His mic went out.
The incomplete pass is also second down on the 10-yard line. So, Chris, I got it. So it is not targeting. Jay Ward and the incomplete pass stands. So win-win, check for LSU.
Absolutely. Our first official review of the night brought to you by Acme Oyster House. And a pretty good result for LSU, although Kentucky's still looking at second down goal to go from the LSU 10 after the Tigers coughed up the football near midfield. Kentucky would take over inside the LSU 45. Still scoreless, 7:55 remaining here in the first quarter. Kentucky comes out, three receivers to the right side, working from the near side hash. Rodriguez the single back. Shotgun snap, Levis. Going to give it off to Rodriguez. Tries to squirt between right tackle. Gets down to the 8. Only a gain of 2. It'll be third down goal to go from the 8. Neil Farrell holding his ground up front. The senior out of Mobile on the stop for the Fighting Tigers.
Last time on third down, guys, LSU elected to rush 3 and play zone. I hope they bring a little pressure here. Levis had entirely too much time to hit that crossing receiver in the middle of the football field, as Doug talked about. I'd like to see LSU bring some pressure on the transfer quarterback.
Sideline reports every game powered by your hometown John Deere dealer, Sunshine. So looking at third down goal to go from the LSU 8-yard line. Kentucky with their first possession of the night. 3 receivers comboed to the left side. 1 receiver right. Levis now looking, steps up in the pocket, still upright at the 5. Eventually enough Tigers get to him to bring him down at about the 4-yard line. He wanted to throw the football. Coverage downfield was there. He decided to quickly pull it down and try to pick up some yards. He's hit at the 4 and dropped. It'll be fourth down, goal to go from the LSU 4 in decision time now. If you're Mark Stoops and company, and it looks like they're going to roll the dice. By the way, they're 0 for 3 on the year on fourth down conversions. Huge statement possible here for LSU defensively on the road early in this game. Trying to keep the Wildcats out of the end zone. Play clock down to 8. They just break the huddle. Fourth down, goal to go from the 4. Levis alone in the backfield. Shotgun snap. Flips it to Rodriguez. He's wide open in the right corner of the end zone. Doesn't get much easier than that. And Kentucky strikes first, 6-0 with 6:17 remaining in the first quarter.
Well, it was like he got dropped out of space over by the sideline. LSU had no defender over there. Don't know how they didn't see him because everybody in the entire stadium saw him, including Levis, who just flipped the ball out there for the touchdown for Kentucky to take 6-0 lead.
Rodriguez with his first receiving touchdown of the year to go along with 4 rushing touchdowns, and Kentucky makes the Tigers pay with the turnover. They march down the field. Here's the point after attempt by Matt Ruffalo. It's up and good, and it's 7-0 Kentucky with 6:17 to go here in the first quarter. Timeout on the field. We'll take one with them. We'll return to Lexington in just a moment. Kentucky 7, LSU nothing on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hey Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10, 5, touchdown! Tigers!
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
First quarter action, presented by Burns Estate Planning, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
As we continue on this Saturday night, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification on this, the LSU Sports Radio Network.
This is live coverage of Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Back with you in Lexington, Kentucky, Kroger Field. The Wildcats get on the board first, 7-0. Here's the ensuing kickoff. And out of the back of the end zone, another touchback, no return possible for LSU. 9th passing touchdown of the year for Will Levis on 4th down. And goal to go from the 4. He's able to find Chris Rodriguez. And as we talked about during the timeout, Doug Gordy pointed it out. By design, Kentucky broke from the huddle late. But they got to the line quickly and snapped it even quicker, and there was some confusion, allowed Rodriguez to be wide open for the touchdown catch. Now back for LSU on offense. 1st down and 10 at their own 25. They coughed the ball up at midfield last time. Gave Kentucky less than half the field to work with. Here's Kiner trying to dance around his own blockers, find a little seam. He's up to the 27, just shy of the 28-yard line, far side. Jaquez Jones, the senior out of Tuscaloosa. Inside linebacker making the tackle for the Wildcats. We're down to 6 minutes remaining first quarter. Again, back-to-back sellouts here at Kroger Field. I was talking to some of the Kentucky personnel earlier that no one could remember the last time they had back-to-back sellouts. Certainly since the renovation here at Kroger Field in 2015. Johnson in trouble on 2nd down. He will bring it down and run, get to the far sideline and step out of bounds at about the 33. Gets 5 yards, leaves the Tigers 2 yards short, sets up 3rd down and 2 upcoming. .525 first quarter action. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Kiner again has been the featured back most of the night here early on. Shotgun snap. Delayed blitz. Johnson has time to throw, and on the far sideline, diving for it, is going to be Deion Smith. He'll pick up the 1st down. Had to go to the turf to hold on, but cradles the football and picks up 9 yards. 1st down and 10 LSU.
And that was great coverage against him. I mean, he had to make an outstanding catch just to be able to hang on to that football.
Caught it right in the elbow. Johnson on 1st down. Slings it far side. Waiting for it. Thomas has it at the Kentucky 42-yard line. Eventually the Wildcat defense arrives, but he reaches the UK 40. That time Thomas left all alone. The freshman out of Walker, Louisiana, was just waiting for the ball to get there. 18-yard reception. A long throw by Johnson from the far hash to the near side of the field. So LSU moving quickly. 1st down and 10 at the Kentucky 40. Josh Williams now in at running back. Kiner will check out. Smith wide to the left side. Thomas out wide to the right. Boutte in the slot, and they'll try the jet toss. And he'll be cut down back at the 47-yard line. Josh Paschal, the senior, had that play snuffed out. He's got 7.5 tackles for loss on the year, and a big one there. As Boutte going to lose 4 yards, sets him back.
And he got up limping, too, which is the big one for him. I don't know if he suffered a serious injury, just twisted his ankle, but he certainly came off the field limping.
Second down, they'll say 16 now as Ty Davis Price checks back in at running back. Shotgun snap to Johnson. Pressure comes through. Again, throws to the far sideline. Besh diving down, pulls it down, and makes the grab at the 35, but a flag came out at midfield just as Johnson was releasing the football. We'll see what it's all about. They brought a delayed blitz. LSU was able to pick it up, gave Jim Max just enough time to get it out there in the flat to Besh. But we'll see what the infraction is as David Smith and his crew huddle up.
There is no foul play for a chop block. He was above the waist. Result of the play was a completed pass. Second down.
So they'll give him the completion. They'll wave off the flag. It was a gain of 11, so it makes it manageable now here after that loss on the jet sweep attempt. So LSU with the ball now at just outside the Kentucky 35. On the far side hash, looking at 3rd down and 5. Besh going to check out. Cole Taylor will take his spot on the field. Thomas and Malik Neighbors, the wideouts to the right side. Deion Smith, the wideout to the left. Kentucky crowding the line of scrimmage. They've got 5 up on the line, only 1 with their hand in the ground. Handoff, Ty Davis Price pinballs off his own man inside the 35, but shy of the first down at the 32-yard line. Only a pickup of 3. It's going to set up 4th down and 2 here for LSU as DeAndre Square made the tackle. We'll see what LSU and Coach Ed Orgeron decide to do. They're 71% on the year coming in. 5 of 7 on 4th down conversions, and they will roll the dice. Down 7-0, looking at 4th down and a little less than 2. They've got to reach the 30-yard line of Kentucky. Johnson with Ty Davis Price stands in the shotgun, looks to the near sideline. Play clock down to 5. Now they'll motion TDP out. Johnson, pressure coming, but I think the play was halted and a timeout taken. So LSU will call the timeout. You could see Ed Orgeron on that far sideline not happy with the way that play was setting up. So he burns the timeout. Brought to you in part by Paragon Casino Resort, where the action's exciting, the flavors are enticing, and the mood is always inviting. They're there when you need to get away. This is how we play. Timeout on the field. 7-0 Kentucky leads. Tigers looking at 4th and a yard when we come back on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
You've trained for this all year. Endless hours of cardio, conditioning, and weights. And now you are ready. Ready to trek back to your seat from the concession stand. Through the lines, lost fans, and that mascot who wants you to do a little dancey dance, all without spilling a drop of your ice-cold Bud Light. Welcome back to football, sports fans.
Your team is on a 3-game winning streak, and you're convinced it's because you've worn your lucky football jersey and haven't taken it off. Not for work, a wedding, or even bathing. With Cox, you can actually wear it all season long because we give you game day coverage and content 24/7. So join us and dress accordingly.
Hey, Tiger fans, just say Fan Zone into your Contour voice remote and enhance your game day experience all week long. Play games, win prizes. Cox, we're LSU fans 24/7.
Hello! So glad you could make it. How have you been? And with whom am I speaking on this fine day?
Joe?
You sure about that? Just kidding. Joe. So what are you looking for today?
Something fun?
Joe! Have I got the perfect thing for you?
You do?
I do! October scratch-offs from the lottery.
Sounds great.
Introducing the October scratch-offs from the lottery. Match 3 tripler, win up to $3,000. Gold, win up to $12,000. And Lucky 7, where you could win up to $100,000. Pick up all 3 today. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
We are proud to announce that Burns Estate Planning and Wealth Advisors are the official wealth management partner of LSU Athletics. If you're considering retirement and would like a wealth management firm that specializes in retirement services, 401k rollovers, tax strategies, as well as all your estate planning needs, give Burns Estate Planning and Wealth Advisors a call today at 1-888-592-8818. That's 1-888-592-8818.
First quarter action, presented by Burns Estate Planning, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
2:28 remains. First quarter action in Lexington. The Wildcats of Kentucky leading 7-0. LSU looking at a 4th down and a yard just outside the UK 31. They need to reach the 30 of the Cats to keep this drive going. Tigers tried to line up to go for it on 4th down. They eventually called the timeout. We'll see what they draw up here, trying to keep this thing moving deeper in Kentucky territory. Quick throw out to Besh, and it's incomplete. Throw was not far enough. Besh was just trying to go to the first down sticks far side, but the throw was underthrown. And Besh could not come up with an incomplete, and a turnover on downs. Kentucky will take over at their own 31-yard line.
Just looked like Max rushed it, Doug. He had time. They got the matchup they wanted, and he just didn't get his feet set and threw the ball low.
And it was a tough catch for Besh to make anyway, because the angle he was running was directly away from Max Johnson, and he had to look over his left shoulder while trying to go to his right side to pick up the first down.
So Kentucky's offense back in business. 1st down and 10 at their own 31. Levis on a design run will go nowhere. Got to the 32, maybe a yard, that's all. It'll be 2nd down and 9 as he faked the handoff and then followed behind Rodriguez. But the Tigers closing quickly, make the tackle. Levis, again, the junior grad transfer from Penn State, played for the Nittany Lions 2018 through 2020. Saw action in 8 games in his career at Happy Valley. 1:55, clock moving, first quarter. 2nd down and 9. Just shy of the 33. Handoff Rodriguez. Huge hole on the left side. Cuts it back to his right. Up to midfield. Brought down at the midfield stripe by Cam Lewis. But a big strike for Rodriguez, as we told you, the leading rusher in SEC football here so far in 2021. Needed 18 yards to eclipse 2,000 in his career. He's got it so far tonight.
Lewis had Rodriguez had a huge hole right up the middle. Plus he had an extra blocker who was looking for somebody to block. Never found anybody.
1st down and 10 right at midfield on the UK logo. They'll fake the toss. Levis pulls. Got a man wide open at the 38. To the 30 near side. Inside the 20. Down inside the 15-yard line is Justin Rigg, the tight end, who just went running down the near side hash. Levis faked the toss and threw a bullet right at him on the run.
Well, a lot of these plays are deceptive, and as he looked downfield, he has a receiver downfield. He makes a fake to the outside that drew the defender out to a receiver who's the outside, but not the intended receiver. And the intended receiver came wide open up the seam on the left side. 1st down at the 16-yard line of LSU.
Once again, Kentucky back inside the red zone. On 1st down, they hand it off and up the middle down to the 12-yard line. One big run play followed by a big pass play, and this drive starting at their own 31. They're quickly deeper into LSU territory, and that'll be the end of the first quarter of action. So they'll switch sides of the field. Kentucky threatening, already up 7-0 after 1 quarter here in Lexington. Step aside, return in a moment on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more more one-of-a-kind Saturdays, more rockin' jam-packed stadiums, more of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hay Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
First quarter action, presented by Burns Estate Planning, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
One quarter of action already in the books. Kentucky leading LSU 7-0. Wildcats with their second possession here in the first half, and they're looking at second down and 6 from the LSU 12-yard line when we resume play and start the second quarter. Taking a look at the first quarter stats, as always, brought to you by Hancock Whitney. 4 first downs for the Tigers, 4 for the Wildcats. On the ground, Kentucky 36 yards behind Chris Rodriguez. The Tigers with 7 net yards after the first 15 minutes. 56 yards through the air. Kentucky, Will Levis with 66 yards and a passing touchdown. Total offense, LSU 63, Kentucky 102. Johnson, by the way, 7 of 8 for 56 yards. And Will Levis 4 of 5 for 66 yards. First quarter stats presented by Hancock Whitney. Triple your cash fans. Play Match 3 Tripler from the lottery. Went up to $3,000. Visit your favorite lottery retailer and ask for Match 3 Tripler for your chance to win up to $3,000. Must be at least 21 to purchase. Kentucky now attacking left to right on your dial. Real quickly, let's go down for a Sunshine sideline report. Gordy Rush, what's the latest on Keyshawn Butte?
Well, good news. He was in that last series. He rolled his ankle on that jet sweep. They went and took a look at it, retaped it, went back on the field, so he should be good the rest of the game.
Good news for LSU. Now it's up to the Tiger defense. Once again, backs to the wall. Second down, 6 from the LSU 12. Levis in the shotgun. Single back on a wing to his left. Fakes the handoff, steps to his right, throws into the end zone, and a catch for a score. Wan'Dale Robinson with his 4th receiving touchdown of the year. And Kentucky opens the second quarter with a strike. It's now 13-0, 14:54, just 6 seconds off the second quarter clock.
Well, Robinson is that outstanding receiver I mentioned in the pregame, and he made just a great catch. Got himself open in the end zone, and it's tough to do that when you're covered man-to-man, but he did so that time, and Levis spotted the ball perfectly for him to make the reception.
Once again, we'll see Matt Ruffalo, the senior out of Centerville, Ohio, come on, try to add one more for Kentucky. Placement is down, kick is on its way, and the kick is good. 14-0, Kentucky leading in front of a sold-out crowd here at Kroger Field. After stopping the Tigers on 4th and a yard, they go 5 plays, 69 yards, 2 minutes, 31 seconds. And the second touchdown pass of the night for Will Levis, an 11-yard reception by Wan'Dale Robinson. And they lead. We'll take a timeout. We'll return to Lexington in a moment. 14-0, Kentucky on top of the Tigers here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
One thing about Louisiana, we always come together in a time of crisis. Louisiana's own Rouse's Markets is helping with food, water, ice, and donations to Ida's hardest hit communities. And they have truckloads of fresh meat, fresh fruit and vegetables, groceries, water, and ice rolling into their stores all over Louisiana every day, so you don't have to go without. Neighbors helping neighbors. Just one more reason that Rouse's Markets feels like home. Rouse's Markets, official supermarket of LSU Athletics. Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply.
It takes true grit to wake up every morning dedicated to a higher standard of work. At H&E Equipment Services, we're leveraging our national fleet of equipment with a local approach, working closely with customers to understand their needs and provide them reliability, fair prices, and the support of a first-class service team. We're an equipment company, run by equipment people. Where others stop, we continue. H&E Equipment Services, the higher standard in equipment rentals, sales, parts, and service.
Let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun. Have a good time.
43 straight years. That's how long Ford F-Series has been the best-selling truck in America. How does Ford pull off that championship run? With rock-solid durability, up to the nanosecond technology, and jaw-dropping capability. Drive the Ford F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer today. Proud partner of the national champion LSU Tigers. Based on sales 1977 through 2019.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
14:54 remains second quarter here in Lexington. Kentucky up 14-0 over your LSU Fighting Tigers. Fans getting paid up to 2 days early with direct deposit. Another reason banking with Capital One is one of the easiest decisions ever. That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank. Capital One NA, member FDIC. Right now, the Kentucky offense getting it done on the ground and through the air. And Gordy Rush, we said one of the big keys would be the front four for LSU. The strength of this LSU defense in 2021. They come in with 20 sacks on the year, but a lot easier said than done when you look at that hulking offensive front for Kentucky. Right now, Levis having all the time he needs.
Kentucky's run just enough, I think, to keep LSU honest. So here's what's happening. The play action pass is where LSU's gotten beat on that series. Jay Ward let the tight end go. It set up that long pass down the sideline over there because of the play action fake. And on the touchdown pass, both safeties were a little flat-footed. Cam Lewis didn't jump the receiver in time, and they got the receiver on the crossing route right in front of him. LSU's going to have to do a better job handling that play action pass.
So after the ensuing kickoff, another touchback. LSU will start once again their third possession of the ball game. First down and 10 at their own 25. Armani Goodwin. We'll see him check in at running back, and on first down he'll get the carry and moves a couple of Wildcats up to about the 29-yard line. So a gain of 4 on the play. Jaquez Jones eventually credited with the stop for Kentucky. We roll under 14:40 remaining before halftime. LSU said they were committed to running the football. So far, that is true to form. Got to find some big plays. Here's Goodwin coming near side, stiff arms a man, gets by one defender and bounces off a second to make the 35-yard line and pick up the first down for the Fighting Tigers on a gain of 6. Hard running that time, all on Goodwin, Doug.
And it's good that you have a runner that uses that extra effort, because that's exactly what he did. He was hit before he got to the first down markers, but he fought his way through that tackle, got up to the 35-yard line to pick up enough for that first down.
Coming to LSU, Goodwin and Kiner referred to as Thunder and Lightning. They'll go back to Kiner here on first down. Johnson with time airs it out down the middle of the field. Waiting for it is Palmer. He's nearly tackled at around the 15. And there's a no flag. They'll say it was clean, incomplete.
Well, Palmer was open early in the pattern, and Johnson just waited too long to throw it. And he outthrew the receiver. The pass was short, not able to catch up with the receiver. Had the ball been thrown early in the game, that time he could have made the reception, might have scored.
Mosley was on coverage. Got his hand in the face. Here's the handoff to Kiner, trying to spread it far side. Thrown to the ground, but stays upright. Now comes back to the near side. Kentucky giving chase, and they'll bring him down for no gain at the 35. Kiner ran far to the right. They tried to sling him to the ground. He did not go down. He immediately got back up, tried to come near side with it, and still the speed of Kentucky to track him down from behind. No gain on the play. It sets up 3rd down and 10 from the LSU 35-yard line as Josh Williams now will try his hand at running back. Tigers 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. LSU trying to slow down the momentum for Kentucky. Johnson throws and out of the reach of Besh right down the middle of the field at the 35-yard line of the Cats. He was open momentarily down the middle. The throw well overthrown. Besh couldn't get a hand on it. Sets up 4th and 10 in a punting situation now for LSU from their own 35. Again, he tried to look off the defenders, but then the throw down the middle, just too much on it. Besh had found the soft spot between the safeties and corners, but couldn't deliver the footballs. They come after Atkins. He'll get it away. High spiraling kick. Backpedaling to about the 11 to bring it in. Kentucky will have it. Wan'Dale Robinson after a 53-yard punt. It'll be 1st down and 10 at the Kentucky 12. So the worst starting position for the Wildcats tonight, although they lead 14-0. Timeout on the field. We'll return to Lexington in a moment on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash. Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown! Tigers!
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
14-0 Kentucky leading LSU. Wildcats get the football back after forcing yet another punt. Tigers had a turnover early in their opening drive, set up a Kentucky score. The Wildcat defense stops LSU on a 4th and 1. They then march down the field, score again. Wildcats will have their worst starting position of the night. 1st down and 10 at their own 12. Fans with Zero Sugar, and now even more delicious is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, the best Coke ever. Find out for yourself. So here's an opportunity. If LSU's defense, you got to believe where the ball is placed inside their own 15, you're going to see a steady diet of Chris Rodriguez, probably Cavassier Smoke, the backup running back. But if you're LSU's defense trying to change the tone and momentum of this game, here's an opportunity. 1st down and 10 for the Wildcats at their own 12. They'll break from the huddle. 12:53 remains here in the second quarter. Levis with twin backs. Going to hand it off left side, and LSU's all over him. They bring down Michael Drennan, the sophomore out of Dublin, Ohio, who was back there along with Rodriguez as twin backs. And LSU shuts that play down, a loss of 4, but there's a Tiger slow to get up. It's Mason Smith. So time halted as the trainers come out, take a look at Mason. Down around the 17-yard line.
Check that. That's Damone Clark.
That was Damone Clark.
Damone Clark's down. It's not too serious. He tried to get up, and they'll keep him down. Look, guys, I think LSU against the run, minus the jet and the big one, the Rodriguez, they've done fairly well against this Kentucky run game. It's been the play-action pass where they really hit him for some big plays, and we'll see here. 2nd and 14, Kentucky's going to have to throw the ball here.
So the Wildcats behind the chains. Ball placed at their own 8-yard line after a great play, I should say, by Mason Smith, playing interior on that defensive line. Quite a specimen. 6'6", 292, the freshman. He'll work inside once again as they line 4 men up at the line of scrimmage. Second down, 14 for Kentucky. Levis shotgun snap. Going to hand it off, and here's Kavosiey Smoke. Huge hole across the 25 far side. Breaks a shoestring tackle at the 35. Cuts back inside the far side hash and makes his way to the 40-yard line. A gain of 32, and there's the big hit on the run game. And it's a first down and 10 Kentucky.
Well, it doesn't do much good on the previous play to have made a good play, as Mason Smith did, to then come up and give one away for about 30 yards down the field. Exactly what Kentucky did. They have control of the line of scrimmage right now. They have had it the entire game.
Levis under center, going to hand it off to Smoke again. He'll put his head down and cross the 45 to about the 46-yard line. A gain of 6. It'll be second down and 4. And again, Rodriguez, you may see his numbers, but they use both he and Kavosiey Smoke, the junior, in tandem. Smoke maybe a little smaller, 5'9", 200 pounds. Rodriguez 5'11", 224. But Smoke sometimes hard to catch. They gave him 7 yards on the carry, so it'll be second down and 3 at the 47. Smoke and Drennan, twin backs. Levis going to pull. Marches to his right, off his back foot, throws downfield, and nobody there. Incomplete. It'll be third down and 3 for Kentucky. And it looks like there's a Wildcat slow to get up at about the 42-yard line. Appears to be one of their offensive linemen, Darian Kennard, the senior out of Knoxville. So time called momentarily. Stops the clock with 11:08 to go, second quarter. So the Kentucky training crew out there to take a look.
Well, when Kentucky gets started a series as they did on this particular one, by gaining 7 yards on first down, they have the luxury of trying to throw a pass downfield. That one was not very well thrown, and he didn't have an open receiver, so he just kind of threw it away. But you have the luxury of doing that when you gain those 7 yards on first down.
14-0. Kentucky with the lead. 11:08 remains second quarter. Injury timeout. We'll step away. Return to Lexington in a moment on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Our Lady of the Lake, just like LSU, is anchored by deep roots put down almost a century ago. We share a singular vision to advance health, education, and research to serve the incredible people of Louisiana. Our partnership with LSU is inspired by our passions for knowledge and our commitments to our community and healthy Louisiana families. Together, there's nowhere we can't go. Our Lady of the Lake is proud to be the healthcare provider of LSU Athletics.
Your team is on a 3-game winning streak, and you're convinced it's because you've worn your lucky football jersey and haven't taken it off. Not for work, a wedding, or even bathing. With Cox, you can actually wear it all season long because we give you game day coverage and content 24/7. So join us and dress accordingly.
Hey, Tiger fans, just say Fan Zone into your Contour voice remote and enhance your game day experience all week long. Play games, win prizes. Cox, we're LSU fans 24/7.
Over the past year, we've been through a lot, learned a lot, and responded to our clients' needs. As vaccines become more prevalent, we need to stay vigilant and look towards the future. Our cleaning and disinfecting programs have worked against COVID-19, and they will continue to work in the future to give you a clean and healthy building all the time. Jani King, the King of Clean, can help give you a clean and healthy building every day.
Jani King, the King of Clean.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
14-0. Kentucky leads LSU. 11:08 remaining here in the second quarter. Fans, every time you use your Walk-Ons app to check in at the restaurant or order online at any Louisiana location, you're entered to win the Walk to Death Valley VIP experience for the Florida game coming up October 16th. This exclusive experience includes pregame walk down Victory Hill, pregame hospitality access, tickets to the game, and postgame hospitality at Walk-Ons. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app from your favorite app store and visit your local Walk-Ons to enter. Walk-Ons, the official sports restaurant of LSU athletics. Darian Kennard, mostly on his own power, jogged off to the near sideline after being shaken up. The right tackle for Kentucky in that monstrous offensive line. Kennard 6'5", nearly 350 bills. 14-0. Kentucky leads, looking at 3rd down and 3 from their own 47-yard line. Levis, quick screen near side to the running back, and he'll be dropped immediately back at the 41. It's Michael Drennan. Damone Clark was there, brought him down quickly, and Drennan now been featured in 2 plays, and he's lost yardage on both. Lost 5 on that play. Sets up 4th down and 8, and we'll see Kentucky punt it away tonight. Colin Goodfellow, the senior out of Cleveland, averaging 45 yards per punt on the year, has a long of 59. Palmer will be back deep to receive this first punt from the Wildcats on the night. Palmer stands at the 14-yard line of his own. Goodfellow takes his time, puts a foot into it. Low line punt. Takes a bounce inside the 15, out of bounds. They're going to mark it, it appears, at the 11-yard line of the Tigers. So that's where LSU will start after a 47-yard punt. Now you're hoping LSU can settle down a little bit offensively. Kentucky very balanced tonight. 143 yards total offense, 72 through the air, 71 on the ground. LSU 73 yards of total offense, 56 of that through the air, and just 17 yards rushing thus far. And they've tried Ty Davis Price, Corey Kiner, Armani Goodwin, and Josh Williams.
Still looking, aren't they?
Indeed, trying to find that one back. They move it to the 10-yard line. 1st and 10 at the 10. Low snap to Johnson. He'll handle it. Up the middle with room is Ty Davis Price. Lowers the head, gives a boom at about the 20-yard line. Gets just shy of the 25 on a gain of 14. So a good hole on the left side for LSU. And Ty Davis Price able to skirt right up, pick up 14 yards, pick up the first down. Kirkland and Devontae Lee check in as wideouts for the Tigers, working on the near side hash. Johnson again on the handoff. Ty Davis Price tries to get low, gets up near the 29, just shy of the 29-yard line. A gain of 5. It'll be 2nd down and 5. So the Tigers started at their own 10, finding a little breathing room here and a little bit of success running the football. Mashburn, the tight end, will check out. Jeray Jenkins back on the field at receiver for LSU. 9:32, clock moving, 2nd down and 5 from the Tigers' very own 29-yard line. Trip receivers out wide to the right. Jontre Kirkland in the slot to the right side. The handoff going to go to Ty Davis Price, following behind left guard and left tackle. He'll get up near the 33, just shy of the first down, but it will make it 3rd and about 1. Wholesale changes coming in for LSU from the far sideline. Palmer, Mashburn, Taylor, and Butte checking back in for Coach Ed Ogeron. 3rd and a yard. Tigers tonight 3 for 5 on 3rd down. Needed here, down 14-0. Palmer going to motion, get closer to the line of scrimmage at the snap. Ty Davis Price looking for just a yard, and he gets it across the 35 and picks up 2 to move the chains for LSU.
I tell you, Doug, this is the best we've seen TDB this season. He's running with a little purpose, a little desire, putting his head down, getting some extra yards. I like what I see out of number 3.
And LSU getting some pretty decent blocking up front. 2 consecutive first downs here on this drive, with the ball located now at the LSU 35.
42 rushing yards tonight, 30 of that from Ty Davis Price. 1st down and 10 at the 35. Johnson stepping back, late pressure, and he gets nailed back at the 28-yard line. Octavius Oxendine, the sophomore out of Radcliffe, Kentucky, comes free. 2nd sack of the night for this Kentucky defense, and a huge loss. Sets up 2nd down and 17 back at the LSU 28.
But that is not what LSU needed. They had a little momentum, and all of a sudden Kentucky has a free rusher that came right into the chops of Mac Johnson for a big loss.
2nd down and 17. Ball back at the 28-yard line of the Tigers. Johnson, tight pocket, slings the ball, coming back for it. Making the catch is Jenkins, up to about the 43. Just 2 yards shy of the first down, but Jenkins gets that negative yard back after a 15-yard pitch and catch. And again, another long throw from the near hash to the far sideline. 3rd down and 2 at the LSU 43-yard line. They must reach the 45 of their own. Snap back to Johnson, looking underneath, flips it out, and Kiner can't hold on. He was at the sticks at the 45, but he heard footsteps, knew he was going to get hit, and didn't bring it in. It's incomplete. Corker was the man to make the play defensively for Kentucky. And most of it was just the anticipation of what was coming. He had the open pass. Johnson put it there. He just didn't bring it all the way in. And another punting situation. Avery Atkins out there on 4th down and 2. He'll let this fly from about the LSU 33-yard line. Back deep, Wan'Dale Robinson at the 11. Here's the snap to Avery. Avery lets it go. Spiraling kick. Robinson gets out of the way, takes a bounce at about the 5, and going to be down by the Tigers at the 1-yard line by Jontre Kirkland. Kirkland scooting down the field, able to make a huge play on special teams to back up Kentucky after a 55-yard punt. It's down at the 2, and that's where the Wildcats take over when we come back. 6:57 remaining. First half action. Kentucky 14, LSU nothing on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hey Fighting podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown! Tigers!
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
6:57 remains, second quarter here in Lexington. Kentucky, number 16 in the land, 5-0 on the season. Lead your Fighting Tigers of LSU 14-0. Fans, they put in the time, effort, and hard work. They're suited up and ready because when it comes to meeting your unique healthcare needs, every day is game day for Our Lady of the Lake. Our Lady of the Lake, proud to be the official healthcare provider of LSU Athletics. Gordy Rush real quickly with a Sunshine Sideline report. When you get a little bit of running out of this LSU offense, you can't allow the passing game to let you down. Just unfortunate in that last possession.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, from Max Johnson, he's had a couple misses here. Had the Besh on the fourth down conversion, and then the two verticals, one to Palmer, and then he had Besh. Hopefully 14's going to settle down because finally LSU's running the ball.
Kentucky takes over. First down and 10 at their own 2. They started earlier at their own 11. Now after another fine punt and great execution on special teams, Jontre Kirkland downing the football at the Kentucky 2. The lineup under center is Levis. He'll hand it off Rodriguez, and he'll carry a couple of Tigers across the 5 up to the 6-yard line. A gain of 4. Gives them a little more breathing room. Kentucky now 143 yards total offense. And very balanced, as we told you. 72 through the air, 71 on the ground. Working from the far side hash, looking at second down and 5 from their own 7. Levis out of the shotgun. Going to keep it off the left edge, and Levis with room up across the 15, pulled down from behind at the 18-yard line. B.J. Ojulari with the tackle But the Kentucky quarterback with a gain of 11 picks up the first down. And what started at the 2 now has quickly moved out to their very own 18-yard line on 2 plays.
Just nice job by Levis. Caught Ojulari cheating. Ojulari is responsible for that outside edge. He fell in with the tailback Rodriguez. Levis pulled it out, got around the end.
First down and 10 at the Kentucky 18-yard line. Levis again back under center. Handoff going to come to Rodriguez. Cuts back left, and a huge hole across the 30, the 35, up near the 41. They say he was down maybe at the 39-yard line, but another gaping hole on the right side of that offensive line, and Rodriguez saw the cutback lane, got to it, picks up the 1st and 10 on a gain of 21 yards.
And the difficult thing about this is when you have somebody backed up at their 2-yard line, if you're going to let them move the ball, make them move in small increments, not in big chunks as Kentucky has been allowed to do. They're up at their 39-yard line with another first down.
Twin backs, shotgun formation. Going to hand it off, and pulled down as he crosses the 40 is Michael Drennan. A gain of 2. It'll be 2nd down and 8 at the Kentucky 41-yard line. Under 5 to go here in the second quarter. Clock moving, 4 minutes and 54 seconds. 14-0. Kentucky scoring on their first 2 possessions. One coming off a fumble near midfield by LSU in their opening drive. Another set up after a 4th down stop by this Wildcat defense. 2 touchdown passes on the night here for Will Levis. Looking at 2nd down and 8 at the 41-yard line. 2 receivers to the left. Single back in Rodriguez. Rodriguez going to get the carry, met at the mesh and stood up. Got back to the 41. That's about all. So LSU smothering gold helmets around the ball carrier, led by Mason Smith. That'll set up 3rd down and 8 at the 41. Kentucky 2 for 3 on 3rd down conversions tonight.
Now that's the kind of play you need to make, and then follow it up with this next one. It's 3rd down, about 8 yards to go. You want to stop this one for a yard, maybe 2 yards, make them punt, get the football back.
We'll go with 4 wide, 3 to the left, 1 to the right. Levis calls for the shotgun snap, looking left all the way into the flat, catch made at about the 43-yard line, but cut down immediately is Wan'Dale Robinson. As Jay Ward, great open field tackle on that far side. They gain only 2, and it'll be 4th down and 6, and the Tiger defense gives up some yardage after this drive started at the 2, but eventually it shuts down nearing midfield. It'll be the 2nd punt of the night for the Wildcats and Colin Goodfellow. Palmer back deep for the Tigers, stands at the 15-yard line. Down to 3 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Goodfellow angles it near side, hangs up in the middle of the field. Palmer settles under it, calls for the fair catch, and has it. After a 43-yard punt, it'll be down at the 14-yard line and a timeout on the field. Tigers with the football. They trail 14-0 here in Lexington. We'll take a timeout, return in a moment on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Finding the places in life that give you joy is what Toyota is all about. Like a RAV4 to take you to mountain biking trails if that's your place. Or a sporty Camry to take you to your favorite weekend spots.
Yes, to the theater.
Just don't fall asleep.
What, me?
So no matter where you find your joy, Toyota can take you there. Visit your local Toyota dealer for a great deal on the 2021 Toyota Highlander. It's perfect for Tiger fans and their go routes. Toyota, proud partner of LSU Athletics.
One thing about Louisiana, we always come together in a time of crisis. Louisiana's own Rouse's Markets is helping with food, water, ice, and donations to Ida's hardest hit communities. And they have truckloads of fresh meat, fresh fruit and vegetables, groceries, water, and ice rolling into their stores all over Louisiana every day, so you don't have to go without. Neighbors helping neighbors. Just one more reason that Rouse's Markets feels like home. Rouse's Markets, official supermarket of LSU Athletics. Fans, if you were born to grill, then check out Barbecue Guys for all your grilling and outdoor living needs. With the largest selection of top-rated grills and outdoor products, best-in-class customer service, and expert product reviews, tips, and how-to videos, Barbecue Guys makes it easier than ever to shop online for backyard necessities. They're there to help you master grilling and outdoor entertainment. So visit them.
Back here at Kroger Field, and during the timeout, they had the television red hat walk out to the field. There was a penalty after that punt. The officials got together. They brought the TV timeout back off the field, and come to find out it was offsides against LSU. Sets up 4th down and a yard, and Kentucky brings back out the offense. So what looked like LSU football just a mere 90 seconds ago, Kentucky's with it. Levis trying to complete a 4th down conversion, and flags come out. Kentucky says LSU jumped. LSU says they were pulled offsides. We'll have to wait and see. It was a crowded line of scrimmage.
A lot of pointing going on, Chris.
Everybody's saying it's the other guy. So again, the punt took place. After the play, they ruled it offsides against LSU, which set up 4th and 1. Kentucky took the penalty, brought the offense back out there. They had a TV timeout about to begin. They threw him off the field. Ran the red hat back to the sideline, and now we'll see what this is about.
Start on the offense, number 79.
So Luke Fortner, the center for Kentucky, a senior out of Sylvania, Ohio, going to be whistled for the false start. And what was 4th and 1 now will be 4th and 6, and we'll see the punt unit again for Kentucky come out.
You know what's surprising about an offsides call on 4th and 6? Usually you're running. As the Kentucky faithful did not like it. They did not like the call. But usually right here at midfield, you want to run punt safe because it's hard to return it here. LSU's just going to do holdups. Hopefully they'll stay onside.
So we're back where we started. And it looks like Kentucky wants a timeout. So they will call a timeout.
Mark Stoops is hot. I don't know if you can appeal this. I think he's just calling a timeout because he's fired up, because the replay didn't show a whole lot from the center. And it was the line judge on the LSU side that threw the flag.
Well, the timeout brought to you by Paragon Casino Resort. They bring out the red hat. We will go to a timeout and we'll step away. We'll return in a moment. 14-0. Kentucky leading. We may see a punt and the Tigers may get the ball back when we come back right after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Finding the places in life that give you joy is what Toyota is all about. Like a RAV4 to take you to mountain biking trails if that's your place. Or a sporty Camry to take you to your favorite weekend spots.
Yes, to the theater.
Just don't fall asleep.
What, me?
So no matter where you find your joy, Toyota can take you there. Visit your local Toyota dealer for a great deal on the 2021 Toyota Highlander. It's perfect for Tiger fans and their go routes. Toyota, proud partner of LSU Athletics.
One thing about Louisiana, we always come together in a time of crisis. Louisiana's own Rouse's Markets is helping with food, water, ice, and donations to Ida's hardest hit communities. And they have truckloads of fresh meat, fresh fruit and vegetables, groceries, water, and ice rolling into their stores all over Louisiana every day, so you don't have to go without. Neighbors helping neighbors. Just one more reason that Rouse's Markets feels like home. Rouse's Markets, official supermarket of LSU Athletics. Fans, if you were born to grill, then check out Barbecue Guys for all your grilling and outdoor living needs. With the largest selection of top-rated grills and outdoor products, best-in-class customer service, and expert product reviews, tips, and how-to videos, Barbecue Guys makes it easier than ever to shop online for backyard necessities. They're there to help you master grilling and outdoor entertaining. So visit barbecueguys.com. That's bbqguys.com to learn more. Barbecue Guys, for those who were born to grill.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
3:07 remaining here in the second quarter. Kentucky leading after scoring on their first two possessions. Since then, it's been a battle on both sides for LSU and for Kentucky. Still 14-0. Fans, accelerate your dream with the Toyota Fuel Your Dream Sweepstakes. Winners receive a $5,000 gift card. To make your dream a reality, to enter, visit Toyota-Fuel-Your-Dream.com. No purchase necessary. Gordy Rush real quickly. Big Blue Nation didn't like that call offsides on 4th and 1 that made it 4th and 6 and will force Kentucky to punt it away.
I saw another shot of it. So the center did double clutch. He did move his arm. That was the correct call.
So they'll have to punt it after getting a break on an offsides penalty on a punt previously. They brought the offense back out on 4th and 1 and then committed the false start. Now they'll try to punt it on 4th and 6 from the Kentucky 43-yard line. Goodfellow takes the snap straight up the far side hash, puts a foot into it, high spiraling kick. Palmer over inside the 15 far side. Calls for the fair catch and makes it there after a 43-yard punt. And LSU will start first down and 10 at their own 14-yard line. A complete wash on where the ball was spotted on both of the punts for Kentucky. And in fact, after Palmer brings it into the 14-yard line, that's where we thought moments ago LSU would start. So we may get back to some action from the line of scrimmage. More importantly, LSU has the football. Down 14 with 2:58 to go here before halftime on the road in the Bluegrass. First down and 10. Handoff Ty Davis Price around the right edge and gets through a couple of defenders across the 20 up to the 24-yard line. Very close to the first down sticks. Jordan Wright eventually making the stop for Kentucky, a senior out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Spot appears to be just shy by about a yard. So a 9-yard gain by Ty Davis Price. Again, his best outing on the ground thus far. Second and a yard at the 23. Shotgun snap. Johnson fakes the handoff. Johnson has time again. Going to unload down the field and looking for Palmer. Double coverage. Couldn't get a hand on it. It's incomplete at the Kentucky 30-yard line. So the third time tonight, Max Johnson and the Tigers trying to go deep and test this secondary for Kentucky. But good safety help over the top. Could not drop it in the bucket. It'll be third down and a yard at the 23. I like the decision, Doug, on second and a yard and maybe see what you can get over the top. But now you got to pick up the first down, keep this going with the clock down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Johnson has Ty Davis Price on a wing to his left. Quick handoff. TDP goes through a couple of Wildcats up across the 30 and carries some blue to the 35-yard line. Picks up the first down on a gain of 12. 51 yards rushing so far tonight for Ty Davis Price.
And LSU starting to assert themselves a little bit at the line of scrimmage, and that's so for probably the last quarter, almost quarter up to this point. And that's good because you need to make those first downs.
Here's Ty Davis Price on the handoff on first down. Tried to cut back to his left. Crosses the 35, shy of the 36. Maybe got a half yard, if that. Will set up second down and probably a short 10 as DeAndre Square again. One of the great linebackers for this Kentucky team. Scans the field side to side. Makes a good fundamental tackle that time on Ty Davis Price. They'll say no gain. Second down and 10. Ball at the 35 of the Tigers. Under 90 seconds to go here in the first half. Down 14-0 to Kentucky. Johnson spins the peel. Stands in the pocket. Has time now. Late pressure and he'll throw it away to the LSU sideline. Far side. It sets up third down and 10 at the 35 upcoming. That time good coverage downfield. Had the time you wanted from your offensive line, but eventually the clock went off in Johnson's head. He had to throw it away. LSU tonight 5 for 8 on third downs. Looking at third and 10 from their own 35. There's a flag down. The umpire has a flag, and it looks like.
Chris, they're going to call intentional grounding. They're going to call intentional grounding on LSU, I believe, on that play. He was in the pocket still, and there was not a receiver around. Is that the call, or did he pick it up?
He gave an indication, although the official's mic is not working here at Kroger Field, so they moved the ball back. So it was a penalty against LSU, and it appeared intentional grounding was the indication from our crew chief David Smith. So 8 yards lost, sets up third and 18 now, back at the 27. Shotgun snap to Johnson. Steps up in the pocket, fires, and nearly intercepted, but incomplete at the 47-yard line. It was Tyrell Asian, the senior, who had a chance, had to come back for it, put up his paw, couldn't hold on. They were looking for Trey Palmer, but that will bring up fourth down for LSU, and they'll have to punt it away to Kentucky with 1:11 to go before halftime.
LSU has started to pick up some yardage here and there in the running game, but at the same time, they're really misfiring on every pass.
Here's the punt by Atkins. Robinson trying to get out of the way. Now we'll pick it up on a hop at the 21-yard line far side. Not a lot of room. He'll step out of bounds at the 25, and that's where Kentucky takes over after a 43-yard punt off the leg of Avery Atkins. 14-0, Kentucky leading. They have the football. 1 minute, 1 second remaining, second quarter. Tiger fans, stop by, see your local Southern Quality Ford dealers, take a test drive, get amazing deals and low financing on a new car, truck, or SUV, and let the good times roll. Coming up, we'll have the Super One halftime report, scores from around the country, and there's one interesting one going on in Bryan College Station right now. On the Cox scoreboard update, Texas A&M at the end of the first quarter leading 17-7 over Alabama. First down and 10 at the 25. Will Levis takes the shotgun snap. Quick hitter out to the near side to Robinson. Trying to set up the screen, but holding on is Damone Clark. Would not let go as Robinson tried to skirt free at the 25. He got to the 26, but a great job by Clark not giving up. Gain on the play of 1 yard. It'll be second down and 9. Kentucky in no hurry. They break the huddle with 37 on the game clock. Levis lines him up. 3 receivers left. 1 to the right side. Single back. Levis gonna hand it off. It's Smoke up the middle, and Cavassier Smoke across the 30, the 35, up to the 40-yard line. A gain of 13. But now just 16 seconds remaining. The clock will stop momentarily as they move the chains, but Kentucky did not appear to be in any hurry. They'll call a timeout here to preserve 16 seconds, leading 14-0. While we have a moment, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification. This is Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
This is live coverage of Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Back with you in Lexington, Kentucky, Kroger Field. LSU and the Wildcats of Kentucky getting together here in the Bluegrass for the first time since 2007. So far as the score is concerned, Kentucky, their first 2 possessions, finding the end zone. LSU's defense has been much improved here of late. The offense still sputtering. They trail 14-0 with 16 seconds remaining before we head to the halftime locker room. Fans with zero sugar, and now even more delicious is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, the best Coke ever. Find out for yourself. So Kentucky in no hurry after the first down play. Now suddenly, after a big run by Cavassier Smoke up to their own 40-yard line, they burn the timeout. Again, just 16 seconds remain. Matt Ruffalo, by the way, has a long this season of 45 yards. His career long for the senior is 50 yards. That one a couple of seasons ago. On first down, Levis avoiding pressure, steps up in the pocket, slings it deep downfield, and a battle for it. Broken up at the 10-yard line. Good double coverage by LSU. They were looking for Robinson for the home run. 8 seconds remain, and that was textbook coverage if you're LSU and Durante Jones, the DC. Again, Robinson is a playmaker, but a great job of just breaking up the pass by Jay Ward. Almost got a hand on it.
Well, Jay Ward and Cordell Flood had excellent position. Although the pass was a very well thrown pass, I don't think the receiver had any chance in the world of catching it.
Second down and 10 at the 40 with just 8 seconds remaining here in the second quarter. Levis going to throw underneath near side, get out of bounds at the 48-yard line after a gain of 8. Completion to Isaiah Epps.
Gain of 8 yards brings up 3rd and 2.
So it'll be 3rd down and 2 after the 8-yard gain with 5 seconds remaining. Again, Kentucky didn't appear to be in too big a hurry in this final possession, but suddenly now trying to hold on to every precious second and maybe try to add to their 14-0 lead. 5 seconds remain. Levis will line up 3 receivers left, 1 to the right side. Single back in Rodriguez. And before the snap, time going to be called by LSU. So Coach Ogeron using a quick 30-second timeout. Timeout brought to you in part by Paragon Casino Resorts, Marie Showroom, bringing you today's best live concerts and comedy Come turn your night up at Paragon Casino Resort. This is how we play.
Yeah, it was a good time out there. I was surprised LSU wasn't back in, a prevent Hail Mary type of defense. All they can basically do is throw the football in the end zone. I don't think there's, with them out of timeouts, they're not going to be able to have a 10, 15, 20-yard play to get them in field goal range and still have enough time on the clock. So let's see what LSU does differently on defense for them to burn that timeout.
So with 5 seconds remaining, Will Levis only completing 62% of his passes coming into tonight's game. So far 9 for 12 for 84 yards, those 2 early passing touchdowns. But he does have a cannon for an arm. Hasn't been the most accurate this season, but he'll have the ability to get it close to the goal line should they throw up a Hail Mary. Last week, Kentucky had 224 yards total offense against Florida. They have 208 so far here through almost 2 quarters of action. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. Here's the snap. Levis in trouble, and Levis going to go down. Eventually, it took a while, but LSU brings him down at the 42-yard line to end the first half of action. B.J. Ojulari with the sack first for the Tigers tonight. That sack brought to you by Train. It's hard to stop a train. So 2 quarters in the books here in Lexington. Kentucky off to an early start, but slow down in the latter part of the second quarter. They go into the locker room leading 14-0. Coming up, we'll go down on the field. Gordy Rush with Coach O.
All right, Coach, Kentucky got off to a fast start.
They got off to a fast start. You know what? We played good defense second quarter. We got to move the football. We got to make some of those third down, fourth down conversions. But I thought the second half we settled down, played good ball.
Let's talk about on the offensive side of the football. You wanted to make a commitment to running. You're running the ball better. You've had some misses, some open receivers in the passing game.
Yeah, we want to take shots. Obviously, when you run the ball, you can bring the safeties up. We want to take shots, throw the ball behind the head, but we've got to connect.
All right, Coach, best of luck in the second half.
Go Tigers.
Chris.
Thank you, Gordy. Thank you, Coach. That's the Capital One Bank Coach's interview. Capital One, proud supporter of the Tigers. We're at halftime here in the Bluegrass. Kentucky leading 14-0. Coming up, Super One Foods halftime report. We'll have scores from around the SEC, a look at the first half stats, and then get you ready for the second half of action here at Kroger Field. Our score at the break: the Kentucky Wildcats 14, the LSU Fighting Tigers 0 on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Just For You deals is now Albertsons For You. It's everything you love about Just For You with all new perks. Get rewarded just for being you, including personalized deals, a free item every month, and even a treat on your birthday. With Albertsons For You, you earn points every time you shop and redeem them for discounts on groceries and more. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 or more purchase just for signing up. So download or update your Albertsons app and see your all-new, all-awesome perks. Albertsons, fresh foods, local flavors. Everyone loves a winner, and Waiter wants that to be you. Download the Waiter app and place an order with promo code TIGERS21 for free game day delivery. Every order earns a chance to win Waiter food credit, signed merch, Tiger tickets, and more. Order now with promo code TIGERS21 and get the win with Waiter. Waiter, you relax, we deliver. The Tigers are your team, and Super One Foods is your grocery store. They offer super low prices from the moment you walk in their door, starting with the hottest deals on their famous wall of values. You'll get super savings on fresh produce, meat cut fresh daily, and all of your favorite brands throughout the store. Shop Super One Foods online or in store for super low prices on game day and every day. Go Tigers and go Super One Foods.
Welcome in to the Super One Foods halftime report. Super One Foods, go Tigers, and go Super One Foods. Soon, we return to second half action of LSU Fighting Tiger football. But first, let's check the latest around the college football world. From the Capital One studio, here is Brian Haldane with a scoreboard update on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Yeah, let's go ahead and run down those top 25 scores as well as what's going on what has gone on in state as well. Starting off with number 1, Alabama is trailing right now, 10:08 to go in the second quarter in College Station, and the Texas A&M Aggies have a 17-7 lead over the Alabama Crimson Tide. Number 2, Georgia looks strong today, a 34-10 winner over number 18, Auburn. Number 3 pulls it out, an absolute battle in Iowa City. The third-ranked Iowa Hawkeyes outlast number 4, Penn State, 23-20, your final score there. Number 5, Cincinnati blasted Temple, 52-3. I believe that game was actually last night. Showdown or shootout, it was 1,178 yards of total offense as number 6 Oklahoma pulls out a 55-48 win over number 21 Texas in Dallas earlier today. Number 7 Ohio State had no problem with Maryland, 66-17. Buckeyes was your final in that one. 9th-ranked Michigan is at Nebraska right now. There's 3:19 to go in the second quarter there. The Michigan Wolverines have a 6-0 lead over the Nebraska Cornhuskers in that affair. Number 10, BYU falls to Boise State today. 26-17, your final score. Number 11, Michigan State moves to 6-0, putting Rutgers to bed, 31-13. They are still counting up total yards in Oxford. Number 17, Ole Miss pulls off a 52-51 win over number 13, Arkansas. Notre Dame, 14th-ranked Notre Dame Fighting Irish have 14 points to go along with their 14th ranking. It's 14-10 Notre Dame Fighting Irish over Virginia Tech at Virginia Tech as there's 3 seconds left in the second quarter of that game, so they're just about to hit halftime. Number 15, Coastal Carolina moves to 6-0 on the season, 6-0, scoring more than 50 points for the 4th time this season already. They beat Arkansas State 52-20. Took overtime to get it done, but number 19, Wake Forest, pulls out a 42-37 win over Syracuse. Number 20, Florida, blanked Vanderbilt 42-0. Last night, number 22, Arizona State, was a 28-10 winner over Stanford. In-state got a couple scores to look at. Tulane fell 40-22 to Houston back on Thursday. Georgia State is at UL Monroe, 13-28 to go in the second quarter, and Georgia State has a 14-7 lead over the Warhawks. Southeastern was a 58-48 winner over Nichols. Grambling fell to Alcorn, 24-20. The difference between a touchdown and a field goal, a touchdown for Texas Southern and a field goal for Southern in the second quarter, was the only difference in scoring throughout the game. Texas Southern Tigers grab a 35-31 win over the Jaguars. Northwestern State is at Houston Baptist, 14 minutes to go in the third quarter. Houston Baptist has a 10-7 lead over the Demons. Our score in Lexington right now is 14-0 Kentucky Wildcats. So we're going to come back with, well, such as it is highlights-wise, a lot of stats and a whole lot more right after this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hey Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
Second half action of LSU Fighting Tiger football is coming up. But first, the Super One Foods halftime report continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Well, it's 14-0, Kentucky leading LSU. And it's time to give you the highlights. And the highlights on LSU's side are not going to take very long, but I'm going to give you Kentucky's anyway. 14-0 at the 6:17 mark in the first quarter. Kentucky with a Rodriguez 3-yard pass from Will Levis. Ruffalo with the kick. 9 plays, 44 yards. Took up 4 minutes and 55 seconds. That was a 7-0 lead by Kentucky. And just in to the second quarter, 14:54 remaining in the second quarter. Robinson with an 11-yard pass from Levis. Ruffalo with the kick. 5 plays, 69 yards. Took up only 2 minutes and 31 seconds. That's a 14-0 lead for Kentucky at halftime. And generally, of course, we will replay for you the LSU scoring plays. But as you know, when LSU has no points, LSU doesn't have any scoring plays. So what we'll do is we will take a break at this moment, come back with the statistics from the first half after this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown, Tigers!
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
As we get you set for the second half of Fighting Tiger football, the Super One Foods halftime report continues. Time now for the first half recap on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Kroger Stadium, Lexington, Kentucky. Kentucky leading LSU 14-0 at halftime as the Kentucky band is entertaining the crowd here, and it's a nice crowd, a lot of blue and white, very, very little gold and purple among these fans here, and it's a very enthusiastic crowd. And they got started early in the game when Kentucky started out with 2 touchdowns on their first 2 possessions. The score 14-0. First downs, LSU had 8 to 10 for Kentucky in the first half. Rushing yards, LSU 19 rushes, 48 yards. Kentucky 18 rushes for 118 yards. Yeah, that's right. The same number of rushes essentially, and Kentucky more than doubled LSU's. Not a surprise. It's what we knew LSU had to deal with in coming into this game, and they haven't been successful. In passing yards, LSU was 72 yards passing, Kentucky with 84. LSU completed 9 of 15 passes, no interceptions. Kentucky 9 of 12, no interceptions. Total offense, LSU 34 plays, 120 yards. Kentucky 30 plays, 202 yards. LSU punted 3 times, an average of 53.3. Kentucky twice for an average of 45.5. LSU lost 1 fumble. Kentucky did not have any fumbles. Time of possession, 15 minutes and 4 seconds for LSU, 14 minutes and 56 seconds for Kentucky. Third down conversions, LSU 5 of 9, Kentucky 1 of 5. Fourth down conversions, LSU didn't make it on the one they tried. Kentucky did make it on the one that they tried. I'm going to be back with the individual statistics from the first half after this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
We are proud to announce that Burns Estate Planning and Wealth Advisors are the official wealth management partner of LSU Athletics. If you're considering retirement and would like a wealth management firm that specializes in retirement services, 401k rollovers, tax strategies, as well as all your estate planning needs, give Burns Estate Planning and Wealth Advisors a call today at 1-888-592-8818. That's 1-888-592-8818.
Hey, y'all, I'm Amanda Shaw. We all know Louisiana is as fun as all get out. So get out, take a road trip, and explore our state. Fill her up, then try a new restaurant that's as fun-loving as it is food-loving. Grab the family and take off for monumental adventures at our 21 state parks. Or take a magical minivan tour along our 19 scenic trails and byways. Louisiana's a trip. Take one today.
This is Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Plan your road trip at LouisianaIsATrip.com.
Are you one of many homeowners who just dreads the winter due to inconsistent home heating? Perhaps you're an HVAC contractor who just wants to offer more reliable, higher efficiency home heating. Luxair helps keep homes warm while saving money and offers great business building programs for contractors too. Contact your Luxair dealer to find out more. Or if you're a contractor, visit SolarSupplyLuxair.com to learn about working with Luxair. Looking to up your grocery game? Skip the lines, not the service, with Super One Foods Curbside. Shop SuperOneFoods.com for the lowest prices on all of your favorite brands. Select your pickup time. Our expert shoppers will do the shopping for you and load your groceries right into your car. They even offer same-day pickup when you order before 6 p.m. Score super savings and enjoy the convenience of curbside service at Super One Foods. Super low prices.
This has been the Super One Foods Halftime Report. Super One Foods, go Tigers, and go Super One Foods. The second half is on the way, here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
14-0, Kentucky leading LSU at halftime from Kroger Stadium in Lexington, Kentucky. Both teams are coming out on the field to warm up to get ready for the second half. And we're going to take a look at some individual numbers from the first half. They're not particularly dynamic, certainly not for LSU, but let's take a look at them anyway. Ty Davis-Price, 9 carries, 52 yards gained, a net of 52, an average of 5.8, and that's a pretty good average. And he's the one who really brought LSU's running game to life to the extent that it was brought to life. Armani Goodwin, if you listen to these other numbers, you'll know what I'm talking about. 2 carries, 11 yards on those 2 carries. Corey Kiner, 4 carries, 7 yards on those, and 2 yards were lost, so a net of 5. Max Johnson, 4 carries. He gained 5. He lost 25, so a net of -5. For Kentucky, Cavassier Smoke, 4 carries, 53 yards, and he had a couple of really nice yards, runs that he broke off, an average of 13.2 for him. His long carry was 32 yards. Chris Rodriguez, 7 carries, 51 yards, an average of 7.3. Will Levis, 4 for 17, an average of 2.8. And Juton McClain, 1 for 5. Will Levis, 9 of 12 passing. Max Johnson, 9 of 15 passing. And receiving, Keishon Butte, he was targeted 3 times, 3 receptions, only 3 yards. Yards after catch 7. The long was 7. So not a real outstanding first half, and he really was not given much of a chance to do anything. He kind of tweaked his ankle and seemed to kind of go away after that. Jack Bech, 4 receptions, 4 targets, 2 receptions, 16 yards on those. Brian Thomas, 1 target, 1 reception for 18 yards. Jeray Jenkins, 1 for 1 and 16 yards. Wan'Dale Robinson for Kentucky, 6 targets, 4 receptions, 24 yards. He had a touchdown there. Isaiah Epps, 2 for 2, 28 yards. Justin Rigg, 1 for 1, 34 yards is his long reception. And Chris Rodriguez, a target, 1 reception, 3 yards. Goodfellow for Kentucky averaged 45.5 punting, and Avery Atkins for LSU, 53.3 average punting. So there you have the individuals. I'm going to give you some defensive individuals. Damone Clark, a total of 6 tackles. DeAndre Square for Kentucky, a total of 7 tackles. So the beginning of the game, after Kentucky got the ball the first 2 possessions, they scored twice, and that made the score 14-0. And after that, I got to say that it was not a dynamic first half. Neither quarterback was very, very accurate. And surprisingly, for LSU, Max Johnson needs to be accurate, particularly if LSU's not going to have the great running game that they're so used to having. And they just don't have that combination. So the running game becomes less great when the passing game is diminished. The passing game gets diminished when the running game is not good. And for LSU, they just haven't put it all together. They did put it together somewhat in the second quarter. They picked up some yards rushing, but you look up at the scoreboard and you see that big 0 besides LSU's name, and you know that they have not gotten the production that they need to get in order to make this game a game that they can win. So Tigers are going to have to kick it off here to start the second half. As we look down on the field, they're on the right side. They'll be kicking right to left. Kentucky will be receiving this kick. And this is a very important possession, because if Kentucky can stretch that lead with another touchdown, that's going to be difficult for LSU to overcome. LSU's got to come out gangbusters here in the second half, see if they can get possession of the football and get some points up on the board. We'll look forward to bringing it all to you, and our Chris Blair is going to be the guy doing the play-by-play, and here he is, the voice of the Tigers, Chris Blair.
Thank you, Doug. They tee it up at the 35. Again, Kentucky won the toss, deferred until the second half, so Avery Atkins going to approach the football, put it in the air, and again sails out of the back of the end zone. It will be a touchback, and Kentucky will start first down and 10 at their own 25-yard line. Again, Kentucky early on, as Doug told you moments ago, had a 9-play, 44-yard drive to get on the board with a 4-yard touchdown pass from Levis to Rodriguez, the running back. Then after stopping the Tigers on 4th down, went 5 plays, 69 yards, an 11-yard touchdown reception by Wan'Dale Robinson. Since then, LSU's defense has played much better, but they'll need to continue it here. As Doug mentioned, very important drive to start the third quarter. First down and 10 at the 25-yard line. Kentucky in their anthracite jerseys and chrome helmets. First is going to be to Wan'Dale Robinson out on the screen far side. Broke the first tackle, got away from Eli Ricks, but eventually cleaned up by Navantique Strong, and a gain of 4. It'll be second down and 6 with the ball at the 29-yard line. LSU averaging about 3 yards per play on offense in that first half. Won't get it done, especially on the road. And Kentucky, by the way, through 5.5 games this year, they outscored their opponents in the first half 94-41. But they've made games close, including last week's win over Florida. Here's the handoff. Rodriguez cut back lane to the near side, and he's loose across the 40-45 and finally spilled out at midfield after another huge run of 21 yards by Rodriguez, the junior out of McDonough, Georgia.
Kentucky got great blocking at the point of attack off of right tackle, and the ball carrier, Chris Rodriguez, got the ball, got through that big gaping hole, and when he gets in the open field, he's got that quickness and the speed, and that combination ends up with long gainers.
So Rodriguez will sit out momentarily after the big gainer. They'll bring in Cavassier Smoke, single back as Levis works under center, first down and 10 from midfield. Motion to receiver left to right. Here's the handoff. Smoke left tackle, and he'll make his way down to the LSU 44 after a gain of 6. It'll be second down 4 at the LSU 44-yard line. Again, mountain human beings up front for this Kentucky Wildcat squad. Horsey 300, Fortner 300, Cox 293, Kennard 345, and of course the former Tiger Dare Rosenthal 6'7", 327 at left tackle. Robinson motions left to right. Levis again under center. Handed off to Smoke. He'll cut back to his left. A little bit of a hole, and makes his way to the 39-yard line, very close to that first down marker, and it appears he has it. First down and 10 Kentucky. Mason Smith there to make the play defensively, but Kentucky now ripping off yardage one play at a time.
And this is exactly what LSU did not want to happen to start this second half, where Kentucky is picking up first down yardage on 2 plays. Make them do it in 4 plays if you're going to make them do it, but don't let them get away with it in 2 plays.
Levis going to keep it off the left side. Looked like he was hemmed in on the left, then cut back to the middle of the field and carries the Tigers down inside the 15, down inside the 10 to the 6-yard line. A play that originally looked like Levis would have 6 to 7 yards somehow comes out of the fray, cuts it back across the middle of the field, and the quarterback with a 33-yard run now has it 1st and goal at the LSU 6.
Levis looked like he was playing for Auburn last week, breaking tackles, running away from people, finally being dragged down at the 6-yard line, but it's 1st and goal for Kentucky at the LSU 6.
Kentucky 1 for 2 on the night inside the red zone. Levis in the shotgun. Rodriguez the single back. Rodriguez going to get the carry, try to run downhill left side. LSU stands him up. Kentucky trying to move him forward, and eventually he stopped at about the 1-yard line after a gain of 5. So now will be 2nd down goal to go from the LSU 1. Tigers down 14 to nothing. Opening drive of the 3rd quarter. And Kentucky marching down the field, doing it, ripping off huge runs from Rodriguez and Will Levis, the quarterback. Levis going to take the snap, try to go in behind center and fall in the end zone. No indication yet. Kentucky says he's in. The officials coming in. Looks like it's going to be 3rd down goal to go. Nope. They're going to say he's in. Side judge came in, looked down to see where Levis was laying, and then said touchdown Kentucky. 20 to nothing. Opening drive of the 3rd quarter. They march down the field. 10:57 remaining here in the 3rd stanza. Levis with his 2nd rushing touchdown of the season. Doesn't take much to get those guys up front to just crash forward. Levis followed right behind the center, Luke Fortner. And they add to their lead, trying to add 1 more point. And it looks like they're going to put this play under review. So we'll have our 2nd official review brought to you by Acme Oyster House. That'll bring the Boo Birds out here at Kroger Field. So again, they didn't initially signal touchdown. Gordy Rush, I don't know if you had a good vantage point down there on the far sideline, but it took them a while to give the signal, and now they're going to go ahead and take a review.
Yeah, looking at it now, he wound up going low. Levis went low underneath, and to me, it didn't look like he got in. His knees got to be down at some point. I don't know that I ever saw him cross the plane, and they're reviewing it now on the big screen. This is the view here. So from the Kentucky offensive right on that sideline on the pylon, to me, looked like he was down there and didn't get across. Now, I didn't see this. Kentucky's actually circling the ball. A home replay in which they're trying to, hey, look right here. Across the plane. To me, he looks down at that point before he crosses. Let's see what they do. Either way, Chris, this is exactly LSU did not want to start the 2nd half. Just physically getting mauled by this Kentucky offensive line. They hit some good runs in the 1st half, but nothing consistent. And this was a bad start for the LSU defensive front 7.
Again, our crew chief, David Smith. Most of his microphone not working tonight, but what he said that we didn't hear was after review, it is the touchdown. So Levis gets his 2nd rushing touchdown of the season. Kentucky opens up the 3rd quarter. Puts together the drive, marches down the field, doing it with the big offensive line and the speedy running back, and also a big run by Will Levis to get him down inside the LSU 10. So now Ruffalo trying to add 1 more point. He'll try for the point after. Placement down. He'll swing the leg. Kick is on the way, and the kick is good. 21-0. Kentucky leads. 10:57 remaining. LSU gets the ball back for the first time here in the 2nd half when we return to Lexington on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hay Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown! Tigers!
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Third quarter action continues. Presented by H&E Equipment Services on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
21-0. Kentucky now leading over LSU. 10:57 remaining third quarter. The Wildcats took the opening third quarter kickoff. Down the field they would go. 7 plays, 75 yards, 4 minutes, 3 seconds. Will Levis would sneak it in from 1 yard out for his second rushing touchdown of the season. Point after is good, and it's 21-0. That's your Caesars Sportsbook drive summary. Kentucky leading big here on the road. The ensuing kickoff on the way back to LSU. Palmer going to let it sail over his head out of the back of the end zone. It's a touchback. First down and 10 at the 25. Tiger fans, say Fan Zone into your Contour voice remote and enhance your game day experience all week long. Play games, win prizes. Cox, we're LSU fans 24/7. So if you're LSU's offense, scoreless on the night, down 21-0, the time to make a stand is here and now with 10:57 to go here in the third quarter. You need an answer. The understatement of the night. Armani Goodwin going to start in at running back on this first down and 10. The handoff, Armani right up the middle. He's crushed down after he got to the 27-yard line. Jaquez Jones waiting for him. Textbook tackle brings him down quickly. 2nd and 8 at the 27-yard line. Again, the big three-man front for Kentucky. Do a great job taking up space, taking on blockers, and allowing these 4 talented linebackers to make plays. 10.5 to go, third quarter.
Yeah, the problem with the LSU's running game is they're not having a good chance on second down to do anything.
This time, Johnson going to pull and fire a strike to Keyshawn Butte up across the 40 to the 44-yard line. A big first down conversion there on 2nd down and 8. And RPO that time from Johnson.
That's a name that's been missing most of the game, isn't it? Keyshawn Butte. And that's the guy that LSU needs to utilize. He and Besh are real key components of this LSU offense.
First down and 10. Handoff, Ty Davis Price again sidesteps a man at the line and makes his way to midfield to the Kentucky 49-yard line. Ty Davis Price has been the lone bright spot in tonight's rushing attack. Got 60 yards on the season. Believe it or not, that's a season high for Davis Price, the junior out of Baton Rouge. 2nd down 3 at the Kentucky 49. Johnson sprints out to his right, throws with the left hand. Butte has it at the 38-yard line of the Wildcats. He's out of bounds. But a great pickup, picks up another first down for the Fighting Tigers on a gain of 10. As Doug mentioned, Butte a couple of catches early, tried the jet sweep, turned his ankle, was out a couple of plays, returned back, but now trying to take back over. As Kentucky's going to be hard-pressed to match him man for man. Butte will be in the slot to the left side. Brian Thomas out wide to the left. Deion Smith, wide receiver right side. Handoff, Ty Davis Price. Huge hole, far side 30. Down to the 20, the 15, 10, and eventually out of bounds. Kentucky rides him out of bounds at about the 8-yard line as the Tigers reach the Capital One red zone. It'll be first down, goal to goal at the Kentucky 8. 30-yard gain for Ty Davis-Price.
Chris, real quick note, Deion Smith left. He pulled his left hamstring. I'll keep an eye on the freshman receiver.
So LSU will line up. First down, goal to go from the 8. Josh Williams in at running back. Palmer out wide to the left. Butte in motion. They'll give him the jet sweep. And on the toss, he's going to be blown up and dropped at the 10-yard line. A loss of 2. Jacquez Jones again on the tackle for Kentucky. Ty Davis-Price had the 30-yard scamper to set LSU up at the Kentucky 8-yard line. The longest run from scrimmage for LSU on the year. Ty Davis-Price now with 90 yards. Again, continues to add to his season high. Corey Kiner checks back in at running back. Second down, goal to go after the loss. They mark the ball at the Kentucky 11. LSU down 21-0. Johnson shotgun snap. Late pressure comes. He fires. Catch going to be made at the 5-yard line by Devontae Lee. And Lee makes it down to the Kentucky 1. 9-yard gain. It'll be third down, goal to go from the Wildcat 1-yard line. Big time catch for Lee.
Yeah, big body Devontae Lee, you might remember, was a linebacker. They tried him out there. Big physical receiver on the slant route. Was able to get his body, good body position in front of the DB and man coverage. 6th catch of the year for Lee.
Lining up under center, I formation. Mashburn playing the role of the fullback. Ty Davis-Price, the running back, and again, play halted. And I believe a timeout by the Wildcats. So Kentucky calls for the time just before the snap. Setting up third down, goal to go from the 1. Timeout on the field. LSU knocking on the door for the first time tonight. They trail 21-0 to the Wildcats of Kentucky on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
You've trained for this all year. Endless hours of cardio, conditioning, and weights. And now you are ready. Ready to trek back to your seat from the concession stand. Through the lines, lost fans, and that mascot who wants you to do a little dancey dance, all without spilling a drop of your ice-cold Bud Light. Welcome back to football, sports fans.
Bridgeway Hospice is the official hospice of LSU Athletics. Bridgeway Hospice would like to thank you, South Louisiana, for allowing them to care for your loved ones. Help them celebrate 10 years of local hospice care by asking your healthcare provider for Bridgeway Hospice. They come to you in-home, assisted living, or nursing facilities. Now with 3 locations to better care for your loved ones in the greater Baton Rouge, Acadiana, and Plaquemine areas. Bridgeway Hospice says stay safe, go local, and go Tigers.
With Early Paycheck, you can get your direct deposit up to 2 days earlier. That's another reason banking with Capital One is the easiest decision ever. Even easier than deciding to open the biggest birthday gift first.
Happy birthday to you.
Which one are you going to open first?
The pony!
Yep, even easier than that. Plus, with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is banking with Capital One even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. No fees or minimums on new consumer accounts. Capital One and a member FDIC.
Everyone loves a winner, and Waiter wants that to be you. Download the Waiter app and place an order with promo code TIGERS21 for free game day delivery. Every order earns a chance to win Waiter food credit, signed merch, Tiger tickets, and more. Order now with promo code TIGERS21 and get the win with Waiter. Waiter, you relax, we deliver.
Third quarter action continues. Presented by H&E Equipment Services on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
21-0. Kentucky leading LSU, but the Tigers tried to show some life here with 7:21 to go in the third quarter. Coming up will be the 8th play of the drive. The Tigers have gone 74 yards so far. Their best possession of the night. They need one more. Third down, goal to go from the Kentucky 1-yard line. They will stay in the I formation. Mashburn, the fullback. Ty Davis-Price dots the I, handoff. TDP gets to the goal line, trying to backpedal his way in. Still no indication. And it looks like he's just shy inside the 1-yard line, which will set up 4th down, and we expect inches here for LSU. Again, Kentucky using the big bodies up top. They field the gaps with the linebackers. TDP could not find his way through. Ball placed between the 1 and the goal line. Johnson in the shotgun. Ty Davis Price on a wing to his left. 4th down, goal to go from the 1. Fake the jet toss, give it to Ty Davis Price, right side, touchdown, Fighting Tigers. They get on the board with 6:43 remaining here in the 3rd quarter. Ty Davis Price, his first rushing touchdown of the season. And the Tigers showing life here in the Bluegrass. 75-yard drive down the field to answer the Wildcats, who opened the 3rd quarter with a 75-yard touchdown drive of their own. Cade York on, trying to add one more. Cade York to attempt the point after. Avery Atkins to hold. Little high snap, but Avery lays it down. The kick on its way. The kick is good. It's 21-7. Tigers get on the board with 6:43 remaining here in the 3rd quarter. Caesar Sportsbook scoring drive summary: 9 plays, 75 yards, 4 minutes and 14 seconds. And Ty Davis Price running the football hard. Again, season high on the ground with 91 yards. Again, his first rushing touchdown of the season. Averaging 7 yards per carry after LSU averaged 3 yards per play in the first half. Again, finding some life in the running game. And now they're at 4.5 for the game, averaging 8 per play in that drive down the field. 21-7 our score. 6:43 remains, 3rd quarter.
And LSU with a well-designed play on that goal line on 4th down, had less than a yard to go. A fake to the flanker coming in motion from right to left, and then a handoff back to Ty Davis Price off of the right tackle for the score.
Here's the approach by Atkins on the ensuing kickoff. And again, it will sail over the head of Zach Johnson for a touchback. 1st down and 10 at the 25 for Kentucky. Fans with zero sugar, and now even more delicious is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, the best Coke ever. Find out for yourself. Well, the offense got something going for LSU here on the road. Now it's up for the defense to answer the bell after Kentucky. 2 early scores in the 1st quarter, come out gangbusters to start the 2nd half. But now this defense with a chance to get LSU back closer in this contest. Levis under center. Levis design run, and Levis takes a big shot at the 25, but bounces off and falls forward to the 30 of Kentucky. A gain of 5. Levis 6'3", 230 plus pounds, showing his strength after it looked like LSU had snuffed out the play early.
That was a broken play, and if LSU not to get that for a loss. Good job by Levis, but LSU needs a stop here. Needs something to go their way on this defensive side of the football. 2nd down 5 at the 30. Again, Kentucky the beneficiary of an early LSU fumble, their first of the year. But a Wildcat team that will be loose with the football at times. They're going to give it off to Robinson near side. They'll try the jet sweep themselves. Make his way up to the 39-yard line. Pick up the 1st down on a gain of 9. So Kentucky gets some more breathing room. Move the ball up to their own 39-yard line. Robinson again going to be involved in a number of ways offensively, using his speed. Robinson with his 6th catch of the night there. Had 11-yard touchdown reception earlier in the first half. 3 receivers left. Handoff, Rodriguez squirts through, loses balance, falls forward up near the 47-yard line. Almost got free again, but a gain of 9. Make it 2nd and 1 at the 48-yard line. Too much, Chris. LSU wholesale changes. A whole new front 4 up there. They're just giving up too much at the point of attack. Kentucky offensive line's doing a great job.
2nd down 1 at the 48. Cats break from the huddle. Levis working under center. Rodriguez deep in the hole at running back. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Now they'll motion Robinson left to right. Handoff, Rodriguez going left side. Blasts through a couple of Tiger defenders and carries a few more inside LSU territory down to the 41-yard line. An 11-yard gain, and Rodriguez getting the help he needs at the line of scrimmage and doing the rest on his own.
And Kentucky's runners all are doing that. They will make initial contact even if it's at the line of scrimmage, but they keep fighting and clawing, and they're picking up extra yards downfield. LSU's having a heck of a time bringing them down. They're not making clean tackles. They're not gang tackling, and consequently, Kentucky ends up picking a first down up at the LSU 41-yard line.
After the 11-yard gain from Rodriguez, Dare Rosenthal, the former Tiger, now left tackle for the Wildcats, slow to get up. As now he's helped up and going to slowly make his way to the sideline. But 214 yards rushing offense so far tonight for Kentucky, and that's 1 yard shy of what UCLA finished up with in week 1 out in Pasadena. Again, you knew Kentucky's offensive front very impressive. They've got the running backs obviously to complement that. Cats now with 311 yards total offense. Rodriguez leading the way with 98 yards rushing. They'll stack 2 receivers to the left. Pistol formation with Cavassier Smoke. Play action. They'll quickly fire out to Robinson. Catch made far side at the 35. He steps out of bounds at the LSU 34. So a quick hitting play, extension of the running game. 7-yard gain makes it 2nd and 3. Wan'Dale Robinson has been the favorite target. No surprise for Will Levis, the Kentucky quarterback.
Kind of reminds me, Doug, of Skylar Green. Kind of a running back playing receiver. You get the ball to him in space, he can make things happen.
9 of 15 targets tonight going to Robinson. 2nd down 3 at the LSU 34. 21-7 Kentucky leads. Here's Smoke, finds a cutback lane left side and brought down and slammed down at the 20-yard line. But another huge pickup. Jay Ward with the tackle, but not before Kentucky rips off more yardage on the ground. A 14-yard gain. It's a first down Wildcats.
Well, Kentucky has a couple of runners that LSU just is not able to bring down. Even when they make contact at the line of scrimmage, Kentucky's runners are running through the tackles, picking up, in this occasion, a first down at the LSU 20.
Kentucky 96 yards rushing so far here in the second half. Handoff Smoke. This time LSU's able to get to him, bring him down at about the 18-yard line. Damone Clark getting in to make the stop, a gain of 2. It'll be 2nd down and 8 at the 18-yard line.
2nd and 8 for the Wildcats.
Not many times we have seen that tonight, but a good job by Damone Clark not allowing Smoke to get up ahead of steam. Kentucky averaging 10 yards per carry here in the second half, as now we'll see Chris Rodriguez check back in at running back. 2nd down 8 at the LSU 18-yard line. Once again, Kentucky back in the red zone. Levis with 3 receivers left side. Rodriguez on a wing to his right. Levis going to keep, pull, go to the right side, run right into some Tiger defenders and dropped at about the 14, a gain of 4. It'll be 3rd down and 4 upcoming. Ali Gay there to stay at home for the Wildcat quarterback and make the tackle. Kentucky on the night, 2 for 5 on 3rd downs. Looking at 3rd down and 3, a little more than 3. Stick standing at the LSU 10, just inside the 10-yard line. Kentucky breaks from the huddle, looking at 3rd and 3 at the 13. Wide out to the left side. Motion Robinson right to left. He'll step into the slot. Levis with the snap, looking left. Throw. LSU doesn't see it. It's incomplete at the 10, and a flag's going to come out. That time, Darren Evans was coming up on the play in coverage. They were looking to go to Robinson. And boy, oh boy, if Evans just looks up where the football is, he's liable to grab it and go the other way. As it turned out, he collided with Robinson, and flags come out. And pass interference going against LSU. That play, Doug, almost in slow motion, as you saw Levis never take his eyes off Robinson. He threw the ball. You see Evans coming up the field, but he never saw the football. Collides with Robinson. It's a tough break for LSU.
And had he seen it, you're right, Chris, had he seen it, could have made the interception and he would have been long gone. Another touchdown for LSU, but because he didn't see it, he ended up making contact just before the ball got there.
First down, goal to goal now at the LSU 10. They go to Rodriguez, tries to cut back to his right. Barrels his way down to the 5-yard line on a gain of 5. It's second down, goal to go from the LSU 5-yard line. Kentucky taking their second possession of the third quarter, and so far taking over 5 minutes of the third quarter clock.
Hey, Chris, quick update. Darren Evans, who's in on that interference, is in for Eli Ricks. Ricks hurt his shoulder earlier, but he is available. Just the coach's decision right now with Evans in the game.
Second down, goal to go from the LSU 5. Levis in the shotgun. This time going to pull it from Rodriguez, and he will waltz on into the end zone for a 5-yard rushing touchdown, his third of the season. And Kentucky answers LSU's lone score, their second touchdown drive of the third quarter, and they extend the lead 27-7 with 1:06 to go in the third stanza.
Too easy. Too easy. Defensive end, you've got a responsibility. You're the edge. You've got to stay there and make sure that the quarterback gives that football. That's twice in that drive Levis was able to make big plays.
Lest anyone who thought, coming off the emotional win over Florida last week, that Kentucky was going to overlook LSU peeking ahead to Georgia. Not the case thus far. Point after is good. It's 28-7, 10 plays, 75 yards, 5:37 off the third quarter clock. And there's a timeout on the field. All Kentucky here so far in the second half. 28-7, they lead LSU on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Do you have Medicare and make less than $1,615 per month? Or do you have Medicare and Medicaid? You may be eligible for extra benefits you're not getting now, and you may be able to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan from People's Health. Don't wait. If you enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan from People's Health today, your benefits may begin the first day of next month. Call 1-855-410-7761. That's 1-855-410-7761. People's Health, your Medicare health team.
One thing about Louisiana, we always come together in a time of crisis. Louisiana's own Rouse's Markets is helping with food, water, ice, and donations to Ida's hardest hit communities. And they have truckloads of fresh meat, fresh fruit and vegetables, groceries, water, and ice rolling into their stores all over Louisiana every day, so you don't have to go without. Neighbors helping neighbors. Just one more reason that Rouse's Markets feels like home. Rouse's Markets, official supermarket of LSU Athletics. Walk-On athletes put everything they've got into the game. Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Dig into their mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp. Plus, fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads. It's all made from scratch with ingredients you can't help but crave. Catch the Tigers on over 70 big-screen TVs at one of their 20 restaurants throughout the state of Louisiana. Visit walk-ons.com to learn more about their story. Walk-On Sports Bistro, more than a restaurant.
It takes true grit to wake up every morning dedicated to a higher standard of work. At H&E Equipment Services, we're leveraging our national fleet of equipment with a local approach, working closely with customers to understand their needs and provide them reliability, fair prices, and the support of a first-class service team. We're an equipment company, run by equipment people. Where others stop, we continue. H&E Equipment Services, the higher standard in equipment rentals, sales, parts, and service.
Third quarter action continues. Presented by H&E Equipment Services on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
28-7, Kentucky leading LSU here in Lexington with 1:06 remaining third quarter. Tigers down early, 14-0 in this game. Trailed by 2 scores at the break. Kentucky took the opening third quarter kickoff down the field and scored to make it 21-0 rather. LSU would answer back with a 75-yard drive. But Kentucky has not relented. Back down the field the Cats go, and they make it 28-7. 245 yards rushing tonight for Kentucky. 147 of that here in the second half alone. Again, no reason to put the ball in the air with the success they're having on the ground at the moment. as the ensuing kickoff sails out of the back of the end zone. Another touchback. LSU will have it first down and 10 at their own 25. Fans, whenever you're ready to cool it down, count on Slow Melt Ice. Colder, cleaner, and longer lasting, Slow Melt Ice provides all your packaged ice and bulk ice for commercial, industrial, and retail businesses in South Louisiana. For more info, check them out at slowmeltice.com. Checking the Cox scoreboard at halftime. Texas A&M up 24-10 over number 1 Alabama in Bryan College Station. First down and 10 at the 25 for the Fighting Tigers. Johnson under center. Goodwin the single back. They'll fake the handoff, rolling out and tossing to Brian Thomas. Nope, check that. Ray Jenkins on the far sideline. He'll get 8 yards as he scampered up in front of the LSU sidelines. Stepped out of bounds at the 33. So a little wrinkle offensively there.
And a good pickup on first down. LSU has some freedom now on second with 2 to go.
This time, same play call, but they hand it off to Goodwin. He'll go up the middle and make his way up across near the 40. Stop him at about the 39, but he picks up the first down. So they line up Ray Jenkins in the slot to the left side. He motions out of there pre-snap. Once Max Johnson threw to him for an 8-yard gain. This time they give it off to Goodwin. Picks up big yardage, make it first down and 10 now at the LSU 39. Johnson out of the shotgun. Handoff. Ty Davis Price. Some room on the far side. Across midfield. Hits the sideline. It bounced out of bounds inside the Kentucky 35-yard line. They mark him out at the 34. And Ty Davis Price. One bright spot for LSU offensively tonight on the ground. There's a flag down, however, so hold the phone. He went for 28 yards if the play stands, but it looks like LSU's coming back as that flag on the far side at midfield.
Number 16 on the offense. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Replay, first down.
4th penalty of the night for LSU, but a costly one there. Devontae Lee whistled for holding down the sideline. Kind of helped that gaping hole out on the edge for Ty Davis Price. So negates that positive play, brings the ball back on the LSU side of the field. They'll mark it first down and 8 at the 40-yard line of the Fighting Tigers. 2 receivers left, one to the right side, and now looks like timeout taken. Nope, not at the end of the 3rd quarter. So 3 are in the books here in Lexington. Kentucky, number 16 in the land, trying to move to 6-0 for the first time in 70 years. They lead LSU 28-7. 4th and final quarter coming up on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply.
Welcome back to Acme Oyster House action. Looks like a fried crawfish tail story of oyster shooter champion, Steve.
Yeah, I'd say char-grilled in an herb butter sauce, Bob.
Truer words never spoken, setting the soft-shelled crab platter for all of us.
Well said, a game of onion rings, craw puppies versus hush puppies.
Indeed, this team never misses on the food. Jill?
Oh, can't argue with crab cakes and gumbo down here, Bob. One team, one stomach.
Thanks, Jill. Back after this tasty commercial message.
Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
Hey, LSU fans, did you know that Planet Fitness is the official gym of LSU Athletics? That's right, and as an LSU Athletic fan, you can get a special offer of just $1 down at any of the 6 Baton Rouge area locations with offer code PFLSU. You'll get free fitness training, tons of cardio and strength equipment, and a totally friendly staff. Planet Fitness is a comfortable place to go at your own pace. You can find out more at planetfitness.club/LSU. And go Tigers.
Hey LSU fans, we're just talking about what makes the Tiger Nation so different.
For starters, no one else gets as loud and wild as we do.
No one else loves the teams and the players like we do.
And no one else has a mascot as cool as Mike the Tiger.
Whatever it is, we love it. Because at Dudley DeBosier, we believe different is good.
If you've been injured, experience it for yourself. The Dudley DeBosier difference. Demand Dudley DeBosier, official partner of LSU Athletics.
Baton Rouge, responsible attorney Chad Dudley.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Before we begin fourth quarter action here in Lexington, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification. This is Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
This is live coverage of Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Back here in Lexington, Kroger Field is rocking as the Wildcats lead 28-7 over your Fighting Tigers of LSU, along with Gordy Rush, Doug Morrow, Chris Blair here in downtown Lexington. Kentucky has dominated at the line of scrimmage most of tonight's game, en route to 349 yards of total offense. Taking a look at the third quarter stats. LSU 4 first downs, Kentucky was 7. Total offense, Kentucky 147 to 100 for the Fighting Tigers. Max Johnson so far tonight 14 of 20, 114 yards passing. Ty Davis Price leads the way on the ground. Season high 14 carries, 103 yards, and his first rushing touchdown of the season. Rodriguez, by the way, the running back for the Wildcats, 12 carries, 103 yards. First down, or rather first and 8, I should say, for LSU. At their own 40-yard line as we start the fourth quarter. Johnson pulls, throws out in the flat far side. Catch going to be made by Jeray Jenkins, and Jenkins into Kentucky territory. Picks up the first down to the 45-yard line of Kentucky.
Nice job by Johnson on that RPO. Boutte was the first option, the inside receiver on the slant. He was covered up. He was patient. He waited. Jenkins was the second, the outside receiver. Nice completion. First down.
14:35, clock moving, fourth quarter. Boutte out wide to the right. Bunch 3 receivers, short side of the field to left. Ty Davis Price, the single back. 4 men at the line of scrimmage for Kentucky. They motion Palmer. Johnson looking downfield, throws towards the far sideline. Besh over the shoulder, just out of his reach, down at the 18-yard line. He had a step on the man. He was open. The throw a little too much on it, out of the reach of Besh. Incomplete, second down 10 at the 45.
And Johnson's missed similar passes several times this evening where he doesn't have to throw a perfect ball if he throws it in a position to let the receiver run to it, because these receivers are separated from the defenders. But if you don't throw it where they can catch it, doesn't make much difference.
Second down 10 at the 35, or rather 45, and they hand it off Ty Davis Price. Kentucky smothers him up after maybe a 2-yard gain. Jaquez Jones there to wrap him up. LSU tonight 6 for 10 on third down. This is a big one here. Clock moving, 13 minutes, 50 seconds remaining in this contest. 3rd and 8 from the Kentucky 43-yard line. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. 4 wide receivers, single back, and Ty Davis Price. Johnson calls for the snap. He has it. Late delayed blitz, and coming out with the throw. It's incomplete. They were looking for Palmer. Again, from the far side hash, the throw to the near sideline. And it's incomplete, sets up 4th down and 8. And initially, it looks like LSU going to keep the offense out there. 13:34 to go in this game, down by 3 scores. They figure, what do they got to lose? Tigers came into the game 71% on 4th down. They're 0 for 2 tonight here in Lexington. Devontae Lee, the wide out to the left side. Boutte in the slot to the right. Jeray Jenkins, the wide out right side. Johnson, tight pocket now. Slides to his left. Here comes late pressure. He dumps it off underneath the Besh. He would have been 3 yards shy of the first down. It's incomplete nonetheless at the 38-yard line of Kentucky, and a turnover on down, second tonight. And we'll have a timeout on the field. Kentucky's offense takes over. 13:26 remaining in this game. It's 28-7. Kentucky with the lead. Back to Lexington after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hey Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
28-7. Kentucky leads LSU. The Wildcats with the football. 13-26. Remains in this game. Fan Cintas proudly helps local Louisiana businesses stay clean, safe, and ready for the workday for over 35 years. Wildcats have led throughout, had a 14-0 lead at the half, made it 21-0 early in the third quarter. LSU would have their lone answer offensively on a 75-yard drive on 9 plays to get on the board, but Kentucky again would answer back. And for the third time tonight, the Kentucky defense forces a turnover of downs, and Kentucky has the football, first down and 10 at their own 44. 2 receivers to the right side, 2 to the left side. Rodriguez will be the running back, along with Will Levis, the quarterback. Here's the first down snap. They fake the toss, throw on the slant, catch made by Robinson at the LSU 45, and he spun down at the 40-yard line after a gain of 16. Another first down and 10 for Kentucky. Again, the success on the ground here tonight, more specifically in the second half, is allowing Kentucky to open up the playbook, do whatever they want to do. Liam Cohen, who comes to Kentucky in his first year as offensive coordinator, learned the game out of the NFL with the LA Rams before arriving here in Lexington. Here is Cavassier, smoke off left tackle. Can't be grabbed. He's inside the 30, down to about the 24-yard line of LSU. 16-yard gain on the ground. Again, Kentucky getting anything they want right now on offense.
That's a statement game for Mark Stoops and his program after the Florida win. Number 16 in the country. They go to Georgia next week, and they're absolutely making a statement about how physical a brand of football they play here in the Bluegrass State.
First down and 10. Levis looking to throw, has a man wide open at the 10-yard line. Jataklin McClain just dances down the far sideline. Not a Tiger defender in the vicinity, and that'll make it 34-7 Kentucky. 25-yard touchdown pass.
Chris, second time they've run that play. Just a little wheel route with the running back, Jay Ward. There's a safety on that side. He played run first once again. Running back got behind him.
34-7. Trying to make it 35 as Matt Ruffalo comes out, tries the point after. 12:07 remaining in this game. After getting the stop on fourth down, Kentucky wastes little time down the field. Point after is good. That'll make it 35-7. 3 plays, 56 yards, a minute 19. And the Wildcats strike again. Timeout on the field. We'll return to Lexington in a moment on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
You've trained for this all year. Endless hours of cardio, conditioning, and weights. And now you are ready. Ready to trek back to your seat from the concession stand. Through the lines, lost fans, and that mascot who wants you to do a little dancey dance, all without spilling a drop of your ice-cold Bud Light. Welcome back to football, sports fans.
Hey, everybody, let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun. Have a good time.
43 straight years. That's how long Ford F-Series has been the best-selling truck in America. How does Ford pull off that championship run? With rock-solid durability, up to the nanosecond technology, and jaw-dropping capability. Drive the Ford F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer today. Proud partner of the national champion LSU Tigers. Based on sales 1977 through 2019.
There's a saying that was born in Louisiana, and it's being heard all around the country. Pass a good time. It means whenever good friends and family get together, good times and great food are definitely being passed around. Whether it's in the kitchen, on the grill, at the table, or even in the great outdoors, Tony Chachere's famous Creole seasoning is always part of the celebration. So grab a little green can and pass a good time. Tony Chachere's makes everything taste great.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Fans, H&E Equipment Services, the official construction equipment partner of LSU Athletics. Call them at 877-700-RENT or visit he-equipment.com today. Story not so good here in Lexington. 12:07 remains in the game. Kentucky adding to their lead. Their largest of the night. It's 35-7. The 5-0 Wildcats lead LSU. So far, Kentucky tonight as balanced early on. Now just getting it done on the ground. 405 yards total offense, 260 on the ground tonight. The SEC's leading rusher, Christopher Rodriguez Jr., 12 carries, 103 yards. His backup, or the second punch in this rushing attack, Kavasier Smoke, 9 carries, 94 yards, and the quarterback Will Levis, 9 carries, 60 yards, and has 2 rushing touchdowns tonight to give him 3 on the year. Kentucky will kick it off once again, off the foot and out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. First down and 10 at the 25. Fans, lower your utility bills with an efficient, reliable Train. Visit trainsouth.com to find a local dealer to provide a free estimate on one that will fit your home and wallet. Begin saving now because it's hard to stop a train. LSU down 35-7 here on the road. On first down, 3 receivers right, 1 to the left side. Snap back. Johnson with time, scans the field, throws, and it's incomplete. Looking for Besh. He was all covered up at the 40-yard line. The throw was high and overthrown up near midfield, and it's incomplete. Second down 10 at the 25-yard line tonight. Max Johnson, 15 of 25, 129 yards. Keishawn Butte, the 6 catches on the night. First down, or rather second down 10 at the 25. Again, Johnson has time. Now floats to the left, out of the pocket, tries to throw underneath to Ty Davis Price. There's a flag down in the LSU offensive backfield. And it looks like a hold initially. We'll see. Again, Johnson had time and then decided to
personal
flush out
foul,
to the left.
hands to the face, number 99 on the defense. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
Josiah Hayes filling in for Marquand McCall, the starting nose tackle, who was unable to go due to injury tonight, going to be the guilty party. Second penalty on the Wildcats, and it bails out LSU, moves them up to the 40-yard line of their own. First down and 10. Under 12 to go here in Lexington. 11 minutes, 53 seconds. 35-7, Kentucky leads. Johnson throws it out far side. Butte makes the catch at the 49-yard line. Nope, they're going to say he stepped out at the 48, so about 2 yards shy after an 8-yard gain. It'll be 2nd down and 2 at the 48-yard line. Johnson lining up the Tigers quickly. No time to waste. Down 35-7, under 12 to play. Ty Davis Price weaves out of traffic, far side into Kentucky territory. Hit hard and dropped at about the 43, maybe the 41-yard line. So a good pickup by Ty Davis Price. Again, the leading rusher for LSU. Over 100 yards rushing tonight. 16 carries, 104 yards, and a rushing touchdown. 11-yard gain makes it 1st down and 10 now at the Kentucky 41. Johnson steps up in the pocket, throws downfield towards the end zone, going up for it. Kayshon Boutte. Nope. It's going to be Malik Neighbors. And he's got it underneath the goalpost in the back of the end zone. 41-yard touchdown pass. As Johnson did a great job of stepping up in the pocket, throwing on the run towards the end zone, got it deep down the field, and Malik Neighbors one-on-one coverage. High pointed the ball, found it first, and holds on as Neighbors has his first receiving touchdown as a Fighting Tiger right underneath the crossbar in the back of the end zone. It was Tyrell Agin on coverage, but a great catch and concentration by Neighbors, and that makes it 35-14 after the point after is good by Cade York. So a quick strike by LSU with 11:03 remaining here in the game.
Tonight's game sponsor is the Kentucky Chevy Select Dealer.
And it was a spectacular catch, by the way, because the pass was thrown in a position where the defender, who had pretty good position on Neighbors, could have knocked the ball down or perhaps intercepted it. Neighbors went up and just got it, just took it away in the end zone. Very difficult catch, and a difficult catch to make while you are being guarded as closely as he was that time.
Yeah.
So it makes the score 35-14, which makes it looks better than it really is so far. But if LSU continues to do that on a couple of possessions, you know, this may be one of those games.
Just a great job of Neighbors highballing that. We saw him do that several times in the fall scrimmage. He got hurt the week before the UCLA game and missed some chances early. But what are the chances that you get a freshman receiver against a 3-deep zone? As Kentucky just rushed forward, they dropped 7 back into coverage and they just out-athlete the free safety back there. Outstanding job by Neighbors.
So Kentucky calls a timeout as both teams were coming out to prepare for the ensuing kickoff. And Kentucky burns a 30-second timeout, brought to you by Paragon Casino Resort, where the action's exciting, flavors are enticing, and the mood is always inviting. They're there when you need to get away. This is how we play. So LSU down 35-7. You know, has no time to waste. They go 4 plays, 75 yards, 1:04 off the 4th quarter clock. Before Max Johnson with a great job stepping up, firing deep downfield, 41-yard touchdown pass to Malik Neighbors. And now if you're LSU's defense, you got to go out, you got to get a quick stop. You need a turnover. You cannot allow Kentucky, which they've done all night, especially in the second half, just rip off huge gainers through the air and more times than not on the ground tonight. LSU may be looking to try an onside kick here. We'll see, and that may have been why Coach Mark Stoops wanted to call a timeout before they just went through the motions, up 35-14. So Kentucky will bring out the hands unit here with 11:03 to play. They react. Nope, it's Cade York. Cade York will make the approach, and he'll go ahead and boot it away, end over end. Will make its way to the end zone for a touchback. It'll be 1st down and 10 at the 25. Tiger fans, say Fan Zone into your Condor voice remote and enhance your game day experience all week long. Play games, win prizes. Cox, we're LSU fans 24/7. Neighbors, by the way, with his first receiving touchdown, as we told you, as a Tiger. Max Johnson with his 17th passing touchdown of the season. And LSU Again, continues 35th straight game with at least one passing touchdown, and that looked to be in jeopardy as the way this game has gone tonight. A rushing touchdown, now a passing touchdown. 1st and 10 at the 25. It's all about LSU's defense now. Kavosiey Smoke going to get the first carry on 1st down and gets maybe a yard, not much, coming off the left side. It'll be 2nd down 9 at the 26. Again, a nice 1-2 punch in that offensive backfield. Smoke now with 94 yards rushing on 10 carries. Rodriguez 12 carries, 103 yards. Just running behind that big offensive line. 2nd down and 9 at the 26. Don't expect Kentucky to be in a hurry here. Got 10.5 to go in this ball game. They'll take the snap with 10 on the play clock. Hand it off to Smoke, trying to stretch far side, and LSU able to get there and make the play quickly. Dropped. Jordan Tolles along with Damone Clark combining on this tackle, and a gain of a yard by Smoke makes it 3rd down and 8 at the 27. Kentucky hasn't had a lot of 3rd down opportunities tonight. They're 2 for 5 on the evening. Again, a team that came in averaging 47% 3rd down conversions on the year. They'll break from the huddle with 14 on the play clock. Down to 9:50 remaining in this game. They lead 35-14. Trip receivers left. That's the wide side of the field. One lone receiver to the short side, the right. Levis flushed out of the pocket, caught from behind, and brought down at the 32-yard line. Well shy of the 1st down. Sony Fanua there on the tackle, but there is a marker down. Back in the Kentucky backfield at about the 21. There's also a Tiger on a knee, and Ali Gay slow to get up.
Chris, I'll tell you, I'm worried about Ali Gay. The way that he went down, grabbed the back of his leg.
Holding, number 65 on the offense. That penalty is declined. 4th down.
As if he was holding his Achilles. So I'm keeping an eye on that right now as Dr. Brent Bankston's on the field taking a look at it.
So a penalty against Kentucky. LSU's happy to leave it 3rd down and 8 at the 27. And again, Ali Gay is going to be helped off the field slowly with a little help from the training crew. But a good sign there as he's going to at least make his way over to the sideline. So it will be 4th down and 3 at the 32-yard line. This will be just the 3rd punt of the night for Colin Goodfellow, who's averaging 45 yards per punt, which is right at his season average here in 2021. Trey Palmer back deep for the Tigers at the 25-yard line of his own. Kentucky letting the clock dwindle down. Under 9 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Still 20 seconds remaining on the play clock. Again, with a 35-14 lead. No need to be in a hurry if you're Kentucky. Play clock down to 6. Goodfellow calls for the snap, and he'll get it. Punts it straight away from the 23-yard line. Palmer calls for the fair catch and fields it at the 22. So a 46-yard punt and a timeout on the field. Tigers trailing Kentucky on the road 35-14. 8:53 remains in this game. Tigers with the football when we come back on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Bridgeway Hospice is the official hospice of LSU Athletics. Bridgeway Hospice would like to thank you, South Louisiana, for allowing them to care for your loved ones. Help them celebrate 10 years of local hospice care by asking your healthcare provider for Bridgeway Hospice. They come to you in-home, assisted living, or nursing facilities. Now with 3 locations to better care for your loved ones in the greater Baton Rouge, Acadiana, and Plaquemine areas. Bridgeway Hospice says stay safe, go local, and go Tigers.
Welcome back to Acme Oyster House action. Looks like a fried crawfish tail story of oyster shooter champion, Steve.
Yeah, I'd say char-grilled in an herb butter sauce, Bob.
Truer words never spoken, setting the soft-shelled crab platter for all of us.
Well said. A game of onion rings, craw puppies versus hush puppies.
Indeed. This team never misses on the food. Jill?
Oh, can't argue with crab cakes and gumbo down here, Bob. One team, one stomach.
Thanks, Jill. Back after this tasty commercial message.
Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
Louisiana knows how to take care of its own. We carry one another when it's needed. And we need carrying now, when our families and communities are suffering and our healthcare workers are tired. Let's put on a mask, protect our families, friends, neighbors, the way we do in any crisis. The good times are coming. We'll get another shot at a familiar life soon. But for now, let's wear a mask and carry on. Carry one another to the finish line.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
8:53 remains here in the fourth quarter from Lexington. Kentucky leading 35-14. The Tigers have the football after forcing a punt. Pretty good stand, really good stand defensively. Just what LSU needed. After the possession before, LSU strikes for a 41-yard touchdown from Johnson to Malik Neighbors. They make quick work of LSU or Kentucky's offense. They get the ball back now. It'll be first down and 10 at the Tiger 22-yard line. Fans, start your journey to greatness with a fantastic deal on the 2021 RAV4 and Highlander. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com today. Toyota, proud partner of LSU Athletics. And a reminder, with zero sugar and now even more delicious, the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar could be the best Coke ever. Find out for yourself. So out come the Tigers, down 35-14.
Let's see what their disposition is as they start this series. Because they have time. If they score real quick a couple of times, they have time to win this game. But is their attitude that they believe they can do that?
Besh going to motion out of the slot. He'll come from left to right side. Trip receivers right, one to the left. Johnson calls for the snap, gets it belt high. Flushed out of the pocket, rolling to his left, throws across his body. Besh has it. Catch going to be made now, breaks a tackle. Got to the 26, almost able to break free. They say he made it to the 27. Nope, they're going to bring him back to the 26-yard line. A gain of 4 yards. It'll be second down 6 at the 26. LSU went 4 plays, 75 yards in a minute 4 seconds last time out. Not sure if they can duplicate that here, but that certainly would go a long way. 8:23 remaining in the game. On second down, Johnson looking. Heaves it towards the far sideline, going up for it, nearly intercepted. The intended target was Brian Thomas, but good coverage by Quandra Mosley. Stepped in and had the best chance to make a play with his hands, but it's incomplete on that far sideline. Sets up 3rd and 6. Now at the 26-yard line of the Tigers.
Chris, quick update. Ali Gay, he was reaching down at the back of his leg, and I was wrong. Not Achilles, it was his shoulder. He was trying to stretch it out. It's a stinger. Questionable return tonight.
8:13 remaining in the game. 3rd down and 6 from the Tigers' very own 26-yard line. Johnson with a shotgun snap. Again, floating to his left, throws and catch made by Neighbors at the 34, across the 35 and up to the LSU 41-yard line, and pick up of 15 yards and a first down for the Fighting Tigers. Big 3rd down conversion there for LSU. Under 8 to go, 7 minutes 55 seconds. Quick snap on first down. Johnson, time in the pocket. Now again, goes to his left and will throw this one down the sideline looking for Boutte. He held on, and are they going to say a catch or out of bounds?
You got it, Chris.
They'll say it's a catch at the 22-yard line, but Boutte went slamming down into the LSU sidelines, and he has not gotten up. They come over immediately to take a look at Boutte, who comes up with an incredible catch that initially looked like was going to lead him into the boundary. He somehow came down with it, but now the body has paid the price as he has yet to be on his feet. It's a 37-yard completion, and LSU is going to keep moving here. First down and 10 at the Kentucky 22-yard line. Boutte with an incredible catch. Again, LSU's lined up, waiting for the official to give them the signal for play. Liam Shanahan talking to one of the referees as they stand over the football at the 22-yard line.
Chris, they're looking at Boutte's ankle. So same ankle, if you remember, he injured in the first quarter on that jet sweep. Take a look at his ankle.
What a sensational catch by Boutte. You talk about needing to grab a catch to help your team. That's exactly what the sophomore was able to do. Again, still down on that far sideline with the training crew and doctors taking a look at him. Still trying to figure out here. Did anyone call a timeout? What is the stoppage in play? He's too close for let them resume action. Now he's up and will hobble over And they'll take him inside the medical tent here as he is being helped by the training staff and doctors. So hopefully he's going to be all right. But boy, he gave one up for the team. First down and 10 at the Kentucky 22-yard line. Far side hash. Johnson calls for the snap. Gives to Ty Davis Price. TDP right into the teeth of the Kentucky defense and makes his way down to the Wildcats 16-yard line. Ty Davis Price on a gain of 6 yards, now over 1,000 yards in his career. 51st LSU player to do that. Inside the Capital One red zone. Second down and 4. Throwing towards the back of the end zone and incomplete. One-on-one coverage looking for Brian Thomas. Pretty well covered in the back of the end zone. It's going to set up 3rd and 4 now. Again at the Kentucky 16-yard line with 7:04 remaining. Tigers trailing 35-14. 3 wide to the right. Wide side of the field. One lone receiver and Jeray Jenkins to the left. Johnson fires into the flat. Catch made by Thomas at the 12. Kentucky gets a hold of him and will ride him out of bounds. Going to be short of the first down by a couple of yards as they mark it. It appears to be at about the 14, so it will be 4th and 2. And the Tigers are 0 for 3 on 4th down conversions here tonight after coming in 5 for 7 in the previous 5 weeks of the season. 6:43, clock moving. LSU substituting. Kentucky substituting. 35-14, the Wildcats lead. Johnson marches down the line of scrimmage shouting instructions. He's got Ty Davis Price on the wing to his left. Tight formation, a receiver to each side. Give to Ty Davis Price up the middle. Looks like he's got the 2 yards and then some to the Kentucky 10-yard line. Looks like he picked up nearly 4, certainly 3, and it's enough to pick up the first down for the Fighting Tigers with 6:15 clock moving 4th quarter. Again, LSU taking some time here, looking to the near sideline, rather far sideline, where we're located at Kroger Field. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. Devontae Lee, the lone receiver to the right side. We've got Besh along with Neighbors and Thomas. Johnson looking towards the end zone, fires up high, looking for Neighbors. It's incomplete, out of his reach. Again, coming underneath the goalpost in the back of the end zone. Throw was a little high for Max Johnson. Neighbors, who had a sensational catch for the 2nd touchdown earlier, couldn't pull that one down.
And that's one that if the ball had been thrown a little more accurately would have been a touchdown, because Neighbors had enough separation to make the reception.
Here's Ty Davis Price right up the middle, inside the 10, inside the 5. Eventually stopped shy of the goal line. And it was very close to the first down marker, which is right at the 1, but it looks like it's a 9-yard gain. Now hands it off to TDP. Thought about going airborne, stays down and falls back into the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Ty Davis Price with his 2nd rushing touchdown of the season, 2nd of the night. And it makes it 35-20 with a point after upcoming with 5:29 remaining in this game. So the Tigers certainly not going quietly into the night after trailing all of tonight's contest. And Ty Davis Price just looks like a different running back tonight. Again, already over 1,000 career yards with his performance. He's got 20 carries for 135 yards as Cade York trying to get one more point for the Fighting Tigers. Placement is down, kick is up, and the kick is good. 35-21. Back to a 14-point Kentucky lead with just 5:29 remaining here in the 4th quarter. Timeout on the field. We'll step aside, return to Lexington in a moment. Kentucky 35, LSU 21 on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Our Lady of the Lake, just like LSU, is anchored by deep roots put down almost a century ago. We share a singular vision to advance health, education, and research to serve the incredible people of Louisiana. Our partnership with LSU is inspired by our passions for knowledge and our commitments to our community and healthy Louisiana families. Together, there's nowhere we can't go. Our Lady of the Lake is proud to be the healthcare provider of LSU Athletics.
Hey LSU fans, did you know that Planet Fitness is the official gym of LSU Athletics? That's right, and as an LSU Athletic fan, you can get a special offer of just $1 down at any of the 6 Baton Rouge area locations with offer code PFLSU. You'll get free fitness training, tons of cardio and strength equipment, and a totally friendly staff. Planet Fitness is a comfortable place to go at your own pace. You can find out more at planetfitness.club/LSU. And go Tigers. At Southern Air Heating and Cooling, their top priority is customer service. For over 25 years, Southern Air has been dedicated to providing honest pricing with no surprises and passing along their savings to you. Now available for a limited time, their special fall discount. Get a professionally installed new AC and heating system, $72 a month, or 0% interest for up to 72 months. Supplies won't last long, so visit their website today, southernairnow.com. Southern Air, official partner of LSU Athletics.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
35-21, Kentucky leading here in Lexington over the Fighting Tigers. 5:29 remaining. LSU once again scoring the football. Number one, making the score more respectable, but also maybe there's a shot with 5:29 remaining in this contest. LSU may not be in a situation where they have to try the onside kick here with 5:29 remaining. Last time out, Kentucky very conservative in the play calling, and LSU able to get a 3 and out, get the football back, go down and scores. Ty Davis Price, the second rushing touchdown of the night. Fans feeling lucky? Then stop at any lottery retailer, pick up Lucky 7 from the lottery for your chance to win up to $100,000. That's $100,000. Play Lucky 7 today for your chance to win big. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
Chris, quick update on Boutte. So it was his other ankle, not the ankle, in the first quarter, and it was serious enough that he left on crutches, and they took him in a golf cart to go get an X-ray over in the locker room. So they're going to get a good look at it before we leave Lexington.
Tigers going to try the onside kick again. Cade York, but this time right on the bounce into the hands of tight end Justin Rigg. He will secure it for Kentucky, and the Wildcats have it. Short field to work with at the 44-yard line of LSU. So again, as Gordy mentioned on that Sunshine sideline update, Kayshon Boutte on the cart headed towards the locker room. We certainly hope nothing more serious, hopefully precautionary, and he'll be ready to go this coming week in practice as well as in next week game back at home against Florida. First and 10 at the 44 for Kentucky. That's the LSU 44-yard line. The handoff will go to Rodriguez, and Rodriguez gets hit as he makes it to the LSU 40, stopped at the 39-yard line, a gain of 5. It'll be second down and 5 upcoming for the Wildcats. I believe the Tigers burning a timeout here with 5:19 to go in the fourth quarter, trying to preserve every possible second. Kentucky tonight, 412 yards total offense, again 267 on the ground. Came into the game averaging 188 yards rushing per game and 208 passing on the season. They flipped that tonight with success running right at LSU. And you 340 yards, Doug, against Missouri earlier this year, and this is their second highest output in 2021 on the ground.
And you could tell Kentucky a little bit earlier in this quarter expected maybe that LSU was going to make a run at them because they were starting to bleed the clock with plenty of time. It was way too early to bleed the clock, but that's what they were doing, because when a team starts thinking we better get this game over with before these other guys catch up. And sure enough, LSU has started to catch up. They got a long way to go with 5:20 remaining and down 14 points there.
Second down 5 now at the LSU 39. Levis under center. Rodriguez the single back. Rodriguez will get the carry and up the middle inside the 30 down to the 25-yard line of the Tigers. A 14-yard gain right up the middle for Rodriguez. And another first down and 10 for Kentucky as we approach 5 minutes and 5 seconds remaining in this game.
Seen that counter play too many times. Doug, Rodriguez is really patient, allows the flow to go one direction and cuts back against the grain. And it's as if the Red Sea's part. I mean, that's several times that he's had a lot of room inside the tackles to run.
Yeah, and he's a good back, and both of their running backs are good backs.
First down and 10 now for the Wildcats at the LSU 25-yard line. Motion Robinson left to right. Here's the snap. Give to Rodriguez, running left tackle, and he powers his way inside the 20, inside the LSU red zone to about the 18-yard line after a gain of 8, and LSU will burn another timeout to stop the clock with 4 minutes and 29 seconds. Will Levis tonight talked about his numbers not going to wow you, but he's been very good at managing this offense. For Liam Cohen, the offensive coordinator, and of course head coach Mark Stoops, he is 14 of 17 passing. Not a bad night, 145 yards and 3 passing touchdowns.
And they run a lot of eye candy at you and a lot of motion. They do a great job with jet sweep action. And what Levis does, he really does a great job of selling it. When they run play action, he really does a nice job of selling the run fake. And that's made Jay Ward jump twice on that. And you're right, he does an excellent job of managing this offense. Not going to throw for 500 yards, but that's not who they are.
Second down and 3 with the ball at the LSU 18-yard line.
And he himself has done a nice job of running the ball in situations where he used his effort to pick up extra yardage for first downs.
4:29 remaining. LSU with one more timeout remaining. As Levis hands it off Rodriguez, another huge hole down the near side hash inside the 5. He'll go in for a score. An 18-yard rushing touchdown. And the Wildcats may be the kill shot there. They make it 41-21 with 4:23 remaining in this game. Point after upcoming. And Rodriguez, who has been the highlight of this rushing attack, it's his first rushing touchdown of the evening. That's his 5th rushing touchdown on the season. 311 yards rushing tonight for the Wildcats. Once again, Ruffalo attempting the point after. Placement is down, and the kick is up, and the kick is good. Kentucky gets the score that they probably need to make it 42-21. 5 plays, 44 yards after the onside kick try. A minute 4 seconds later, they are in the end zone with Christopher Rodriguez. The parting of the seas from this hulking offensive line. And of course, last week, first win over Florida in Lexington for this Wildcat program since the mid-'80s. And of course, fans rush the field. They're expecting possibly, with this huge win tonight, moving them to 6-0 for the first time in 70 years. It also would put them at 4-0 in the SEC. They have brought out the security team here with 4:23 remaining in this game. They are in the end zone to our right, trying to keep possibly fans from coming on tonight. But this game's certainly different from a flow standpoint. Kentucky's had the lead, had a 14-0 lead at the half. For the most part, has been out of reach here in the second half. So I'm not sure the emotion going to spill over tonight, but you never know. Ensuing kickoff will get over the top of Palmer, and in the back of the end zone, another touchback. And LSU will have it first down and 10 at their own 25 with 4:23 remaining. Fans, they put in the time, effort, and hard work. They're suited up and ready, because when it comes to meeting your unique healthcare needs, every day is game day for Our Lady of the Lake. Our Lady of the Lake, proud to be the official healthcare provider of LSU athletics. So the Tigers have had 2 successful drives, moving quickly down the field. That will have to be the order of the night here, down 42-21 with 4:23 remaining. If they want to make it interesting at all, it'll have to be quick strikes. Shotgun snap to Johnson, stands in the pocket and has the pass deflected at the 25-yard line. Did not get it over the top of senior Jordan Wright out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
He's playing a spy position. He's on the defensive line. He stood up, didn't rush, just by playing basketball. Man-to-man defense, got his hands up and swatted that ball down.
Second down, 10 at the 25. Tigers put it on the ground, and running the football is Ty Davis Price. Off left tackle, up near the 40-yard line of their own. A big gainer of 13 yards. 148 yards rushing tonight for Ty Davis Price. First down and 10. Ball at the 38-yard line of their own. Johnson throws across the field. Far side to near side. Thomas with the catch at the Kentucky 45. Eventually inside the 40. And stopped at the 37-yard line of Kentucky. LSU quickly running down the field, trying to line up after the gain of 25 yards. 3:49 remains in this game. 42-21 Kentucky leads. On first down and 10. Late pressure. Johnson delivers, and the pass off the mark to Besh down around the Kentucky 20-yard line. It falls harmlessly to the turf. Incomplete. Second down 10 now at the 37 of Kentucky.
And that's another overthrow. Johnson's done that several times in this game, just overthrowing the receiver enough to make it impossible for him to have a good chance of making the catch.
On second down and 10 from the 37. Handoff. Ty Davis Price coming near side, trying to get to the edge, but hit hard and dropped at about the 38-yard line. May have lost a yard. As Yusef Corker coming in, the safety out of McDonough, Georgia, puts a tough hit on Ty Davis Price. Under 3.5 to go. Third down and 11 at the 38-yard line. Again, if you're Mark Stoops, probably not happy with what LSU's been able to do here in the fourth quarter, even though you still have the game well in hand. And it looks like we have a stop in action, and not sure if there was
DeAndre Square for Kentucky.
Injured player. DeAndre Square was slow to get up. Senior out of Detroit, Michigan. So he's brought to the near sideline. They get a substitution in on 3rd and 11. The LSU offense waiting for the Kentucky Wildcat defense. 3:19 clock moving, fourth quarter. Three receivers, bunch to the left side, one to the right. Johnson looking left. Again has time, throws it up, and nearly intercepted at the 25. In the hands, but dropped by Quandre Mosley. Ball flying ever so slowly through the air from near side hash to far side. And Mosley may have been thinking about how he was going to run this into the end zone and just didn't make the catch. Looking for Jack Besh over there near the sideline.
There's just no open spaces. Kentucky's rushing 3. They're dropping 8. LSU's got 4, maybe 5 en route. The numbers just aren't there, and Kentucky knows LSU has to throw the football.
4th and 11. Tigers going to try to get on 4th down. They're 1 for 4 tonight with 3:08 remaining. Shotgun snap to Johnson. Time in the pocket, but here comes late pressure, and Johnson goes down. Back at the 41-yard line. And Kentucky's defense now senses they have helped their team move to 6-0 with just 3:01 remaining before that fact becomes reality. 42-21, turnover on downs, and Kentucky will take over. And the folks here at Kroger Field are playing Calling Baton Rouge with a 42-21 lead and 3:01 remaining. Didn't expect to hear that one. First down and 10 at the 41. Something tells me LSU will foul that moment away. Under center, Levis. Hands off to Smoke, and Cavassier Smoke picking up yards and carrying Tigers with him up across the 45 to the 48-yard line. He now is the second running back for Kentucky to go over the century mark tonight. He's got 104 carrying the football for the Wildcats. It's 2nd and 3 at the 48-yard line. Coach Ed Ogeron calling for our crew chief David Smith to come over. They have a quick word. David Smith writing down, jotting some notes. 2nd down and 3 at the Kentucky 48. Wildcats with the game well in hand, 42-21, 2:54 remaining. 2 receivers left, single back into the game for the Wildcats. Michael Drennan Shotgun snap Levis. He'll give it to Drennan. Drennan hit at the line, but gets a little extra effort, gets to midfield. Sony Fanua met him first. LSU defensively picks up 2 yards, still shy of the first down. It'll be 3rd and 1 right at midfield. They need to reach the Tiger 49 as just 2 minutes and 34 seconds remain in this game. Kentucky has led throughout. 14-0 at the half. They made it 21-0 early in the 3rd quarter. Tigers would answer to make it 21-7. Kentucky would answer to make it 28-7. Again, the knockout punch moments ago on their last possession to make it 42-21. They break from the huddle quickly. They try to get the football snapped and get to the LSU 49, but flags come out all over the place. Kentucky, again, the late break from the huddle, lines up, snaps the ball quickly, but let's see if everybody was set. We'll hear from David Smith, possibly.
False start. Number 65 on the off. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
You know, it's been interesting, Gordy. Last week, Florida had all kinds of trouble with the noise here at Kroger Field. 15 penalties, 8 of those false starts on offense. And the crowd, while celebrating in the big moments for Kentucky tonight, really has not been a factor. It just seemed like they were a lot louder last week in that win over Florida.
Yeah, apparently Florida had problems. Look, it's loud. They've done a nice job with the sound system here, and they filled it in. It's much louder than 14 years ago, but not a big factor tonight.
Levis on the keeper around the right edge into Tiger territory, slides down. They'll say he came down at the 44. He'll pick up the first down. And with under 2 minutes to go, Kentucky now starting to celebrate. A lot of the fans have already headed to the tailgating lot to celebrate tonight after what we were told was a on-paper sellout of 61,000 strong, and they certainly were piled in here prior to kickoff, but a lot of the upper deck empty, a lot of the mid-level seats now starting to empty out. Kentucky on their way to winning their 6th game of the season, moving to 6-0 on the year. They're in the victory formation here with 1:20, and Levis will take the snap and take the knee. And those remaining here at Kroger Field are going to celebrate with the Kentucky Wildcats, who again off to a 5-0 start for the 4th time in 70 years, 2nd under coach Mark Stoops. And with a win here tonight, will move to 6-0 for the first time in 7 decades. And they will travel to Athens, get between the hedges next week against the Georgia Bulldogs, who handled Auburn today 34-10. LSU, of course, will be back at home hosting Florida with an 11 a.m. Central kickoff inside Tiger Stadium. 38 seconds remain. Levis again will take the snap on 2nd down, take a knee. And the sidelines will exit. Teams will shake hands at midfield. And Kentucky and Mark Stoops move to 6-0 as they drop the goalpost quickly here in both end zones. Nobody rushing the field. Not near as emotional a win tonight over LSU in a game where Kentucky just simply dominated in all phases of the game en route to a 42-21 victory. Final seconds roll off the clock. This one's in the books. Kentucky winning tonight at home over LSU by a final of 42-21. The Tigers on the season move to 3-3, 1-2, under 500 in SEC play. Again, Kentucky Wildcats now 6-0, 4-0 in Southeastern Conference play. The final score tonight here in Lexington: Kentucky 42, LSU 21 on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hello! So glad you could make it. How have you been? And with whom am I speaking on this fine day?
Joe?
You sure about that? Just kidding. Joe. So what are you looking for today?
Something fun?
Joe! Have I got the perfect thing for you?
You do?
I do! October scratch-offs from the lottery.
Sounds great.
Introducing the October scratch-offs from the lottery. Match 3 tripler, win up to $3,000. Gold, win up to $12,000. And Lucky 7, where you could win up to $100,000. Pick up all 3 today. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
With Early Paycheck, you can get your direct deposit up to 2 days earlier. That's another reason banking with Capital One is the easiest decision ever. Even easier than deciding to open the biggest birthday gift first.
Happy birthday to you.
Which
Which one are you going to open first?
The pony!
Yep, even easier than that. Plus, with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is banking with Capital One even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. No fees or minimums on new consumer accounts. Capital One and a member FDIC.